Chapter 1 Another Boy Who Survived a Catastrophe. In the center of London, on a lively commercial street, there is a bar invisible to ordinary people. This is the gathering place of wizards, the Broken Cauldron Bar. The bar is dimly lit, the walls are mottled, and it is full of the smell of cheap butter beer. Sean Grills, an 11-year-old boy, is walking towards the dining table with 2 full glasses of butter and honey beer. Poor little Sean, old Tom has called for a beer again. The bald wizard took the beer and said loudly toward the counter. "Damn Jamie, don't take me so mean. Little Sean lives and eats mine. Is there any problem in asking him to help in his free time?" Old Tom replied. "Let Dumbledore know that if you let the boy who survived the catastrophe serve you as a waiter, he will definitely die of anger." Sean grinned. "I am more willing to help below than staying in the utility room upstairs." In response to Sean's answer, Old Tom nodded with a satisfied smile. Old Tom likes this kid very much, not only because he is sensible, but also because his reputation has brought considerable income to the bar. Sean Grills, the boy who survived the catastrophe, as famous as Harry Potter, the only survivor of the Avidazuo curse. But it was not the Dark Lord Voldemort who cast the spell on him, but his crazy follower, the madwoman Bellatrix Lestrange, who tortured the Longbottoms and later killed her own church brother Sirius Black. As for why she wants to kill Sean, it must start with his small family. The Grills family is a family of little wizards, incomparable to those pure-blooded families that have been passed down for centuries. Sean's grandfather was the first wizard in the Grills family, and Sean's father was also a wizard, but his uncle Herns was a dumb gun. During the dark 10 years of Voldemort's rule, people in the magical world were panicked. Sean's grandfather was an employee of the Ministry of Magic, but because he was afraid of Voldemort, he turned to Death Eaters. The irony is that Sean's father, secretly a Death Eater, betrayed Voldemort and joined the Order of the Phoenix in 1980. Death Eaters have never been merciful to traitors. The madwoman Bellatrix led someone to kill Sean's parents, and cold-blooded Sean, who was still in the swaddling clothes. Xiao Xion was killed on the spot. After all, her mother would not use ancient guardian magic, and today's Xion is another soul who has traveled through the 21st century after his death. Sean was a college entrance examination graduate in his previous life. When he drove out to play with his driver's license during the summer vacation, he died in a car accident. When he woke up again with his eyes open, he had become a 2-year-old child. After waking up, Sean was rescued by the Auror, who rushed to him and sent to the Broken Cauldron Bar, his uncle Hernsna. Herns is the chef of the Broken Cauldron Bar and is now Sean's legal guardian. Sean is secretly protected in the Broken Cauldron Bar, and Bella doesn't know that the child who had been killed by Avada himself is still alive. Until a year later, Voldemort went to kill Harry's family, but the protection curse on Harry bounced Avidazuo's life, causing him to be seriously injured, and the Death Eater power also fell. After, the news that Sean was still alive was spread. The crazy woman Bella was shocked and wanted to kill Sean again, but unfortunately she had been imprisoned in Azkaban. At the age of 5, Sean awakened his magical talent, and his uncle Herns felt very relieved. "Sean, you are the hope of the Grills family." Herns gave Sean a kiss. There was a chill in Sean's heart, and he didn't care about Grills's family, and what made him care more about his own eyes. Xiaoan found that when he looked at other people one day, they were covered with a faint white light. After the magic power is awakened, the eyes become weird. "Do I have glaucoma?" But it didn't take long for Sean to overthrow this idea. Because of having seen Harry Potter in his previous life, although Sean's understanding of the magic world cannot be said to be comprehensive, he should know more than most students at Hogwarts. It took Sean a month to finally figure out what was going on with his eyes. His eyes only show white light when looking at wizards, magic creatures, or magic items. And when he saw other wizards casting spells, he could even see the magic frame on the wand. After living in this world for a few years, Sean discovered that the composition of a magic is not that simple. It is not just chanting a spell and waving a wand. In his understanding, there are three major elements that constitute magic: magic frame, spell, and spiritual power. The magic frame is the complicated three-dimensional model of lines that he saw on other wizards' wands when they were casting spells. Mental power includes emotion and will. Sean's own magic talent is not bad, and with these eyes that can see through magic, he knows that he has already turned on the plug-in. With these eyes of magic, learning magic later will be more effective. There are all kinds of wizards in the Broken Cauldron Bar. Sometimes they will use some small magic for fun, and Sean will write down the magic frame on their wand. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He once watched Jamie, the bald, cast a very basic floating spell, which was taught in Hogwarts's one-year course. He tried to carefully memorize the magic frame and spells of the floating spell. Later, he asked Herns for Hogwarts' first-year textbooks, even though he was only 5.5 years old, and he was still a few years away from school. But Herns readily agreed to his request. In Herns's view, Sean is going to Hogwarts sooner or later, and he can read the textbook earlier to preview it earlier. Broken Cauldron Bar is just in front of Diagon Alley, and Herns did not spend much time getting a few shabby first-year textbooks that might be transferred to 9 hands. The fineness of this book is all paved. I guess I bought it from a scrap shop. Sean doesn't matter, he just wants to use the magic in the textbook to verify his conjecture. He searched through several textbooks, and soon he found the unit of the levitating curse. This unit has 4 pages. The first 2 pages are about the origin of the levitating curse. Sean was not interested in this, and immediately turned to the page where he was talking about casting spells. The 2 paragraphs above are about spells and casting actions. At the bottom is the magic frame describing the floating spell and a 3-dimensional picture. Damn, it's so complicated. It really depends on textbooks. Unless it's a schoolmaster like Hermione, ordinary students can't learn it in a day or 2. Sean secretly rejoiced, a picture with a paragraph of annotations. It's not as simple as looking directly at the magic frame on the spot. The floating curse magic frame built by Bald Jamie, Sean has seen it twice, and it is not difficult. He knows that even more advanced magic is a combination of several or even a dozen magic frames. Even if he can see the frames, it is very difficult to remember them. Chapter 2, Son of Betrayal. When Harry was in 6th grade, he got Snape's textbook when he was young and asked him to open it on potions. My eyes are far more perverted than Snape's textbook. Sean was quite confident with these eyes. Sean, who is now 11 years old, has received the admission letter from Hogwarts 2 days ago, and more people come to see him at the Broken Cauldron Bar. He is Sean Grills, that boy as famous as Harry Potter, a red-haired middle-aged asked. Yes, Arthur. Old Tom replied. Sean knows who the red-haired middle-aged man and his wife and 3 children are, the Weasley family, one of the 28 pure-blooded families in the wizarding world. What a catastrophe, boy, the Grills family are all betrayers. I think he can survive Bellatrix. It must be his father who made some deal with the Death Eaters. A wizard was sitting. Said mockingly on the side. Sean's grandfather betrayed the Ministry of Magic, Sean's father betrayed the Death Eaters, so both sides are disgusted with the Grills family, and some people call Sean the son of betrayal. This situation makes Sean feel that he is not human inside and out. Fortunately, he is not the soul of a child, otherwise he might be depressed after hearing these remarks for a long time. Children don't listen to them. Your parents are brave. They fought for justice. Weasley knew Sean's parents. The Grills betrayed the Death Eaters and joined the Order of the Phoenix. Although it was only half a year, they would rather die than tell Bella the location of the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. It's okay, Mrs. Weasley, I'm used to it. Sean said. In the past few years, the wizard in the Cauldron Bar has been praised and scolded. Fortunately, he is a traverser and doesn't care about these remarks. Do you know me? Molly was a little surprised. The red hair of the Weasley family, I heard many people mention it in the bar. Sean looked at the bright hair color of this family. Look at this kid, how clever! Molly praised. The twin boys behind Molly, George, and Fred made faces at Sean. It didn't take long for Sean to walk through this world, and he knew that his body was 2 years older than Harry. In other words, when he went to Hogwarts to go to school, he was in the same class as the Way family twins and Cedric. It seems that Hogwarts won't be boring anymore. Sean knows well the prank talents of these two troublemakers. During the depressing time when Umbridge was in charge of Hogwarts, they were these two. The prank genius brought happiness to the students. There is also that Cedric, an extremely outstanding top student in the same grade, but sacrificed in front of the trophy of the Triwizard Tournament. If possible, Sean doesn't want Fred and Cedric to die, he can only do his best to avoid the tragedy. Sean, who has been practicing magic at the age of 5½, has taught himself Hogwarts 1st to 3rd grade courses, using ancestral pagoda materials purchased from the scrap shop. The curse of the 1st grade is not difficult. You must know that Hermione had taught herself several simple magic before entering the school. But by the 3rd grade, the curse of some magic frames was not so easy for Sean to understand, so he always borrowed it. The opportunity of old Tom to help was close to the wizards in the bar. Over the past few years, the bald wizard Jamie has become very familiar with Sean. Sean often talks to him, and then tentatively asks him about spells that he doesn't understand. When Jamie demonstrates the magic, Sean concentrates on it. Write down the composition of the magic frame. It's just that the guests in the bar don't have the patience of the professors in the college. Jamie doesn't come to the bar every day, so after 5½ years, Sean has learned by himself and secretly, and he has only finished the 3-year course. Of course, this is just the curse. Partly, there is no condition to teach yourself potions in the bar. Sean, you have also received the admission letter from Hogwarts, right? We are going to Diagon Alley to buy first-year textbooks. Do you want to go together? Molly asked. Sean nodded. He doesn't need to buy the books anymore, just use those broken books, but he hasn't bought the wand yet. Although Ollivander's wand shop is behind the Broken Cauldron bar, he didn't receive it. Before the admission letter, Sean couldn't buy a magic wand. At this time, a dirty blonde middle-aged man with long slender eyes walked over. He took out 10 gallons from his greasy pocket and handed them to Sean. Uncle Hearns. Sean, go buy a magic wand. Hearns placed hope on Sean. He was a dumb cannon himself and couldn't cast spells. The Grills family could only rely on Sean to pass it on. Little Sean! Old Tom yelled, and then a small grey cloth sack was thrown from the counter. Sean stretched out his hand to catch it, and saw that the weight was at least 20 gallons. Sean smiled at old Tom. Good old Tom, thank you. Little guy, go buy a new robe. Anyway, he is also a celebrity, a boy who survives a catastrophe. Sean thought to himself, this old Tom is usually stingy and shamelessly call him a child laborer, but he didn't expect him to be quite nice. Sean did not inherit the inheritance of his parents like Harry did. His parents left nothing. Uncle Hearns was also a poor man. He was bleeding out of 10 gallons. Mom, I want a new robe too. The Way family twins said in unison. Molly smiled awkwardly. George, Fred, let's go. Sean knows that there are many children in the Weasley family, and raising children is too expensive. The younger brothers often wear older brothers' clothes, but Sean really has no money, otherwise he doesn't mind buying new clothes for the Way family brothers. Sean followed the Weasleys through the magic wall behind the Broken Cauldron bar and entered Diagon Alley, one of the best commercial streets in the magic world, and Sean was already very familiar with it. The Weasleys walked straight to Lihen bookstore, and Sean called Molly at the back. Mrs. Weasley, I don't think I will go to the Lihen bookstore. I have already bought my teaching materials. All I need is a wand and a wizard robe. Molly nodded, Okay, see you later, Ollivander. Sean, a familiar one, came to the magic wand shop Ollivander founded in 382 BC. When he opened the door to enter the shop, the owner Ollivander was standing on the ladder looking for the magic wand. Ollivander! Sean yelled softly. It's little Sean. Ollivander heard Sean's voice without turning his head. For Sean, a kid who grew up in the Broken Cauldron Bar, all the shopkeepers in Diagon Alley knew him. I received the admission letter from Hogwarts, Sean said. Ollivander immediately understood what Sean meant. He drew a box of wands from a shelf full of spider webs. 14 inches, Hollywood, the core of the rod is the nerve of the dragon. Sean took the magic wand for 5.5 years of self-study. He just remembered the magic framework and never had the opportunity to cast spells with the magic wand. At the moment when he got the magic wand, he felt that the magic had found a catharsis. Wave it. Ollivander motioned. Sean nodded. He not only waved it, but also cast a basic magic, Yugatum Leviosa. Sean's magic power slowly forms the magic frame through the medium of the magic wand, and the quill in front of him floats under the action of the floating spell. Although the spell is successful, Sean feels it, and the process is very twisted. Ollivander is not surprised that Sean knows how to magic. After all, he is a child born in a wizard's family and lives in a Broken Cauldron Bar. Old Tom will also teach him in his spare time. Chapter 3, Stick to. Sean shook his head. Ollivander understood, and immediately gave him the second wand. 10 inches, red cedar, and phoenix feathers. Sean, still cast a levitating charm, this time feeling more difficult than the last one. He shook his head again. This is a normal child. Finding a wand that suits you is not so easy. Ollivander said patiently. Try this one, 14.5 inches, chestnut tree, unicorn hair. Sean took it, and then shook his head. Try this one again. Sean shook his head. Try this one again. Sean still shook his head. After trying 20 more wands, Ollivander said with embarrassment on his old face, You are really a picky wand master. Xiaoan was also depressed. When would he try this one after another? Suddenly he thought of something. He looked at Ollivander and asked. Ollivander, you said before, it's the wand that chooses the wizard, not the wizard who chooses the wand. Ollivander was taken aback. He did say this, and he nodded. Yes, that's the case. The wand will choose the right owner. Then I will try. Will this work? Sean said. Ollivander didn't know what Sean was going to do, but Sean stretched out his immature little hand, put the palm of his right hand up, and said in his mouth, Come on with the magic wand. This is not a spell, just a slogan that Sean chanted casually, but there is a complete magic frame in his palm, that is the magic frame of the floating spell. For 5.5 years, Sean could only study the theory and magic framework without a magic wand, but he had practiced a magic that casts spells without a magic wand, that is, the floating magic. It is not uncommon for people in the magical world to be able to cast spells without a wand, and there are even more people who can cast spells without a spell. The magic wand is a medium that can intelligently coordinate the magic in the wizard's body. If the magic wand is not used, the difficulty of constructing the magic framework will increase several times. As for the spell, it is the coordinated magic framework. Ollivander was shocked by Sean. What a talent this is, he can cast spells without a stick at a young age. The Grills family is really an incredible talent. At this time, among thousands of wands, one wand felt Sean's magic power. It swayed twice in the box, and then slowly flew out from the bottom layer of the 12th row. This box of wands, after flying out, the remaining wand box lost its balance and collapsed suddenly. Ollivander is not surprised. Such things as the wand box collapsing often happen, so his shop has been messed up all the time, and now he is more concerned about the box of wands that fly out by himself. The wand box was suspended in the palm of Sean's right hand. He opened the box with his left hand and took out the wand. The moment Ollivander saw the wand, he read his texture. 15 inches, black walnut, the tail feathers of the night skew. It is a powerful wand. Black walnut is not as common as ordinary walnut wands. The owner it seeks must have keen intuition and strong insight. It has a well-known quirk and is extremely sensitive to internal conflicts. If its holder deceives itself to any degree, it will instantly lose its magic power. If it matches a sincere and self-aware owner, it will be the most magic wand of all. Loyal, most impressive, unique when casting various types of spells. Sean listened carefully, knowing it. Doesn't this mean that you have to have a B number in your heart? He still has the tail feathers of the night skies. He seems to remember that Dumbledore's old wand also used the tail feathers of the night skies. Yeki? Is it the creature that can only be seen by people who have seen death? Sean asked. You know? Yes, Yeki was once considered an inauspicious symbol. It is said that it will bring all kinds of terrible disasters to people who see them, but this is all superstition and does not affect the power of this magic wand. Xiaoan said in his heart, he should have seen death, he would like to see this magical creature with his own eyes. You try this magic wand. Ollivander looked forward to it. Sean changed the wand from his left hand to his right hand, and then once again cast the magic that had been practiced tens of thousands of times. At the tip of the wand, an invisible frame of magic by Ollivander was being built at an extremely fast speed. The quill on the table flew again. This time, Sean felt extremely smooth, saving half the power of his cast without a wand. Obviously, this was the wand that belonged to Sean. Sean nodded and said to Ollivander, I think it's it. 10 gallons. Ollivander was straightforward. Xiaoan also paid the money neatly. When he was about to go out, the Wei family twins pushed the door and walked in. Hi, clever ghost. I don't know if it was George or Fred who said hello to Sean. Molly praised Sean for being smart in the Broken Cauldron bar just now. I didn't expect that the Wei family twins would give Sean the nickname so quickly, and Sean didn't care. This fits the character of the two troublemakers. My wand has been bought, so come on, troublemaker number 1, troublemaker no 2. Sean smiled and walked out of the Ollivander wand shop. Hey, George, I don't think we will be bored at Hogwarts. Fred said. George looked at Sean who was leaving, and echoed, yes Fred, this is an interesting guy. Xiaoan didn't expect that he casually took the nickname for the Wei family twins, but Yu reading www.yunsha.com won the favor of two troublemakers. At the Madame Morkan gown specialty store, Madame Morkan saw Sean coming, and greeted him enthusiastically, even though there were other customers in the store at this time. The boy who survived the catastrophe, Sean Grills, is finally at school age. Mrs. Morkan's voice caught the eyes of other guests. They looked at Sean in a rush and whispered to the people around him. Sean didn't bother to care about them. It was nothing more than saying that his parents were Death Eaters. If a family is a betrayer. Mrs. Morkan, we are all so familiar, are there any discounts? Sean asked. Mrs. Morkan replied without hesitation, 10 gallons. Sean cursed inwardly, isn't this the original price? Thank you for being so enthusiastic. At this time, a little girl with long chestnut hair came over. The girl had fair skin and delicate features, especially her big blue eyes, as agile as the stars in the long night. Her posture and demeanor revealed aristocratic temperament. Sean had been in this world for so long, and it was the first time he saw such a beautiful girl. He even suspected that this girl had some Viva descent. Hello, Sean Grills, my name is Chris Crouch, and I am also a freshman at Hogwarts this year. Hello, Chris. Sean sounds familiar to the girl's last name, Crouch. This is not the official of the Ministry of Magic, the current director of the International Magic Exchange and Cooperation Department, the last name of Batty Crouch. It seems that Chris is also a member of Crouch, a pure-blooded family. Boy who survived the catastrophe. Chris paused, and then said, one of them, I didn't expect us to be in the same class, so see you at Hogwarts. Chapter 4, Train to Hogwarts. Sean is a little confused, this girl is also attracted by his fame? The people of Crouch's family should be guarded. But Barty Crouch, Jr., a loyal Death Eater, has miserably harmed this famous pure-blood family. Maybe there are other Death Eaters in this family besides Barty Crouch Jr. After coming out of Mrs. Morgan's robe specialty store, Sean went to the store he was most familiar with in Diagon Alley. Scrap Shop, where all of Sean's teaching materials are sourced. The owner is a sloppy brunette, eagle-nosed old man, and the clothes he wears seem to be picked from the scrap pile. Peter Noel greeted Sean in a friendly way when he saw Sean come in. Little guy, I don't think you are here to buy 4th grade textbooks. Old Peter, I need a crucible standard size number 2, a set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, a brass balance, a pair of dragon leather gloves, and a black pointed cap. Xiaoen reported one by one the equipment he needed on the admission notice. His money was obviously not enough to buy new ones, so he could only come here to buy second-hand goods. As for owls or cats, they are sold in Wonder Zoo next door, but there is no mandatory requirement in the notice that they should be brought to Hogwarts in the 1st grade. Sean does not plan to buy pets to Hogwarts. Little Sean, I have these things here, don't you know if you have enough money? Old Peter said. How much do these cost? The goods in the scrap shop are not easy to estimate, so I have to bargain with Old Peter. Old Peter did not answer him, but turned around and got into the shelf behind him. After a lot of tricks, Old Peter walked out with a bunch of things in his arms. 14 gallons. Old Peter said. There were only 10 gallons left on Sean. He looked at the tattered pile and thought that the Old Peter's heart was too dark. The greedy Old Peter, this pile of things is worth 7 gallons at most. Sean quoted his price based on the principle of bargaining half. Little Sean, in terms of being stingy, you are indeed a qualified Grills. Old Peter satirically satirized the Grills family as scumbags, and Sean smiled. Old Peter, my Uncle Hearns doesn't have money, so you can give it to me cheaper. Well, 8 gallons, can't be less. Good Old Peter, thank you, please help me get a cloth bag to pack it. Sean was happy, and finally there were 2 gallons left. Xiaoen walked out of the junk shop with a worn-out linen bag, so that he had all the items needed for school. On July 31st, 1 month before school starts, you can use this time to get familiar with the magic wand. Sean suddenly thought of something. Isn't it Harry Potter's 9th birthday today? Then I wish you a happy birthday, Harry. Sean went back to the Broken Cauldron bar and went up to the 2nd floor in the noon. It was the room that old Tom had vacated for him. It seemed that this room was much more spacious than Harry's stairwell. Sean is fortunate that he is a pure-blooded wizard and lives in the wizarding world. The Ministry of Magic stipulates that underage wizards are not allowed to use magic in the Muggle world. Broken Cauldron Bar and Diagon Alley belong to the wizarding world. If Sean lived in an ordinary neighborhood like Harry, then he practiced the levitating charm every day, and he would have been detected by the Ministry of Magic. Sean hid in the room and couldn't wait to practice the magic frames in his mind. He directed a wooden spoon that had been broken in 2 on the table and gave a repair. This elementary magic is the same as the floating spell. It only has a magic frame. It is a very basic magic, but the spoon has not moved, and Sean seems to have failed to cast the spell. I made a mistake, and I didn't build a frame line. Although these basic magic Sean already remembered very well, the first time I got the wand to actually cast the spell, there would still be deviations. Repair it. The tip of the black walnut wand began to outline a magical frame. This time, Sean's speed was very fast and precise. The 2 sections of the spoon on the table flashed faintly, and then instantly closed, and the spoon was broken into 2 again. It became a complete spoon. Practice makes perfect, just memorizing the magic framework is not enough," Sean exclaimed. Soon a month passed. Hearns was pulling Sean's big suitcase, while Sean was pulling the small suitcase. These two blackened suitcases were genuine ancestors. This is the suitcase that Grandpa Sean used when he was in school. It was later given to Sean's father. Now it's Sean's turn to take them to Hogwarts. The two first took a Muggle bus to King's Cross Station. Sean looked at the 9 platform on the ticket, and looked at the platform ahead and counted them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that's there. Xiaoen was about to pull the suitcase and walk forward, when someone called Xiaoen from behind. Smart ghost. Sean doesn't have to look back to know who this is. Oh no, he doesn't know who it is, he still can't tell who is George and Fred. Mrs. Weasley. Sean turned around and snorted to Molly. There are 5 children standing behind Molly. The Way family twins will not say anything. The other is a little taller with short red curly hair, Percy Weasley. Last time I met at the Broken Cauldron Bar, he was more than Shaw. I have been in the university for 2 years, and I am in the 3rd grade this year. The other one is about 1.78 meters tall Weasley Sean, although he hasn't seen him before, but based on the age of the Weasley children, he should be the 2nd child of the Way family, Charlie Weasley. He will go to Romania to study in the future. The dragon, today should be in 6th grade. As for the little dwarf standing next to Molly, needless to say, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is Ron in the Audio Technica. Mrs. Weasley, your 4 children are in Hogwarts, and they must be familiar with the school. If possible, I hope that the Weasley children can take care of little Sean and be friends with him. N squinted his slender eyes and forced an ugly smile. Of course, Sean is a smart boy. I am very happy that George and Fred can be friends with him, Molly said with a smile. Sean didn't expect that his uncle could say such a thing, maybe he didn't care too much. Sometimes Hearns's concern for Sean was actually very obvious. The group of people walked from platform 9 and 4 to the Hogwarts train station. With the help of his uncle, Sean moved the suitcase into the train compartment. With the sound of the siren, Sean officially embarked on a journey to Hogwarts, or a journey to the Wizarding World. Sean walked along the car aisle to find a space to sit down, and walked 2 cars all the way, each of which was full. Also know where the Way family twins went. Just thinking of the Way family twins, Xiaoen saw them in the first compartment of the 3rd car. The 2 goods were laughing and laughing with the 2 little girls. Sean shook his head. He found 2 vacancies in the box next door, one with 4 seats. At this time, there were already 2 people sitting in it, a man and a woman. And Sean recognized that the beautiful girl turned out to be Chris. Crouch. He didn't want to sit next to Chris. He always thought the girl was weird, but now he can only make do with it. Sean knocked on the door and asked, "Can I sit here? The other boxes are full." Of course, the boy who survived the catastrophe. Chris gave a sweet smile. Chapter 5, Tangled Sorting Hat. Chrissy's words caught the attention of the boy nearby, and he looked at Sean. Ming Ming is a pretty little girl, but Sean always feels a sense of incongruity. "Hello, my name is Sean Grills," Sean said to the handsome boy over here. "Cedric Diggory." The boy nodded and introduced himself. Damn, it turned out to be Cedric, the best student in this class, except me of course. Sean was shocked, and Chris also introduced herself to Cedric. "Chrissy Crouch, my grandfather is Barty Crouch, Director of the International Magic Exchange and Cooperation Department. I haven't ran away, your uncle is a Death Eater, and I don't know if you are affected." Xiaoen muttered in his heart. At this time, a girl with a black ponytail walked to the door of the box. She looked at the 3 of them and asked, "Are there any seats available here?" "Yes, that is," Sean said, pointing to the empty seat next to Chris. "Thank you, my name is Angelina Johnson." "Sean Grills." "Chrissy Crouch." "Cedric Diggory." The three reported their names. "Wait, are you the Sean Grills?" Angelina stared at Sean in surprise. Sean nodded helplessly. He has seen too many scenes like this. "Wait, her name is Angelina Johnson. Isn't that Fred's girlfriend?" "In this box, Cedric belongs to Hufflepuff and Angelina belongs to Gryffindor." Chris is not sure, but judging from the origin of his pure-blood family, 80% will be assigned to Slytherin. Sean never thought of which college he would be assigned to. The train drove over the vast forests and grasslands for more than 6 hours, and did not stop at the Hogsmeade station until the evening. The 5th grade prefects got off the train first and stood at the door of the train to maintain order. "The first-year freshmen are here." A loud voice attracted the freshmen's eyes. It was a giant close to 3 meters. Of course, Sean knew that Hagrid was just a hybrid giant, and the real giant was taller than him. "Gosh, he is too big too!" Angelina exclaimed. Sean never looked at her, always feeling that she was driving. Hagrid carried a portable lamp and illuminated the first-year freshman with the light. "Where is Sean Grills?" Hagrid asked. "I'm here." Sean replied with difficulty, raising his neck to Hagrid. "You are a lot taller than Harry," Hagrid whispered. Sean is considered mid to high among his peers, with fluffy brown curly hair, which seems to make him taller. "Follow me in the 1st grade." Hagrid took the freshman and walked towards a path near the lake. Hogsmeade Station is built on the edge of Hogsmeade Village. It is to Hogwarts from the small road, and to the village on the other side. The way to go to Hogwarts this time is by boat. Sean also wondered if it would be a night horse carriage. The 4 freshmen took a boat. The boat was enchanted and automatically moved towards Hogwarts. Drove in the direction of CI. Most of the freshmen came in amazement along the way, while the freshmen born in the family of pure-blood wizards were much calmer. Looking at the magnificent castle in front of him, even though Sean had seen it in a movie before, after seeing it with his own eyes, he was still shocked by its grandeur. After the first year ashore, walk along the stairs, in front of the auditorium. "Professor McGonagall still has something to say to you," Hagrid said. "Sean, which college do you think you will be assigned to?" Chris asked suddenly. "The clever ghost must be assigned to Ravenclaw." At this time, the Way family twins came up from behind. "This conspicuous red hair, you belong to the Weasley family." Chrissy recognized the origins of the Way family twins at a glance. "Hey, Cedric, it would be nice if you could get Gryffindor," the Way family twins said. The Way family twins seemed to know Cedric. Sean thought for a while. Yes, the two of them seemed to live near the same mountain, one in the east and the other in the west. "It's not for me to decide," Cedric said. Professor McGonagall was already waiting at the end of the ladder at this time. When the freshmen were all there, Professor McGonagall clapped his hands. Sean closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was a hazy white light on the surrounding newborns, and Professor McGonagall was the brightest wizard he had seen so far. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Well, you will pass through these doors in a while and gather with other students. However, you must be sorted out before you sit. The 4 colleges at Hogwarts, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, will it be the end of the year? Which college scores the highest will win the College Cup. Then, the students are ready, come with me." Professor McGonagall turned and walked towards the auditorium. The dark golden auditorium door opened automatically for the new students, and the bright candle light in the auditorium greeted the fresh blood of Hogwarts walking in. 4 rows of long tables are neatly arranged in the auditorium. There are students from the 4 colleges. Xiaoan roughly estimated that there are more than 400 people, and they have 60 freshmen in this year. Good. Sean stood in the front row, looking at the sorting hat on the stage, so nervous that he didn't even listen to Dumbledore's speech, while on the professor's bench, a long-haired man with a gloomy look was looking at Sean. Sean could feel the man's sight, and looked up. It was Severus Snape sitting on the left side of the professor's chair. Why would Sean recognize Snape at a glance? Who else has Hogwarts? His unique cold temperament? Even though Sean knew he was a good person, reading www.yuyuganshu.com Death Eater's Infernal Affairs. My God, what does he think of me? I'm not Harry, and my eyes don't look like Lily. Sean muttered inwardly. Okay, come up to the person who reports the name next. I will put the sorting cap on your head, and then the sorting cap will decide which college you want to go to. Sean grills. Shit, is there any mistake? I am the first? It's ruthless. Xiao-En cursed inwardly, but walked up with a smile on his face. Isn't ranked by last name? The first person called turned out to be Sean, and he couldn't figure out what sort of order it was. He sat on the low stool. Professor McGonagall put the sorting hat on Sean's head, and at this moment the sorting hat started to move. It is difficult, very difficult. You are brave, smart, hardworking, shrewd, and ambitious. It seems that the 4 colleges are suitable for you. Where should you go? Whatever, it's not Azkaban. Sean muttered in a low voice. He has the help of Magic Eye. It doesn't matter which college he goes to, he can learn well. Azkaban, your idea is very dangerous. Well, don't go to Slytherin. Sean turned his head and looked at Snape in the chair. Then, it's decided, you go to Slytherin. The sorting hat seemed to have deliberately made the opposite decision with Sean. Sean was stunned for a moment. When he reacted, some of the Slytherin seniors were already looking at him with their own eyes. Although some people's eyes seemed unfriendly, Sean was helpless. I suspect you are targeting me. Sean took off the sorting hat and glared at it fiercely. Chapter 6, Sleeping. Sean was the first to take his seat amid the applause of the Slytherin seniors. Marcus Flint. A stubby black-haired strong senior greeted Sean. Marcus, a brash man with well-developed limbs and simple mind. This is Sean's evaluation of Marcus. But this reckless Quidditch played well, and later became the Slytherin Quidditch captain, but his hands were too dark and he always liked to make small moves. Cedric Diggory. Professor McGonagall said the second name. Cedric sat on the low stool under the gaze of everyone. At this moment, Sean had an idea and wanted to tease the Way family twins. Hey, Fred! Xiao-En shouted to the Way family twins standing by. He couldn't recognize who Fred was, so he called out a name casually. Are you calling me? One of the Way family twins replied. Yes. Then you made a mistake, I am George. No, you are Fred. Sean said surely. Fred was a little surprised. Before Sean arrived first, he could distinguish the 2 brothers. Well, you guessed it, I am Fred. How did you recognize it? Xiao-En said solemnly, because the 3rd pinch of hair on your left bangs has split ends. Fred really believed it. He turned his head and asked George to help him see if it really split. In fact, Xiao-En vaguely remembered that there were some differences in the personality of the Way family twins. Generally speaking, when 2 people are together, it is Fred who speaks first. He is more lively, while George is relatively introverted. Fred, how about let's make a bet? I bet Cedric will be assigned to Hufflepuff. How about one Seiko? Sean, this one, was determined to win. What do you think, George? Fred asked. Gryffindor, Cedric must go to Gryffindor, George said. At this time, the sorting hat is doing analysis for Cedric: integrity, loyalty, honesty, and fear of hardships. Oh, I'm not talking about Hufflepuff's academy spirit, but about the qualities that Cedric possesses. There is no doubt that he belongs to Hufflepuff. This handsome little guy was seated in Hufflepuff to the warm applause of the Hufflepuff sisters. Well, you won the clever ghost. Fred said in dissatisfaction. It looks like trickster number 1 seems unconvinced, so let's gamble again. Sean looked confident. Angelina Johnson. Professor McGonagall called. Gryffindor, Sean said. The way family twins discussed it, Hufflepuff, this time we will guess Hufflepuff. And the Sorting Hat also gave the answer at this time. It was Gryffindor, and Sean guessed it correctly. The way family twins started to quarrel, blaming the other party for not choosing Gryffindor. Shall we gamble again? Sean asked with a grin. I don't know if Sean's luck was too good. He happened to have heard of the 2 freshmen who went up later, but there was no suspense. He guessed it twice. Won the Way family Gemini 4 times in a row, which made the 2 troublemakers start to admire Sean a little. Chrissy Crouch, said Professor McGonagall. Chrissy walked up, and when the Sorting Hat hadn't touched her hair, it called out the college Chrissy belonged to. Slytherin. Sean, we are classmates now. Chris said with a smile. Yet. Sean responded casually. After another 10 minutes, all the freshmen were finally sorted out, and the dinner began happily under Dumbledore's command. Xiaoan nibbled an apple in his mouth and looked at the crowd on the professor's bench. When his eyes closed and opened, the magic eye opened. Damn, Liang is blind to me. The apple in Sean's mouth fell on the table and rolled to the side of Chris's plate. Don't you like apples? Chris asked. It's a bit sour. Sean made up a reason casually. Dumbledore's magic is too strong, and the whole person is shrouded in white light. In Sean's eyes, he is just a big light bulb. Sean rubbed his eyes and stopped looking at Dumbledore. He looked at the professors, and it turned out that the white light of McGonagall and Snape was stronger, and the other teachers were relatively weak. After the dinner, the prefects led the freshmen to the dormitories of their colleges. The number of freshmen in Slytherin was less than that of other colleges. There were 5 boys and 5 girls. And the bedroom seems to have been changed. There is a single room for 2 boys and 1 more person. The same is true for girls. As for who can live in that single room, it becomes a problem. Xiaoan thought of a way, and he said to the other 4 boys, I think you guys also know that I survived under that unforgivable curse. All 4 nodded. Although I survived, I also have serious sequelae. What sequelae? A boy named Cassius Wallington asked. When I go to sleep at night, I will talk in sleep, and even hit people to death. Sean clenched his fists, deliberately showing great power. The 4 11-year-old boys were innocent and innocent. They didn't want to tell the truth from the truth. They just thought that Sean was pitiful and terrifying. Premier, I think we should let Sean live alone. Cassius said to Theo Wald. Theo nodded, then Sean will live alone. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Chris, you also live alone, and everyone else chooses to sleep with them. Chris was born into a famous family, and Theo deliberately took care of her, and it was not unexpected to Sean. The personal world is too important for Sean. He, who possesses magic eyes, is not at the same level as this group of freshmen. Now if he is to go directly to the 3rd grade, he can also cope with the courses with ease. He needs a separate space to study other advanced magic and knowledge in need. Sean went to his room. The double room for 1 person was more spacious. He lay on the bed and found out the first-year curriculum schedule that Theo had just sent them. There are 8 compulsory courses in the 1st grade, including astronomy, herbal medicine, history of magic, spells, transformation, defense against the dark arts, potions, and flying. Except for potions and flying lessons, I have no contact with other courses, so I have to find a reason to use it for self-study. Hogwarts professors always give certain privileges to students who study particularly well. For example, Professor McGonagall later borrowed a time converter from the Ministry of Magic to Hermione to give her more time to study. Multiple elective courses. Sean doesn't want a time converter too. He just needs to excel in each class and then apply for self-study between classes from the professors, so that he has more time to study advanced magic. Potions, I would like to see what is unique about the Half-Blood Prince's textbook. Sean made up his mind, and recently went to find out if Snape's potions textbook is still in the upper grade classroom. Sean may not be able to go in during the day. That classroom is for senior students who are participating in the N.E.W.T level and advanced potions class. Sean can only sneak in to find it at night when there is no one. Chapter 7, Get the Professor's Attention. At 9 o'clock in the morning the next morning, the freshmen started their first class since they enrolled, the spell class in Slytherin and Ravenclaw. The professor of the curse is Ravenclaw's Dean Felius Flivy, a short, white-bearded old man who is only about 1 meter in height. It is said that his great-grandfather is a fairy. Don't look at him so small. But the victorious general in the Hogwarts Duel Club. Students, I am very happy to give you the first class. I am Felius Flivy, the Dean of Ravenclaw. Professor Flivy said to the students in Slytherin. This class will teach students a very practical elementary magic, floating spell. Please open the textbook and turn to the 3rd page. Xiaoen carefully flipped through the 9-handed textbook that was about to fall apart. Does he still use the levitating curse? He can cast spells without a stick, but he still has to impress the professor in the first class. Students first read the origin of the levitating curse and the magic framework. I will demonstrate it to you later. Flivy said. The floating spell is very simple, and my mother often uses it at home. Cassius said to Graham, who was on the side. Then he chanted the spell confidently and swung his wand, and said to the feather on the table, Yugadam Leviosa. Sean sat aside watching him perform with interest. The feather's magical effect really moved, but the next second it flew out like a sharp arrow, deeply inserted into Flivy's podium table. Flivy was startled. Cassius, I think you should put down your wand first. Cassius lowered his head awkwardly and put away his wand amidst the laughter of his classmates. Sean exclaimed, Can the levitating curse still be used like this? He patted Cassius on the shoulder with great interest, and asked in a low voice, Cassius, how did you do it just now? Cassius was embarrassed when he lost his face in front of his classmates. Sean also asked him specially. He thought that Sean was laughing at him, so he said with some unpleasantness, Do you want to laugh at me too? Xiaoen knew that he had misunderstood, and quickly explained, No, I think you were very good just now. I want to learn, how did you do it? I don't know either. Cassius scratched his head. Sean regretted for a while. He didn't open the eyes of magic just now. After all, this kind of low-grade class is not worth his waste of energy and magic to open eyes, but he did not expect that Cassius had an accident. What went wrong would make the levitation charm so aggressive? If I just opened the eyes of magic, I could see Cassius's wrong magic frame. 10 minutes later, Professor Flivy waved his hand to signal the students to calm down. He will demonstrate the levitating charm once, and Sean opened the magic eye. Yugadam Leviosa. Flivy waved his wrist lightly, and uttered the spell clearly, which was a standard textbook floating spell. The speed at which this magic framework is built is the old professor at first glance. Sean secretly said. But Sean is now almost the same as Flivy in terms of levitating charm. Which classmate below would like to give it a try? Flivy looked at the more than 30 students below, hoping that anyone would stand up and be a demonstration. But after the embarrassment of the card resting just now, other students dare not cast spells casually anymore. If they make a joke in front of their classmates, it will be ashamed. Professor, I'll try it. Sean raised his hand. Sean Grills, you come to demonstrate for the students. Sean sat in the seat, everyone's eyes were on him, and Chrissy turned to look at Sean in the front row. Sean calmly drew his wand from his robe, and said to the feather on the table, Yugadam Leviosa. The feathers floated slowly under the guidance of the magic wand. When the wand goes to the left, the feathers go to the left, and when the wand goes up, the feathers go up. Very good. This is a very standard floating spell. It is the first bonus point in the new semester. I think Slytherin and Slytherin should be given 5 points. The Slytherin students applauded Sean happily. Fluffy didn't expect that Sean would learn the levitation curse so quickly, and it would normally take 3 classes for students to master it. As expected of the boy who survived a catastrophe, Chris said. With Sean, the Academy Cup must belong to Slytherin. A Slytherin girl said. The second class after the curse class is the History of Magic, taught by Professor Binns, the only ghost professor at Hogwarts. Professor Binns was very old when he founded Hogwarts, but he was very knowledgeable, quick-thinking, and clear-thinking, so he was invited to be a professor of History of Magic at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Until one day he forgot to bring his body in class and died because of it, but he did not stop his teaching career. The History of Magic is an extremely boring course. Binns is also an extremely rigid and boring professor. He always reads the textbook in a monotonous voice. The combination of the two is simply a lullaby. Slytherin and Hufflepuff's classmates are low and drowsy, and the classmates who are not asleep are not listening to the class seriously, but secretly passing small notes. Professor Binns suddenly used his ghostly incorporeal body to cross the podium to the student's desk. Who can tell me what happened in 1612? Professor Binns suddenly asked. Although Sean has not been attending the class, he discussed with Cassius the process of his mistakenly casting the levitating charm just now, hoping to understand which magic frames Cassius changed to make the levitating charm mutate into an attack. The Curse of Sex. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. If it could evolve a curse with 10,000 arrows, it would be amazing. Sean said inwardly. For Professor Binns's question, Sean thinks that no one in this class can answer it, because Professor Binns just didn't talk about this content at all. This is the content that will be covered in the 17th unit of History of Magic. Professor Binns probably saw that the students in this class were too undisciplined and wanted to teach them a lesson. You will answer. Professor Binns pointed to Sean in the second row and said that Professor Binns must have seen him and Cassius whispering just now. The big event in 1612, I think it should be the First Goblin Rebellion. Professor Binns was a little surprised. He thought no students knew about the incident, so he asked. Where did the Fairy Rebellion start? It's the Pig's Head Bar in Hogsmeade Village. Who is the leader of the rebels? Professor Binns was unrelenting. He must ask Sean, otherwise he would be too shameless. Professor Binns, I think this should be left to talk about when we are in Unit 17. Sean didn't want to show his excellence in front of Professor Binns in this way. Like Professor Fluffy's question in the previous class, Sean's way of showing his own abilities can not only show his talents, but also win the favor of Professor Fluffy. In this situation, Professor Binns obviously wanted to kill the chickens and the monkeys, and the discipline in the class. Now Sean has answered all the questions that were used to embarrass him, so Professor Binns is very shameless. Cedric looked at Sean from the side. He felt that Sean would be a strong competitor. I just heard that Sean was the first to successfully cast the spell in the spell class with Ravenclaw. Chapter 8, Principals Talk. Sean grills, you are very good, I think you have already read History of Magic. Professor Binns said coldly. Yes, Professor Binns. Although Sean knew that Professor Binns was choking him, he still did not show weakness. Very well, you already know how to do it, and you won't use it in my class in the future. Professor Binns's tone was very obvious with anger. The other students were frightened. They were worried for Sean. They offended the professor after enrolling in the second class. I am afraid that the future will not be easier. At this time, the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, and Professor Binns assigned homework to the students below. Everyone should go back and copy the content of today's class, and hand it in next class, except for Sean. Professor Binns looked at Sean and said. Cassius whispered to the side, Professor Binns won't really stop Sean from the History of Magic, right? Sean, you have to tell Professor Snape about this. Chrissy reminded. Snape is the Dean of Slytherin, and he is also a well-known student who defends his college. The contradiction between Sean and Professor Binns should not be difficult to resolve if Snape comes forward. At this time, outside the classroom, saying that CAO is coming, Snape stood at the door and shouted indifferently, "Sean!" Xiaoen walked out of the classroom under the watchful eyes of his classmates. "Professor Snape, what can I do?" Sean asked. "Principal Dumbledore wants to see you and come with me." As he said, Snape turned and walked towards the principal's office. "Old Deng wants to see me? I won't get the headmaster's attention so soon, right?" Xiaoen secretly said. From behind the stone statue in front of the principal's office, the two took an escalator and entered the office. The walls of the office were covered with portraits of the old principals, men and women. They all snored gently in their respective frames. There is also a huge table in the room with claw-shaped legs and his pet phoenix fox perched on a shelf behind the door. On the fourth floor of one of these bookshelves, there is also the sorting hat for Sean. "See you again, Sean Grills. I don't want to see you that much." Sean glared at it. Dumbledore sat at his desk with a smile and looked at Sean. "Tom and Herns have trained you very well." Sean thought for a while. It seems that Dumbledore has known about self-taught Hogwarts courses in the Broken Cauldron in the past few years. This is not surprising, after all, Dumbledore has many eyes and is well informed. "Professor, do you know old Tom and my uncle?" Sean asked, pretending to be puzzled. Dumbledore did not answer this question. Instead, he said, "You did a great job in class today. Professor Flitwick praised you very much, and Professor Binns was so angry at your excellence." "Professor Binns is not a ghost, he won't die, right?" Sean whispered. "If you hadn't been 2 years older than Harry, I would have thought you were the prophesied boy," Dumbledore said. "What kind of prophecy?" Sean asked. "A prophecy about the Savior." Snape on the side heard this and suddenly interrupted Dumbledore. "Professor, there is no need to tell a child about these things. He is a child and an excellent child, and Sean's talent ranks among the children taught at Hogwarts in the past 50 years. Dumbledore gave Sean a very high evaluation. "I have opened the plugin and it is only the top ranking, not the most powerful. What kind of people have been out of Hogwarts in the past 50 years? Oh, Voldemort." Sean was convinced. Dumbledore and Snape were dumbfounding and talking some cryptic secrets. Sean understood it. Dumbledore wanted to train him because he was good. To cultivate an excellent student into the backbone of the fight against the Death Eaters, and to be loyal to him, this is what Dumbledore needs. "Professor, is there anything I need to do?" Xiaoen asked pretendingly. "It's okay, let's take a lunch break," Dumbledore said. "Okay, Professor." Sean turned and was about to leave. "Professor Binns, I'll talk about it, don't worry," Dumbledore said. Xiaoen turned around and asked seriously, "Really? I don't have to go to the history of magicians anymore?" "No, Professor Binns only said such a thing when he was angry for a while." Xiaoen sighed slightly disappointed. "I thought I really didn't need to go on it." Dumbledore saw Sean's reaction, and he was stunned for a while. In his inertial thinking, he would think that Sean was worried about not being able to go to the history of magic. He did not expect that, on the contrary, Sean was because he wanted to go to magic. She was disappointed. "You don't want to go to the history of magic?" Dumbledore asked. "You should also know that I have taught myself the course." Sean paused and then said, "Including the 3rd grade." Dumbledore did know that Sean had bought some Hogwarts textbooks from the Diagon Alley scrap shop for self-study, but he still didn't know how well Sean's self-study was. He planned to observe him for a while and then give it to him. Some learning privileges. This needs to be considered again. After all, you have only enrolled in 2 classes. What kind of considerations are needed? Tests. Sean thought for a while. The history of magic is considered to be a liberal arts class. To check, he can only produce test papers for him to take the test. Reading www.uugonshu.com. A week later, I will ask Professor Binns to give you a final exam level paper. The content of the exam is History of Magic. If you can get excellent results in the test, I promise you not to go to the History of Magic. Hogwarts test scores are divided into excellent, good, passing, poor, and very poor. Usually, a certain certificate is required, and the test scores must reach the level of excellent, but this is not difficult for Sean. His body is not an 11-year-old soul. If you treat him as an ordinary boy, you will suffer a lot. Is there only a history of magic? Sean asked. Do you want to test something else? Snape looked at Sean impatiently. He felt that what Sean was asking was nonsense. The book History of Magic alone was enough for him to take the test. He still wanted to what? I've taken all the exams, so let's take the other subjects together, such as spell class, astronomy class, herbal medicine class, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts. Sean said with a smile. Since you are confident, then I will let the professors of these courses write out a final exam paper for you separately, but now the professors just start school don't have time, and the test for you will be set on Monday in a month. Dumbledore said. Okay, Professor, then I'll go first. Watching Sean leave the principal's office, Snape said to Dumbledore, the Confederation has killed him, even though he has an unusual talent. Snape's worries were not alarmist. In the history of Hogwarts, there were many talented students who lost themselves because of their arrogance. But his worries about Sean are unnecessary. Sean is a man who does what he can and scrutinizes the degree. From this point of view, he and Slytherin are really similar in spirit. Chapter 9, Occlusive Cerebral Surgery. So you, as the Dean, must always pay attention to him. He is different from Harry. I can't feel the power of black magic in him. How he survived the unforgivable curse is also worthy of our inquiry. Dumbledore never does useless work. He is a man of foresight. The things that deserve his attention in Sean are not only his outstanding talents, but also the power to resist the unforgivable curse. Harry had a breath of black magic on his forehead because there was a mark left by Voldemort on his forehead, and that scar contained some of Voldemort's power. Xiaoyan did not have such scars on his body, not even pimples, and his skin was smooth and white. And Harry was able to survive the Avada sorcery, and only left a scar. It was because of the protection of his mother Lily. Rejected Sean's speculation that what Lily applied to Harry was an ancient blood relative magic. The caster and the casted must be blood relatives, and the casted must be underage, because this magic will be invalid after adulthood. These are the prerequisites for casting spells, so some scholars believe that this powerful magic is a minor protection law. Then there are the three elements of magic: magic frame, spell, and mental power. The magic frame of this ancient magic must be completed by combining as many as dozens of frames together. This level of difficult magic cannot be learned by ordinary wizards. Sean remembers that Dumbledore said many times that Lily protected Harry because of love. There is no doubt that the caster must have sincere and selfless love for the caster. There are too many restrictions on this magic, so people who know it may not be able to use it. Dumbledore's magic power is high. It is not difficult for him to build dozens of magic frames, but he does not meet other casting conditions. And Lily has an extraordinary gift for magic and is full of maternal love for the young Harry. She can cast the ancient protection spell and make it work. It is precisely because the conditions for casting this ancient protection spell are too harsh, it has not been promoted, and Sean even suspects that it contains some life magic content. Because this magic is difficult to replicate, Dumbledore would think about finding other ways to fight the unforgivable curse. The appearance of Sean caught his attention. Thanks to Dumbledore being a man of justice, he did not use the forbidden curse of Dementor to probe Sean's memory. After all, it invades the brains of others and does some harm to the caster. Naturally, Dumbledore will not do harm. A child. Sean was eating lunch in the auditorium at this time, unaware that he was listed as a special observation subject by Dumbledore. Cedric walked over from Hufflepuff's long table. "Are you all right? Professor Binns seems very angry." Sean ate the crispy fries and couldn't see any sadness. "It's okay, I'm happy without copying the textbook, it's too late." "What did Professor Snape tell you?" Chris poked her head curiously. "Professor Snape didn't say anything, but Professor Dumbledore. He knew that I was doing well in class, and he praised me a few words." Sean said with a smile. "As expected, it is you, Sean, you are so amazing, even Professor Dumbledore admires you." Cassius echoed exaggeratedly. Sean laughed and didn't say anything. Don't look at him now eating fries and drinking juice at ease, but he was panicked. "I was so careless." Sean was scared after a while. When he came out of the principal's office, Sean let out a long sigh of relief. He saw a magic prop, Dumbledore's pensieve, beside the bookshelf on the floor in the office. It is a magic item. After one person extracts his own memory and puts it in the basin, the memory can be reproduced, and other people can also use this basin to see their own memories. Extracting memories can only extract his own, others cannot extract. As a traverser, Sean has many secrets. Although Dumbledore could not extract his memory, he thought of another magic with a similar function. The soul takes the mind. This is a forbidden technique, which can be invaded into the mind of the caster without the consent of the caster. There is a professor in the academy who used this forbidden technique, Severus Snape. The two people called me to the principal's office on the first day of school. There is no good thing. It seems that they have to find a way to sneak into the forbidden book area as soon as possible and learn occlumency. The opposite of the magic is occlumency, which can help the operator clean up the emotions and thoughts in the brain, and can even suppress a certain memory or emotion, so that the person who explores it can't find it, and then performs the operation. The person can fabricate a lie and create a false memory to confuse the snooper. This kind of advanced occlumency, to put it simply, is that what I don't want you to see is invisible to you, and what you see is what I want you to see. And there is a professor at Hogwarts who is proficient in occlumency. Coincidentally, he is still Snape. Snape was undercover under Voldemort's eyes. If he wasn't proficient in occlumency, he would have died long ago. I hate it, why don't I have an invisible cloak? Sean sighed. The herbal medicine lesson in the afternoon was with Gryffindor, and the twins of the Way family reached out when they saw Sean. Clever ghost, I heard that Professor Binns was half to death in the magic history lesson in the morning. Fred said. What half dead? You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Professor Binns is already dead, all right. George corrected him with his mouth. What are you two doing? You want to bet again? Give me yesterday's money first. Xiaoan brought up the embarrassment of Wei's twins again. Last night, during the sorting ceremony, the Wei's twins still owed Sean 4 SIK. Did not give it to him. Clever ghost, why don't you join us? We will form a Hogwarts trio. Fred directly ignored Sean's words and suggested to him. Sean took the brother's hands off his shoulders. I don't have any spoof skills. No, you have. You see, you are angry with Professor Binns, you are responsible for evil, we are responsible for doing it. George said solemnly. Sean glanced at him helplessly. What kind of thoughts were all this? Messed up, he returned to the Slytherin queue, and Cassius whispered when he saw him coming. Don't get too close to the Weasleys. Weasleys are an alternative in the pure-blooded family. They are poor and like to be close to muggles. Cassius was right. Chris agreed. Sean shook his head, these pure-blooded Slytherins are still too extreme. The professor of herbal medicine is Pomona Sprout, the dean of Hufflepuff. This is a slightly chubby lady with flowing grey hair. Sean took this class very seriously. In addition to learning the medicinal properties of herbal medicine must also learn how to cultivate magical plants. After all, there are some special medicines, and the herbs that need to be used are not so easy to buy, which requires the herbalist himself to cultivate. Professor Sprout had several specialized medicine gardens in Hogwarts, and many of the plants in them were grown for Snape's potions class. Sean has already memorized the book Thousands of Magical Herbs and Mushrooms, and the rest is personal contact with these strange plants. Chapter 10, Red British Fern. Sean did not go back to the Slytherin lounge after class, but stayed in class. Professor Sprout was packing up the textbooks. Seeing that Sean hadn't left yet, he asked, "Sean, what else do you have?" "Professor, I think Professor Dumbledore should have told you about me," Sean said. "Yes, judging from your performance in the class, you are indeed an excellent student, but I am afraid it is still a bit difficult to test the difficult test papers at the end of the exam," Professor Sprout said of his own view. She felt that Sean was a little too anxious, eager to show her talents, and she might end up losing out. "Yes, Professor, so I want to ask you some questions. The book is not very clear," Sean said. Seeing that Sean is still a hard-working student, Sprout's impression of him has improved. "What is the problem?" "The 7 medicinal properties of Hong-Ying fern and the roots, stems and leaves of Hong-Ying fern all have different effects. I am not very different from them." Xiao Enzeniar raised his doubts. Professor Sprout praised after listening to Sean's question, "I have to say, Sean, you are indeed a very good student. The content of this chapter of Hong-Ying fern is very brief. You can actually notice that this plant is very rare and does not require many potions, so the book introduces it in one stroke. Then the professor can tell me about its characteristics, although it is not the focus of the textbook, but after all, it is in this book. Who can guarantee that Dumbledore and you will have this question to prevent me from being excellent?" Sean said. "Sean, you really don't look like an 11-year-old boy," Professor Sprout said with some admiration. Dumbledore did tell her that when writing the herbal medicine exam papers, he made it a little bit more difficult to make Sean suffer, but Sean was also very thoughtful. "Well, you follow me to greenhouse number 3, where I cultivated some red British ferns." Professor Sprout packed up his textbooks and took Sean to greenhouse number 3. The first grade herbal medicine class is in the number 1 greenhouse. In the second and third grades, the classroom will be changed to number 3 greenhouse. There is more space, more plants, and more dangerous. It is necessary to go to certain cultivation areas. Wear armor to avoid injury. "Professor, is that Mandela grass?" Sean asked, pointing to the flower pot. "Yes, don't mess with them. The call of Mandela grass can make people feel dizzy, and even death," Sprout exhorted. Sean nodded. "The rhizome of this grass looks like an ugly doll, and the screams are harsh, but the mature Mandela grass is very effective for treating petrification. These are red British ferns, they like dark and humid environments, so this cultivation room is treated specially." Professor Sprout pointed to a long row of red celery-like plants and said. Then she talked to Sean about the 7 medicinal properties of the red British fern. When Sprout talked about the roots of the red British fern, Sean's expression was obviously more interested than before. "Professor, you mean that the roots of the red British fern, dried and ground into powder, are one of the raw materials for a kind of magic restoring medicine, right?" Sean asked. "Yes, this is an advanced potion, it is complicated to make, and the required materials are difficult to get together. I think Professor Snape should have some inventory there." "Okay, the 7 medicinal properties of red British fern are like this, what else do you want to ask?" Sprout asked. "Not for the time being, if there are any more questions, I will come to you again," Xiaoen said. Sean returned to the Slytherin lounge. Cassius and Graham were sitting on the sofa in the common room eating dessert. Seeing Sean coming, the two greeted them quickly. "Sean, taste it, it tastes like black tea." "Really? I'll try it." Sean took a small cake and took a bite. "It really tastes like black tea. The British tea culture is really amazing. I'm going to the library later, do you want to be together?" Sean asked. Cassius and Graham shook their heads. Today's class finally ended. They can't read the books anymore. After Sean took a rest, he went to the library. The high-level magic restoration potion that Professor Sprout said just now was too much for him. When Sean practiced the floating spell at the Broken Cauldron bar, he felt tired after practicing it only a few times a day. He called it magic fatigue, just like the muscle fatigue after going to the gym to work out. Muscle fatigue can be relieved and recovered by massage or rest. Magic power also needs rest to recover. Like Sean, he has a lot of magic framework and a lot of theoretical knowledge, just waiting to take time to turn these theories into reality. But his energy is limited, and his magic power is also limited. He may have practiced 2 magic skills today, but the magic power is tired, but there are still many magic frameworks in his mind waiting for him to actually operate. I don't know if the library management will have materials for the magic recovery potion. Xiaoan actually has no hope. The library areas that ordinary students can enter are basically some regular books, and the things that are really difficult are in the forbidden book area. After Xiaoan entered the library, he searched the potions area for an hour. As expected, there were no books about mana restoration potions, so he sneaked step by step toward the restricted book area. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Filch and his cat, Mrs. Loris, are not in the library at this time. As long as Sean avoids the attention of other students, he should be able to sneak into the forbidden book area. Of course, this was his thoughts before he slumped. Sean bent his body and walked towards the forbidden area in small steps. When he was about to enter the forbidden area, an estimated invisible force blocked him. Fortunately, he moved forward in small steps. If he walked too fast, I'm afraid it's about to fall to the ground like hitting a wall. Of course, the restricted book area is not so easy to enter. He rubbed his forehead. Sean just remembered that Harry's invisibility cloak was one of the Deathly Hallows. According to legend, it was made by cutting off a part of the Death's cloak. Even death can escape it by wearing it. The invisibility cloak can hide magic power. Why did I forget this? Sean speculated that the protective magic barrier in the forbidden book area should prevent all people and things with magic power from entering. Filch is a dumb gun. Sean glanced at him with magic eyes during the school dinner. There is no white light on his body, so he has no magic power. Therefore, Filch can enter the restricted book area to clean and organize the bookshelves. It seems that I need a magic or potion to hide the magic. Sean thought. Sean had seen this kind of magic in a book, but it was just a brief introduction. He felt that there should also be such magic or potion in Hogwarts. Amazing things are done. It's just that you have to ask the seniors, and the only seniors he knows are Marcus Flint, the 3rd grade brat, and Theo Wald, the prefect. But Sean was absolutely sure that Marcus didn't know as much as him, so he could only ask the prefect Theo. Chapter 11, Live Spot Map. What are you doing? Then the sneaky Sean was discovered. Sean turned around and saw that it was Cedric, the handsome boy. He straightened his hair and said calmly, I'm swimming in the ocean of knowledge, what else can I do? Cedric looked at him unbelievingly, nonsense, I just saw you want to sneak into the restricted area. Oh my god, Cedric, how can you use the word sneak in? I just wandered in the ocean of knowledge so rapturously, I accidentally swam to the edge of the forbidden book zone. Cedric walked up to Sean and whispered, tell me what you are looking for, or I will tell Mr. Filch. Cedric is very curious about Sean. He is one of the boys who survived a catastrophe. He is very good at school, is different among freshmen, or is out of place. I told you that you want to keep it secret. Xiaoen said in a low voice, pretending to be mysterious. Cedric nodded seriously. I heard from Professor Sprout that there is an advanced potion that can help the magic power to recover quickly, so I thought of the restricted book area to see if there is any relevant information. Sean said. Why not just ask Professor Sprout? Cedric asked. That's a complicated high-level medicine. I'm just a freshman. How could Professor Sprout tell me? Sean sighed. I heard Professor Sprout just now. 1 month later, if you want to be excellent in the 6 courses, you don't need to take those 6 courses. Cedric asked. Yes. How did you do it? Do you mean taking the exam? I just previewed the textbook a few years earlier than you guys. Xiaoen said relaxedly. Cedric's owner Hufflepuff's spirit, diligence is one of them, and he is not the same as Hermione. He comes from a family of wizards. He also taught himself Hogwarts first-year textbooks before enrolling, but he didn't. Sean's learning results. Remember, this is our secret. Sean patted Cedric, then turned and left the library. This isn't actually a secret. Sean pretends to be mysterious just to amuse the upright boy. On the way back to the Slytherin lounge, Sean ran into the Way family twins. If they were a few years older, they would still be able to help. Suddenly, Sean had an idea, perhaps they can do it now. He stopped the Way family twins face to face. Fred, George, where are you going? Where else? Professor McGonagall asked us to copy the textbook. Fred said. It's a miserable detention. George continued. This is the standard Way family twins' daily life. They are detained in class and punished for copying. It is estimated that it was a prank during class and was caught by the professor. Sean looked at the two of them and said seductively, what's the point of detention and punishment? I'll take you to do something interesting. What's the matter? The Way family twins became interested all at once. How about our adventure in Mr. Filch's office? Is it exciting? Sean seduced. Seeing the excited expressions of the Way family twins, Xiaoen knew that they were going to make an appointment. Filch's office is on the corner of the first floor. Now I don't know where Filch is, and Sean doesn't dare to sneak in alone. It would be troublesome if caught, so he needs to bring 2 helpers. Fred, George, don't be caught by Filch. Sean counted. Don't worry. The Way family twins are full of confidence. The 3 slid to Filch's office, the door was locked, and Sean cast a simple magic on the lock. Alaho cave opens. Come in. Sean took the lead and walked into the office. An oil lamp hung from the ceiling of Filch's office, a cabin filled with the smell of grilled fish. Hanging on the wall are iron chains and handcuffs polished by him, so that once he gets permission, he can use these to punish students who violate disciplines. This is his favorite thing to do. There is a filing cabinet for students' violation records. Fred and George will have a drawer specifically for them in the future. There is also a cabinet here, which says confiscated supplies, high danger, and what Sean needs is in this cabinet. Filch is too perverted, George said, looking at the shiny handcuffs. He must not be caught. Fred said. Xiaoen searched for himself in the drawers of the cabinet, and suddenly his hands stopped. Found it, live on the map. At this time, the wooden door of the office was opened, and the 3 of them were startled, and a Maine Coon cat walked in quietly. It's Mrs. Loris. George said in a panic. Mrs. Loris is basically inseparable from Filch, it is here, and Filch will be back soon. Let's go, Filch will be back soon. Sean put away the spot map and put it in his robe. At this moment, Mrs. Loris rushed towards Sean, biting on his robe. This is a dog, Sean muttered, you go first, I have to get rid of Mrs. Loris. The Way family nodded, and immediately ran out of the office, while Sean was being entangled by Mrs. Loris, and he couldn't hurt a cat. Damn it, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, don't bite my robe, go catch the mouse. Sean waved his wand at a wooden teacup on the table, boiling Wadu, becoming a mouse. The cup quickly turned into a grey mouse, and moved, it jumped off the table and ran to the door. Stupid cat, look at what it is. Sean pulled on the robe so that Mrs. Loris's eyes were aimed at the door. Mrs. Loris saw the mouse really loosen Sean's robe and chased the mouse. Sean also took the opportunity to run out of the office. The Wei family twins were chatting with Filch in the hallway. They were trying to hold Filch to Sean. The two waited nervously for Sean, and they were relieved to see Sean coming out. "Where is Mrs. Loris?" Fred asked. "I went to catch the mouse." Sean got the live point map so that it would be much more convenient when working at night. The live point map will show the movements of everyone in Hogwarts. Holding it is equivalent to having a reminder. Sean returned to the Slytherin bedroom, sat on the bed and waved his wand at the survival map. "I solemnly swear that I didn't do a good job. This is the code word to open the map of the point of life. You must know that the 4 people who invented the live map were not the masters of peace in school. Lupin, Peter, Black, and Porter, the 4-person prank group at the time, were more than the Wei family twins. And at this time, black lines slowly appeared on the blank map, forming a map of Hogwarts, which included secret passages. The map showed the location of everyone in Hogwarts and instructed to open the secret channel method. I'm relying on you tonight." Sean planned to use the map to go to the upper grade potions classroom. Chapter 12, Snape's Textbook. Hogwarts night tours are forbidden for students. Sean usually does not meet other students except Filch and other professors when he slips out of the lounge at this time. But now Sean has a live map in his hand. Even if Filch comes out to patrol the night, Sean can avoid him by tracing the characters on the map. Sean sneaked out of the Slytherin lounge. From the map, there was no one in the corridor. The professors stayed in their rooms, while Filch was patrolling on the first floor. Sean quickly walked to the upper grade potions classroom on the 8th floor. He waved his wand and cast an unlocking spell on the keyhole. Alaho cave opens. The wooden door opened, and Xiao-En cautiously pushed in, and then closed the wooden door. There are not many consoles in this classroom, only a dozen, because there are relatively few students who come to this advanced potions making class. Snape stipulates that only those who have achieved excellent grades in the OWLS exams in the 5th grade potions can continue their studies. Higher level potions class. Xiao-En cast a fluorescent flashing on the 3 cabinets at the back of the classroom. He started searching from the cabinet on the left. It should be a very old potions textbook, but Xiao-En searched for a while and couldn't find it. He went on to turn over the 2nd cabinet, starting from the upper drawer, until he opened the penultimate drawer. He seemed to have found what he wanted. Advanced potions making. Sean said to one of the old textbooks, and there was a slightly newer advanced potions making on the other side. He took out the shabby textbook, opened the first page, and under the shining of the fluorescent light, he saw a signature. "The Half-Blood Prince, it's you." Sean successfully got the potions textbook that Snape had used, which made him dispel his previous thoughts. Sean once thought that Harry would get Snape's textbook because someone deliberately did it. Now it seems that this is not the case. It was accidental that Harry would get the textbook. During Snape's tenure, he stipulated that he had an excellent grade in the O.W.L.S. exam for the 5th grade potions class before he could take the N.E.W.T level potions class. And no one knows what kind of results Harry will achieve in the exam. In the end, Harry just got a good score. In the 6th grade, he was not eligible to go to Advanced Potions Maker, so Harry was in the summer vacation. I didn't even prepare for the book Advanced Potions Making. If Harry gets good in the exam, he will definitely prepare the textbook by himself. In addition, Professor McGonagall temporarily notified Harry that because of the change of professors in the potions class, Professor Horace Slughorn did not have such strict requirements. He only needs to be good to go to his class. So Harry and Ron went to the advanced potions class so suddenly. Neither of them had prepared a textbook, so Professor Slughorn asked them to go to the cabinet to find a spare one for themselves. There were just 2 books in the cupboard, one was old and one was new. No one wanted to take the textbooks, so they grabbed them. Harry did not Ron, so he could only take the remaining shabby textbook and go to class. Snape deserves to be a genius in potions. Sean looked at the textbook full of notes and comments and exclaimed. When he turned to the back and saw Snape's own magic spell, the magic shadowless curse, Sean admired him sincerely. No, he is just as genius in the spell. When he was in 6th grade, he was able to modify the textbook, optimize the potion formula and production process, and even created his own magic spell. Snape was indeed an amazing character. This textbook is a treasure for Hogwarts students, but it is only one of the textbooks in Snape's student life. Maybe he didn't care too much, so he left it in this potions classroom. Sean thought. If it is anything precious, how could a delicate-minded person like Snape throw it around? Sean took the textbook back and planned to copy it by hand, and then put it back. After all, Harry will need it in the future. At this time, Xiaoen looked at the map of Huadian, and there were 4 footprints approaching the classroom, and the corridor was still empty just a minute ago. Sean looked at the name of one of them, and he felt a little familiar, Nifedora Tonks. It seems like someone from the Order of the Phoenix. Xiaoen extinguished the fluorescent flicker, and hid in the corner of the bookcase. Under the dim moonlight, he saw the 2 people on the map walking away before standing up and preparing to leave. Occasionally, Sean glanced at the moonlight outside the window. He seemed to have some inspiration. Nifedora, it turns out to be her, the wife of the werewolf Lupin. For this couple, Sean was sympathetic. The 2 overcame all sorts of being together, but in the end one after another died in the Battle of Hogwarts. She was with Lupin and thought she would be older, but she was still a student at Hogwarts. Sean's thinking is also a bit new. Lupin is in the same class as Harry's father, and Nifedora Tonks should now be a 6th or 7th grade student. This is a big difference in age. Couple. When Sean left the potions classroom and was about to return to the Slytherin lounge in the hallway, he realized that something was wrong with Nifedora. Obviously, there was no one on the map just now. How did she appear? Xiaoen couldn't understand. Could it be that she hides magic power? No, even Filch without magic power will be displayed on the map. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Sean stood in the hallway looking at the map of the map, lost in thought. He turned his head and looked at the blanket hanging on the wall. The pattern on it was a giant beating a man with a mace. House of all requests, how could I forget this? Sean looked at the opposite side of the tapestry, which was a bare wall. There is no door now, but when the user concentrates on thinking about the required site and walks through that section of the wall 3 times, a very smooth door appears on the wall. Behind the door is the responsive house, the magical house connected. No map can detect its existence. Excellent, I can come here to practice magic in the future. This magical room can change the environment according to the needs of users. For example, if you want to go to the toilet, it will turn into a toilet by itself. Watching Filch's footsteps approaching here on the live point map, Sean thought for a moment that he had already got Snape's textbook tonight, and he could come back later if he asked for it. After returning to the Slytherin lounge, Sean saw a senior in his pajamas sitting on the sofa. He saw Sean come up and asked, "Where have you been?" "Can't sleep, go for a walk." The school stipulates that students are not allowed to go out of the lounge at night. "Do you want to deduct points for Slytherin?" the senior asked. "I will add back the points that are deducted," Xiaoen said calmly. The senior looked at Sean with bad eyes and said, "Sean Grills, don't think that you can be arrogant if you are a little clever. Slytherin doesn't welcome betrayers like you. Sean understands it, and is a pure-blooded wizard who is unhappy with his family background. Sean is sure that this guy's house is not a ministry official or a Death Eater. Chapter 13, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Some students in the school are influenced by their parents, and they look at Sean with colored eyes, but they didn't speak directly to Sean's face like the senior Keith Brent in front of them. "Are you going to Filch to report me? That will deduct points," Sean said. Keith naturally won't let Slytherin deduct points. He said in a warning tone, "Don't let me catch a second time." "What are you doing?" Chris suddenly appeared in the common room. Keith glanced at her and left the lounge. Sean also planned to go back to rest, but was called by Chris. "Sean, there are people in Hogwarts who are not very friendly to you. The Keith Brent just now is this kind of person. His father and grandfather are working in the Ministry of Magic, so he has some prejudice against you," Liz said. "Sure enough, I work in the Ministry of Magic, I know, I don't care what they say, don't worry about my psychological problems," Sean said. "I heard that you applied to Professor Dumbledore. If you pass the final test of 6 courses, you cannot go to these 6 courses." Chris looked at Sean curiously. "Yes. Then, I wish you success." "Thank you, I'm going back to rest." Sean returned to the bedroom and took out a new notebook, then put Snape's textbook in front, and he waved his wand at the quill. Quick record. This is a magic that Sean learned in a magic book in the scrap shop. The quill will copy the content of Snape's textbook and copy it into Sean's blank notebook. This magic is somewhat different from the shorthand pen, it can only copy, and the shorthand pen can automatically write text according to the user's thoughts. Xiaoan only needs to turn the pages of the book when one page is about to be copied, and let the quill continue to copy the next page. It took almost half an hour, and finally finished copying the textbook with the quill. Xiaoan put away the notebook and textbook, and after washing up, he lay down on the soft and comfortable bed. After a while, Sean fell into a deep sleep. Today, at the end of the day, he was not idle for a moment, and he was a little tired mentally. The next day, the first class in the morning was the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. This class cursed by Voldemort was taught as the professor of this class and changed every year. After graduating from Hogwarts, Voldemort had approached Dumbledore. He wanted to teach Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts, but Dumbledore rejected Voldemort, so Voldemort cursed that no one can teach Defense Against the Dark Arts. Worked in this position for a year. Sean's current professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts is a sloppy middle-aged named Borisav Jovic. He is said to be a former Death Eater. After the fall of Voldemort, he joined the Ministry of Magic and gave a list of many Death Eaters. Can Death Eaters come to Hogwarts as a professor? How could Dumbledore allow it? A little black boy, Lee Jordan, wondered. "My father said, this was sent by the Ministry of Magic," Friel said. Sean thought to himself, what is this? There is a former Death Eater named Karkaroff who, like this one, confessed to his party and exchanged freedom with the Ministry of Magic. Karkaroff not only gained freedom, but also became the principal of Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but after Voldemort came back, he was killed by other Death Eaters. "I am Borisav Jovic, the professor of your Defense Against the Dark Arts class." Jovic's teeth are a bit black, and he looks ugly when he laughs, as if someone was beating him with a whip. The importance of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I think students should all know that if you want to fight against the dark arts and dark creatures, Defense Against the Dark Arts is indispensable. Professor Jovic walked down from the podium, he walked to the third row of Sean's seat, looked down at him and said, "Not everyone can survive the unforgivable curse like a boy who survives a catastrophe. There are 2 boys who survived the catastrophe, one is Harry and the other is Sean. Harry survived Voldemort's wand. Obviously he is more famous, but Professor Jovic is talking about Sean at this time. In this lesson, let's learn a simple magic, all petrified. This magic can rigidify the enemy's body and limit its ability to move. However, the effect of this rigidity varies from person to person. The stronger the magical power of the caster, the more stable the magic framework constructed, and the longer the rigidity will last. Next, let me demonstrate for you. Will any volunteers come up and cooperate with you? Professor Jovic asked. The Wei family twins whispered below, cooperating with a Death Eater, what a joke. It's a long life. Even the brave Gryffindor students did not raise their hands, while the Slytherin students lowered their heads and pretended to look at the textbooks. Seeing that no one responded to him, Jovic looked at Sean and said, then, Sean, come and demonstrate with me. Shit, I knew it was me. Sean cursed secretly. He felt that Professor Jovic would target him as soon as he was in class, and his hunch was quite accurate. Xiaoan reluctantly stepped onto the podium. The lower classmates looked good all the way. The Wei family twins were even more tragic. George wrote on a piece of paper. If you come back alive, we will pay you back the money. Professor Jovic and Sean stood at the opposite ends of the podium, about 3 meters apart. Sean drew his wand from his robe and looked at Professor Jovic. Wait, I will use all petrochemicals to attack you. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Don't be nervous, this magic does not hurt, only restricts your physical activity. Professor Jovic said. Sean nodded, Professor, I try to relax as much as possible. Then start. All petrochemicals. All petrochemicals. Something that surprised everyone happened, and Sean unexpectedly used this magic, and it seemed that he was faster. Sean opened the eyes of magic when he stepped onto the podium. At this time, Professor Jovic casts a spell, and his magic frame construction speed is relatively slow, because he is very relaxed and has no defense against Sean. This is just a small demonstration for the students, so Professor Jovic slowed down the casting movements and spells, but what he didn't expect was that Sean, the student who took the defense against the dark arts class for the first time, would also petrify. The magic of all petrification is recorded in the first grade defense against the dark arts textbook. Naturally, Sean has remembered its magic frame a long time ago. It is composed of 3 magic frames, which is more difficult than the floating spell. When Sean bought the wand back from Ollivander, he used the wand to practice first grade magic for that month. Although his best magic is the floating spell, these other first grade magics can be used for him now. It succeeded once. Professor Jovic had shocked eyes, his eyes were as big as eggs, and he stood motionless. He had been petrified by Sean. Classmates, this is all petrochemicals, have you seen it clearly? Xiaoan looked at the students below like an old professor. The students were dumb, and suddenly the Wei family twins stood up and cheered loudly, Sean, Sean, Sean. Sean petrified all the professors in the defense against the dark arts class, so they didn't have to take this class, and the students were in a mess. Chapter 14, Transformation Class. Sean looked at Professor Jovic, who was frozen in place. He estimated that the effect of all petrochemicals would soon be ineffective. As Professor Jovic said, the effect of rigidity varies from person to person. The stronger the magical power of the caster, the more stable the magic frame constructed and the longer the rigidity. Sean's magic power is only the level of a minor child, on the contrary, the stronger the magic power of the caster, the weaker the rigid effect. Sean uses this magic on the Wei family twins, and it lasts about an hour, while it may only last for more than 10 minutes for Jovic. All petrified. Sean didn't want to wait to face the anger of a former Death Eater, he cast a spell on Jovic to dispel petrification. The students calmed down suddenly, as if they weren't the one who was cheering and making trouble just now. Sean Gellis, how dare you cast spells on the professor? Jovic gritted his teeth and roared at Sean angrily. Sean's eardrums were a little uncomfortable with Professor Jovic's roar. He took out his ears and looked at Jovic innocently. Professor, what you said let me take the stage to demonstrate all petrochemicals. I asked you to cooperate with me. You idiot! Professor Jovic heard Sean's words and roared even louder. I cooperated with you. Xiao En said, pretending to be wronged. Professor Jovic was choked by anger for a while. He asked Sean to come up with him to demonstrate all petrochemicals, but he didn't expect Sean, a freshman, to be able to use this magic. According to common sense, isn't it because the professor asks the students to come up, the professor casts the spell, and the students cooperate? Thinking of this, Jovic has a feeling of being played by Sean. Sean grills, after school in the afternoon, come to the classroom and copy the contents of today's unit 100 times. Professor Jovic said. The other students wanted to speak for Sean, but no one dared to stand up. Professor Jovic was obviously abusing his power. Professor, you have no right to do this, and I have not violated classroom discipline. Sean retorted. Arrogant, self-righteous, attacking the professor without permission, isn't that enough? Professor Jovic shouted. Jovic didn't give Sean a chance to argue, and then pointed his wand at Sean, and Sean quickly raised the wand in a reflexive manner. Sean grills, you go out, and the others continue to attend class. Jovic did not use any magic, but punished Sean to stand outside the classroom. Sean was also happy, sitting in the classroom and getting a headache from Jovic's loud voice. He might as well go outside the classroom and study Snape's textbooks by himself. Standing outside the classroom, Sean recalled the magic spell from Snape's textbook last night. This magic is composed of 12 magic frames. Sean tried to construct the following magic frames yesterday. As expected, he did not succeed. Sean was immersed in his own world at this time and did not notice Professor McGonagall and Snape standing on the side of the corridor looking at him. Don't you think that Sean and James looked a bit like when they were young? Professor McGonagall said. They are all students that the professor hates. Snape said coldly. He was in the same class as James Potter when he was in school. James was very good but also very restless. Something happened every other time, and he was also a spiritual leader in the student body, just like Sean now. Just 2 days after school started, Sean's name had already spread among the first-year freshmen, and even the second and third-year students began to pay attention to him. If it weren't for Sean's grades, he would have become a problem child at Hogwarts. Now most of the professors' evaluations of him are that this child is very talented but somewhat conceited, eager for quick success, and needs good guidance. When get out of class was about to end, Keith Brent passed by the door of Sean's classroom. He saw Sean had been driven out of the classroom by the professor, and said to him contemptuously. Slytherin's shame. Go while it's okay, don't disturb me and stop. Sean didn't feel ashamed or angry because of Keith's slander. Keith snorted and turned and left. Sean didn't even see that he continued to play the magic frame of the Shadowless Curse, but the result was not very good. He thought that if he could watch Snape use it once with his own eyes, it would be fine. After the defense against the dark arts class is over, the second class is Professor McGonagall's transformation class. From yesterday, Sean turned the teacup into a mouse, and he knew that the transformation spell has been roughly mastered. Professor McGonagall lectured on the podium, and Sean was doing his own thing below. He took a quill pen to record the process of deducing the Shenfeng Wuiying mantra, trying to find out which step went wrong. Do you want to build this triangular frame first? Sean whispered to himself. The Transfiguration Curse is a very mysterious and profound subject. I hope that in my class, the students will listen carefully. Professor McGonagall was clearly speaking to Sean. Sean. Cassius pushed Sean with his elbow, reminding him that Professor McGonagall was already staring at him. My classmates are optimistic, I will demonstrate the transformation spell first. Professor McGonagall walked to the podium and gently waved his wand at a crystal goblet on the wooden stand. Boiling, Wei Du. Sean looked at Professor McGonagall's wand with the eyes of magic. A magic frame consisting of 2 frames was quickly constructed. The construction speed was much faster than Sean. Sean secretly said that was still old and spicy. Under the action of magic, the crystal goblet changed from a cup to a bird at a speed visible to the naked eye. The students under looked at the bird waving its wings in surprise, and the bird flapped its wings and flew onto Professor McGonagall's shoulder. When you cast a spell, you can bite your words clearly. Yu reads www.yuyugonshu.com and thinks about the animal you want to change. The idea must be strong. Next, you try to turn your cup on the table into an animal. Professor McGonagall said that it is basically the same as the 3 elements of magic summed up by Sean himself. The spells are clearly spelled, the will and thoughts controlled by mental power, and the framework of magic. Boiling Wadu. On the other side of the 2 rows of Hufflepuff College, some students are already eager to try. I saw the crystal cup on the desk turned into a green frog. The frog's legs crossed the aisle from Cedric's desk and jumped onto Cassius' desk. Good job, Cedric. Professor McGonagall praised. Hufflepuff students also praised Cedric happily. It seemed that they had been pressured by Sean's name for too long. The Hufflepuff students had nothing to do with the lessons in the past few days. In this class, Cedric of Hufflepuff was the first to complete the magic, which made the students of Hufflepuff very proud. Cedric himself is in a good mood, he smiles and looks at Sean, but Sean is not caring about drawing in his notebook. Sean, look at the people in Hufflepuff, how proud you are, you can see it all. Cassius said. Sean, you can change one too, you can definitely do it. Graham poked his head out of the back row. Since I can take the final exam, I don't think it will be difficult for you. Chris also turned from the front row and said. Sean thought to himself, why these children like to compare so much. Professor McGonagall didn't say that whoever succeeds first will reward the college score. Okay. Sean drew out his wand and said to the crystal cup, Boiling Wadu. The crystal cup twisted under everyone's eyes, and finally turned into a dark green snake. Chapter 15, Attacker. Cassius was taken aback, Graham quickly retracted his head, and Sean calmly watched the little snake swim from this side of the table to Cassius's table. The little snake opened her mouth and swallowed the green frog. Professor McGonagall walked quickly from the back and cast a spell on the little snake and turned it back into a crystal cup. The frog also turned back into a cup and Sean. Cups stand together. Sean, you can change into some cute animals next time. Professor McGonagall said. Professor McGonagall, this is just a transfiguration curse, you know, it's not dangerous. Sean spread his hands. Professor McGonagall's expression sank suddenly, he looked at Sean and said loudly to the students in the classroom. Transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous spell in your Hogwarts course. Anyone who wants to be naughty in my class, I will ask him out and never allow him to come back again. I warned you. Obviously, she is very dissatisfied with Sean's attitude. Sean is gifted and handy with magic, but other students still have to learn step by step. Sean's attitude is likely to affect other students. When Sean saw that Professor McGonagall was a little angry, he also realized his mistake. He was a little too casual. If other students were influenced by him, he would feel that the Transfiguration curse was not dangerous. Then something happened during the casting process. There are also certain responsibilities. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, I apologize for my unreasonable attitude. Sean said sincerely. Professor McGonagall saw that Sean realized her mistake, and her tone eased. She looked at Sean and said, Sean, this is just a basic transformation spell. Maybe you think it is simple, but if you learn this advanced subject with such an attitude, you will be injured. The advanced animagus transformation is extremely complicated and dangerous. I know, Professor McGonagall. Sean nodded. Animagus, who can transform himself into a certain kind of animal, is accompanied by pain and life-threatening in the process of practice. At present, there are only a handful of wizards who have become animagus. Cedric stopped Sean after the transformation class. Professor Sprout's greenhouse is going to plant a new herb in the afternoon. Would you like to see it? I really want to go, but unfortunately I was detained by Professor Jovic. Sean said helplessly. I heard from Professor Sprout that it is a kind of herbal medicine used to make magic restoration potions. Cedric said. Yesterday, Sean half-joked about the magic restoration potion with Cedric. He didn't think there would be any follow-up. He originally planned to go to Snape to get some. In this way, Professor Sprout must have a formula for magic restoration potions, and you may be able to get the ingredients from her to make it yourself. Sean secretly said. In the afternoon, it was an astronomy class. Professor Sinistar was a black woman. The place of the class was the astronomy tower, the tallest building in Hogwarts. In this class, Sean was very serious. He looked at the textbook without saying a word. Cassius saw that Sean was so serious and looked up at him, only to find out what Sean was doing. Sean's quill is automatically copying the textbook Dark Arts, Self-Defense Guide in the notebook. What kind of spell is this? Cassius asked curiously. Quick Record, a very useful magic for students who often have to stay in class. Sean said. There is such a convenient magic, which is much more cost-effective than a shorthand pen. Cassius seemed to have discovered the new world. Want to learn? I will teach you next time. Sean said. After class, the students all returned to the lounge. After Sean had finished his meal, he went to the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts on the third floor. Professor Jovic was sitting at the podium waiting for Sean. Sean grills, don't think that you can be lawless at Hogwarts if you are a little famous. As long as I'm a professor at Hogwarts, I won't let you be arrogant. Professor Jovic still said about the morning. Brooding. Don't worry, you will be here soon. Sean muttered. What did you say? It's nothing, I mean I will learn from you. Xiaoen said. Sean sat in the first row, took out his notebook and started copying. He had already copied it 70 times with the quick record, and he needed to copy 30 times by hand. Jovic didn't look at the copying of Sean at first, but later he became bored too, and dozed off while sitting at the podium. Until an hour later, Jovic woke up from his snore. He squinted and saw that Sean was still copying, so he asked. How much is left? There are 3 times left. Sean replied. So fast. Jovic was a little surprised. Sean applied a quick record to the quill while Jovic was asleep, and just saw that he was about to wake up before dispelling the magic, took the pen and pretended to copy it. Copy it and send it to my office. Jovic got up and left the professor. He felt a little hungry when he was full and wanted to find something to eat. Xiaoen replied, Okay, professor. As soon as Jovic left, Sean then copied the textbook with a quick log. After a while, he finished copying it 100 times. Sean checked the time, and it was almost 9 o'clock. He came after dinner at 7 o'clock, and he stayed here for nearly 2 hours. There will be a curfew in another hour. Sean was holding 2 thick notebooks, and he couldn't complete it if he copied them by hand 100 times. Jovic deliberately embarrassed Sean, but he didn't expect that Sean would still have this hand. He walked to the door of Jovic's office and knocked on the door. No one responded. When Sean saw that the door was unlocked, he pushed in. Professor? Not here. Jovic is not in the office. You read www.yuyuganshu.com. Sean put the copied notebook on the desk and left the office. It's a waste of time. Sean stretched. There are so many interesting things waiting for him to do in such a magical place as Hogwarts, but time is wasted on copying textbooks. Sean walked through the corner of the second floor and was about to return to the Slytherin lounge in the cellar. At this time, a shadow extended from the corner of the corridor. There was a sharp shape in the shadow, and Sean knew that of course it would not be a sword. A wand is more powerful than a sword in Hogwarts. Fainted. All petrochemicals. Sean immediately cast the spell. The two cast spells almost at the same time, and the two magics collided with each other to emit a white light, and the man turned around and ran away when he saw that the blow was not successful. If Xiaoan was so early for half a second, the opponent would be petrified by him. Now that the person ran away, I don't know who wanted to harm him. There was an incident of assault on students in Hogwarts. This is not to be careless. Sean still decided to report this to Dean Snape. Professor Snape. Sean knocked on Snape's door. The small compartment on the door opened, revealing a pair of deep gloomy eyes, and Snape looked at him and asked. Grills, something. Professor, I was attacked by a dark figure on the way back to the lounge in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Sean said. Attacked by a dark shadow? Do you see what that dark shadow looks like? Snape opened the door. Sean shook his head. He also wears a hood on his head, so he can't see what he looks like. The description of wearing a hood on his head was too vague, and Snape asked Sean to come into the room and tell the story in detail. Chapter 16, Ouroboros Wizarding Club. Snape listened to Sean's description and was silent for a while. Many people knew about Sean's detention, but only Professor Jovic knew when he left the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Sean also said that he used the quick record to copy the textbooks, so other students should not be able to guess when his copy was completed. Snape opened one eye to his sub-scheme. He had seen a lot of lazy and clever students, and it was not the time to pay attention to this. Professor Jovic said where he went. Snape asked. Sean shook his head. He just told me to finish copying and send it to his office. Snape stood up and said blankly, "Come with me." Sean followed Snape out. He thought that Snape would not suspect Jovic. The conflict between Sean and Jovic in the morning and attack him in the evening was too obvious. As long as he was not a fool, he would do it. The two walked to Jovic's office on the third floor. The door was unlocked. Jovic was still out of the office. Just as Snape was about to go to Jovic's lounge to look for him, Jovic appeared at the office door. He was holding 4 or 5 small butter and honey cakes in his hand, and his mouth was not idle. Seeing Snape and Sean in his office, he quickly swallowed the cake in his mouth. "Professor Snape, is there anything wrong with being in my office so late?" Jovic asked cautiously. "Professor Jovic, I want to know where you went." Snape stared at him sharply. Jovic walked to the desk and put down the little cake in his hand. He showed an ugly smile in embarrassment. "I was a little hungry, I went to the kitchen to get some cakes." "Did you see any suspicious people on the way back?" "Suspicious person?" Jovic didn't understand what Snape was talking about. "After Sean came out of your office, he was attacked by a dark figure," Snape said while looking at Sean. Jovic looked surprised. "How can this happen? This is Hogwarts, how can an attack happen?" Sean listened to the side, silently muttering, "What's the matter with Hogwarts? Hogwarts is dead." "Do not spread this out in advance, so as not to cause the students to panic." "Should you tell Dumbledore?" Jovic asked Snape in a questioning tone. Sean felt a little strange. Both of them were professors. Why Jovic seemed a little respectful towards Snape? After thinking about it, I realized that Jovic is probably a little afraid of Snape. Both of them were Death Eaters. Snape had a very high status among Death Eaters. The dead give orders. Not used for the time being. The attacker used it to feint and was blocked by Sean's petrification. The caster should be a student. "I will handle this matter," Snape analyzed. Actually, Snape said the same thing as Sean thought, that the opponent's spell can be blocked by him, indicating that the opponent's magic power will not be too strong. If the caster is Jovic, even if Sean and him cast the spell at the same time, he can't offset the fainting ground. Just like Dumbledore can make the giant fall with just one pass, if a student casts a spell, it may take 7 or 8 times. Magic varies from person to person. Sean and Snape left Jovic's office. When Sean returned to the Slytherin common room, Cassius, Chrissy, and Graham were sitting on the sofa chatting. "Sean, you can count back," Cassius said. "It's so late, you guys don't go to bed." Sean looked at the wall clock on the wall. It was almost 10 o'clock. "We brought some food from the auditorium to keep for you to eat," Cassius said, looking at the cakes and fruits on the table. Sean was a little touched. He didn't expect that these kids would care about people. Slytherin was quite good to his own people, but he had a bad temper towards other colleges. "Sean, I think you should stop irritating Professor Jovic in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class in the future. You must know that he is a former Death Eater and his temper is not very good," Chrissy reminded. "Don't worry, I don't want to trouble myself either. By the way, you always come and go alone. There are some small groups in the school that you may not know. Today the senior of the Ouroboros Wizard Society invited you to join. If you are not there, I will answer for you. They will come and listen in 3 days. Your answer," Chris said. "Ouroboros Wizard Society?" This name is really not heard in Sean's memory. It's not surprising. After all, he only saw a part of Hogwarts in the movie. Now he is in this magical world. After the things he doesn't understand will appear one after another. Sean sat down and looked at Chris and asked, "What kind of group is this?" Ouroboros Wizarding Club is a small group in Slytherin. It is said to have existed 50 years ago. It only invites pure-blooded and talented wizards. The UU Reading www.uugonshu.com group only invites one of the new students every year. 2 people. Chrissy explained. "I am pure-blooded and talented, isn't it me?" Xiaoan secretly said. Since it was a group that existed 50 years ago, it seems that Snape should not have been invited to join this group back then. Although he was very talented, he was a half-blood wizard. Slytherin advocates the theory of pure blood, but it does not mean that Slytherin does not have a half-blood wizard. The frightening Dark Lord Voldemort is a half-blood. His father is a Muggle, and Snape's father is also a Muggle. Slytherin every session will be a half-blood wizard to join. Therefore, the pure-blood wizards established the organization Ouroboros. It only welcomes pure-blood wizards to join. They believe that only pure-blood wizards can represent the great Salazar Slytherin. Although Sean is not from a big pure-blooded family like Chris, his parents are wizards, so he is really a pure-blooded wizard. Is the only Slytherin freshman I received the invitation. Sean looked at Chris. "And me," Chris said. "Because your surname is Crouch," Sean said. The Crouch family is a pure-blooded family that has been passed down for centuries in the wizarding world. In addition, Chris's grandfather is in a high position in the Ministry of Magic, and her background is quite hard among the students of Hogwarts. You can't ignore others just because of your excellence," Chris said with some dissatisfaction. Sean's words are obviously saying that she will be invited because of her family background. In fact, Chris's magic talent is also in the forefront of freshmen. But Sean is so good that he can't see the people behind him. He and them are no longer on the same level. Chapter 17, Flight Lesson. Xiaoan finally decided to agree to the invitation of the Ouroboros Wizarding Club. Since there are excellent pure-blood wizards of all grades in it, then some senior magicians may be able to ask them for advice. On the 3rd day after enrollment, I finally got to Snape's potions class. Slytherin and Gryffindor took this class together. There were more than 20 cauldrons in the classroom, and Sean's cauldron was also just as the way family brothers compare with his own, they are the same shabby. Snape slammed the door in, and walked quickly to the podium, talking as he walked. This course does not require you to wield a magic wand stupidly, nor does it require you to chant a spell, so I don't think many of you will appreciate the esoteric discipline and precise craftsmanship of making potions. Snape looked at Sean and continued, however, for those very few, really interested people, I can teach you how to confuse your mind, how to confuse your senses, and I will teach you to win fame and brew glory. In this classroom, some people already have excellent abilities and a resounding name. Sean Grills wonders if you are not interested in the potions class. Professor Snape, I am very interested in potion making. Sean replied. So good, I ask you, what will happen if you add daffodil root powder to the wormwood infusion? Snape asked. Sean is a little dazed. Does this also ask him? I remember that Snape asked Harry these questions because Harry didn't listen to the class seriously, but was immersed in taking notes, which made Snape uncomfortable. But Sean was sitting upright now, looking at Snape seriously, but he didn't expect to be asked questions by him, but fortunately he knew the answer. It can be made into a decoction of living hell. If I want a dung stone, where should I find it? Snape asked again. In the stomach of goats, it has a strong detoxification effect. Snape paused and continued to ask, what's the difference between aconitum and aconitum? There is no difference, they are the same plant, collectively called aconitum. Snape nodded, turned to the podium, and said with his back to the students. If you can learn from Sean, you won't be so stupid that you can't even take notes. The students underneath swiftly opened their notebooks and wrote down the 3 questions and answers Snape asked just now. In fact, Sean can answer these 3 questions even if he forgets the answers in the movie. This is not difficult. The first grade textbook, Magic Potion and Potion by Arsene Geiger, has these contents. After all, this is a question that Hermione can also answer. The reason why Sean didn't add the potions class to the 6 tests a month later was not because he didn't. He remembered everything in the book, but he didn't actually use it. Making potions is not just memorizing. The recipe will do. What I taught you today is scabies treatment potion. Turn to the 3rd page of the textbook. Xiaoan opened the textbook, but did not read the content above. He still remembered the formula of this potion. Throw the dried nettles and grated snake teeth into a big kettle and stew together. After turning off the heat, add the porcupine thorns and the steamed slugs with antennae. Note that if the porcupine thorns are added when the cauldron is still on the fire, the concoction will dissolve the cauldron, emit a sour green smoke, and make a sharp hiss. The splashed concoction is corrosive and will be touched. There will be dense redness, swelling and boils. I don't want to send any of you to the school infirmary. Snape said. Sean stood carefully in front of the crucible. He didn't want to get a rash in the school infirmary for 2 days. What Xiaoan did not expect was that he was also very talented in making potions, and he followed the production process step by step in an orderly manner, and none of the procedures went wrong. Very good, Slytherin adds 5 points. Snape was very satisfied with Sean's performance. The way family twins whispered to the side, Slytherin has clever ghosts. This is too unfair. This year's Academy Cup seems to belong to Slytherin. Sean listened and said in his heart, you will have a clever ghost in your college in 2 years. Sean has taken 7 of the 8 courses in the first-year course so far. Except for the honest copy of Black Magic, Guide to Self-Defense in the astronomy class, the performance of the other 6 subjects has caused the professor's performance. Appreciation or anger. There is only flight class after 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. After taking this class, Sean has completed the first-year experience of the first-year course. If he can also get the praise of the professor in the flight class, then Sean may consider joining Slater Lynn's Quidditch team. After finishing the Thursday morning potions class, spell class, and afternoon herbal medicine class, the students of Slytherin and Hufflepuff came to the outdoor flight class in excitement. Good afternoon, classmates. Madam Hooch said. Good afternoon. Next we will start the first flight lesson of this semester. Whatever you are waiting for, stand to the left of the broomstick. Mrs. Hooch prepared 29 broomsticks in advance. Hufflepuff's students are more than 19 and Slytherin 10. Put your right hand on the broom, and then say get up, with a little emotion and full of emotions, Madam Hooch said. This process does not require the construction of a magic framework. The most important thing is the spiritual power in the 3 elements of magic. It is necessary to make the magic broom feel the user's call. Sean was standing opposite Cedric. He smiled friendly at Cedric, then concentrated his palms on the broom. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com stared at it and said, "Get up." The broom flew to Sean's palm once, very obedient, and Sean held it with satisfaction, thinking that he was pretty good with Quidditch. Cedric followed closely. The second one held the broom, followed by Chrissy, Cassius, and Graham. Sean remembered that Cedric played well in Quidditch, and later became Hufflepuff captain. Cassius and Graham also passed Slytherin's Quidditch selection as seekers. After a while, Mrs. Hooch saw that all the students had grabbed the brooms, and she continued. "Now grab the broomstick and ride on it. Hold it tightly but don't slide down. When I blow the whistle, each of you will kick the ground vigorously into the air. After the sky is in the air, first stabilize the broomstick, keep the height and hover for a while, and then lean forward slightly and return to the ground. Well, now listen to my whistle. Hufflepuff's classmates come first." Madam Hooch counted 3 and then blew the whistle. Hufflepuff's classmates stepped neatly on their right legs and stepped onto the broomsticks. At this time, their feet were still on the ground. I saw Cedric kicked the ground, and the broom lifted him up about 1.5 meters. The classmates also hovered in the air one by one. Madam Hooch nodded, "Okay, you can come down, remember to lean forward a little." Hufflepuff's students fell back to the ground safely, and then it was Slytherin's classmates. Most of the Hufflepuffs turned their eyes to Sean because he was so famous in the first grade. 1, 2, 3, get up. Madam Hooch blew the whistle again. Xiaoen stepped on his broomstick quickly, and then stomped hard with confidence. I don't know if he stomped too hard, his broom actually lifted him about 3 meters. Chapter 18, Responsive House. What's the situation? Sean nervously clutched the broom and hovered in the air. Grills, fly a little lower. Madam Hooch called. "Okay, Professor." Sean replied in midair. Sean tried to lean forward slightly to make the broom fly down, but I don't know whether his legs were not clamped on the broom or his palm was slipping. Sean suddenly lost his balance and fell off the broom. "Sean!" Chrissy exclaimed. Grills caught it. Madam Hooch was about to pull out her magic wand to rescue Sean. Sean is holding the broom with one hand and hung in the air. He is now about 1.5 meters above the ground with his feet. If he changes to an adult body, he will jump off, but he is still only an 11-year-old child. Sean drew his wand from his robe and cast a spell on the grass. The grass is soft. Sean let go of his right hand and landed on the grass. The enchanted grass has become as soft as a haystack. Sean quickly got up and patted the robe. This lesson made him quite embarrassed. The well-known Sean Grills, the boy who survived a catastrophe, fell off the broomstick. Xiaoen thought that he took the driver's license test once in his previous life. How could he take a flight lesson? He couldn't do it. The 2 academies did not succeed by himself alone. It is really unreasonable and shameful. Sean may have forgotten that he passed through because of a car accident. Perhaps in order to prevent him from accidents in this life, God forbids him to drive a flying broomstick. The story of Sean falling from the broom quickly spread in the first grade. Professor McGonagall said to Snape. "On Quidditch, he and James are nothing like." "That's great." Snape replied lightly. He seemed to dislike Harry's father very much. When eating in the auditorium at night, the Wei family twins came over and patted Xiaoen on the shoulder. "Does that hurt?" Fred asked. "It must be painful. You can try to fall off the broom." George agreed with a smile. Sean ignored them, and ate the pudding on his own. Chrissy explained to Sean on the opposite side. Sean used a spell to soften the grass, so there was no fall. You are there, clever ghost. Fred admired. Believe it or not, I made your hurt all night. Sean drew out his wand and pretended to cast a spell on them. The Wei family twins laughed and returned to the Gryffindor position when they saw it. Xiaoan felt a little unwilling to admit defeat. The freshmen of the 4 colleges suffered from this kind of embarrassment, so he plans to go to the responsive room to try again tonight. Test flying broomsticks. After dinner, Sean returned to the lounge with the Slytherin students. It was 10 o'clock before he sneaked out with a live map and touched the hallway on the 8th floor. He walked back and forth in front of the corridor 3 times, thinking in his heart that there was a need for a hiding place. The next moment some pattern slowly appeared on the bare wall. The pattern gradually became clear, and finally became the shape of a door. Xiaoan pushed the door and entered. At this time, the responsive house was full of debris. Its current state is a storage room. According to Dumbledore's description, he once went the wrong way because he wanted to go to the toilet. He accidentally ran into the room and saw it inside. There are all kinds of exquisite and luxurious potties. DA member later wanted to find a venue for magic training, but Neville accidentally discovered this room. When he entered, the room was very empty, which was very suitable for many people to gather to practice magic. Xiaoan originally wanted to find an empty place to contact Flying Broomstick, but since they are all here, he still needs to do something more important first, so he meditated in front of the corridor that he wanted a hiding place. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Ravenclaw's crown. Should I pretend to be affected by the Horcrux and let Dumbledore notice this crown? Xiaoan searched the top of the pile of debris while thinking, but the crown did not see it, but he saw an embarrassing scene. A couple was kissing next to each other intimately and passionately under the pile of debris in front. The couple saw Sean as if they had seen a ghost. The purple-haired girl asked in a panic, "How did you get in?" Sean subconsciously looked at the live spot map. No names were displayed on it. People in the responsive house could not be tracked by the live spot map, but Xiaoan immediately knew who the purple-haired senior sister was. That night, he went to the advanced potions classroom to find Snape's textbook. There was no one in the corridor. Suddenly, 2 names appeared on the map, Nymphadora Tonks and Joseph Omro. The couple in front of them thought they were the 2 of them, and Sean smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I just got lost and walked in here by mistake." To tell the truth, this reason is very real in Hogwarts. Most students who walk into the requirement room make mistakes. Nymphadora hesitated for a while, suddenly as if seeing through the lie, staring straight at Sean. "You are lying. It's curfew time. How could you walk in by mistake? You should stay in the dormitory at this time." Tonks. Seeing Nymfadora's excitement, Joseph called her name softly, and then walked to Sean. "What grade are you in?" "I'm a freshman, Sean Grills." Sean replied pretentiously. Joseph turned his head and said to Nymphadora, "Tonks," he said, "his name is Sean Grills. You reading www.uuganshu.com, the big celebrity in the freshman, the boy who survived a catastrophe." "So what, he saw us?" Nymphadora said in a bad tone. How did Sean feel like she wanted to kill people when she said this? It's not that it is not forbidden to fall in love at school. It is not surprising that senior students have a target. I really wanted to start, Sean really had no chance of winning at all. Nymphadora was also a major figure in the Order of the Phoenix later, and his magic level was definitely not bad. "Sister, you go on, I'll go back to sleep first." Sean turned to leave, and Nymphadora suddenly read from behind. "Stiff legs lockstep." Sean's feet were like lead, and it was difficult to stay on the spot. This was a confinement curse similar to all petrochemicals. It was not difficult, but it came too suddenly and hit Sean off guard. Xiaoan's legs couldn't move, so he could only turn around and said to Nifedora with a bitter face, "Senior sister, I will never tell you anything. Why should I believe you?" Nifedora stepped forward and questioned. "I swear in the name of Sean Grills, the man who survived a catastrophe, if I speak out, let the mysterious man find me." Sean mentioned the mysterious person, and the faces of Nifedora and Joseph changed. They looked at each other, and then Nifedora said, "Okay, I believe you." Nifedora cast a spell to untie Sean's leg, and she waved to Sean, "You go." Xiaoan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this woman is terrible, and I don't know how her boyfriend can stand it. Xiaoan just walked 2 steps, Joseph suddenly stopped him, "Sean. Senior, what else is there?" Sean gave a standard smirk. Chapter 19, Yechi's Saliva. Joseph whispered something in Nifedora's ear and walked to Sean. "Newborn Sean, no matter why you come out during the curfew, you can walk into this responsive house because of it. Just now Tonks cast a spell on you, and I apologize to you for her." Sean looked at the sunny and strong senior with short blonde hair, and thought that he was pretty good, quite reasonable and much better tempered than Tonks. "We are in the 6th grade of Hufflepuff, I am Joseph Omro, and she is Nifedora Tonks. If you have any difficulties, you can come to us," Joseph said kindly. Sean knew that Nifedora was Hufflepuff. She didn't expect that she had talked about a handsome boyfriend when she was a student, and she didn't know how to divide it later. By the way, 6th graders, they should also be top students in Hufflepuff. Maybe they know the potion that hides the magic. Sean asked, "Joseph, do you know any magic or potion that can hide magic?" Joseph thought for a while, and before he could answer, Nifedora said sharply, "Sean Grills, you want to enter the restricted book zone." Xiaoan's mood at this time was as if he had been hit by all the petrification curses 100 times. Nifedora could see through his purpose at a glance. She should be said to be icy and smart, or old and cunning. "I'm just curious, why Filch can enter the restricted area, but we will be blocked outside?" Sean said embarrassedly. "You don't need to explain, when I was your age, I was also full of curiosity about the Forbidden Book area. The formula for the Muggle Experience Potion is in the public library area. It was a book I saw in the library by chance." Muggle Experience Potion. Sean was a little confused, he hadn't heard of this potion before. This is an advanced potion that can make wizards temporarily lose their magic power and experience the feeling of becoming a Muggle, but it is very tasteless. No wizard is willing to experience the feeling of Muggle. Tonks explained. "What about the duration?" Sean was a little curious. "It's only about 2 hours. This is a very boring potion. If you want to configure it, I advise you to dispel this idea. Although it is a very boring potion, the difficulty is at the newt level. Only 6th grade students can try it." Made. If you want to enter the banned book zone, you don't have to use this method, like the deans of the respective colleges can get in by applying for a permit. Tonks continued. "Yes, the school gives excellent students the privilege, once a month, but you have to wait for the 3rd grade to be eligible to apply." Tonks smiled and seemed to be teasing Sean. She knew that Sean was only in the 1st grade. Xiaoan kept a smile on his face, but he already scolded Tonks in his heart, "Who is it, take me for amusement? Isn't this the same as saying it, teasing me?" Snape himself felt that Sean was a little bit arrogant. Although he admitted that Sean was very talented, he was a little too arrogant, so he would definitely not give him permission to apply for the restricted book zone in the 1st grade. "I can only try the Muggle Experience Potion." Sean hastened his pace and left the house of request. Although he did not win the Ravenclaw crown tonight, he received the news of Muggle Experience Potion, which is considered a gain. He looked at the map of the Point of Life and walked cautiously towards the Slytherin lounge. Before reaching the lounge, he saw the names of Nifedora and Joseph appear on the map. It seems that they are also going back to Hedge after the date. Page lounges. Sean asked from Nifedora where the Muggle Experience Potion book is located. After class tomorrow, Sean plans to find the formula, and then go to the bathroom on the second floor to make potions. Sean has no plans for this time. Go to the House of Requirement. Nifedora can get in, maybe there are other students who can get in too. If Sean has any secrets, he can't hide it in the House of Requirement. After all, even Voldemort's Horcruxes are so good, they were found by Harry. The next day is Friday, and on the last day of the week, Sean has a lot of time to do other things during the weekend. Slatlin's schedule shows that there are 2 potions lessons in a row on Friday morning, and there are no lessons in the afternoon. At the end of the morning, the students ushered in the first weekend. Sean refused to go to see the Quidditch selection with Cassius. Cassius thought that Sean was still taking care of his face, so he had to go to the selection venue with Graham. Chrissy passed by Sean, and she turned her head and said, "Sean, don't forget, the prefect's bathroom at 7:6 tonight, the Ouroboros wizard will be waiting for your reply." "I will go," Sean said. Sean rummaged each book in the potion area of the library. Muggle Experience Potion, Muggle Experience Potion, finally found. Licorice stalks, lizard tails, oak chips. Sean looked at the materials needed for the potion. There were about 12 materials. The first ones are some common materials. There are also snapes in Professor Sprout's greenhouse. It's in the storeroom. But the last thing is the saliva of Yechi, which is a bit difficult. There are Yechi in Hogwarts, but Hagrid is responsible for keeping them, and Sean doesn't know where Hagrid keeps them. "I'm so tired, I have to go to Hagrid's words," Sean sighed. But when he thought that he could find a clemency in the Forbidden Book Zone, Sean still cheered up. He checked the time, it was already 4 o'clock, and he went to Hagrid's routine, reading www.yunsha.com 7 click back to meet the Ouroboros Wizard Club. Sean went out of the castle gate and ran towards Hagrid's hut near the Forbidden Forest. Sean knocked on the door, but there was no response from the hut. Sean thought he would not be there, so he ran for nothing. "Sean!" A rough voice came from the direction of the castle. Xiaoen turned around and looked at him. Who else could that giant figure be if he wasn't Hagrid? Hagrid had a few pieces of raw beef hanging on his body, and he looked like he was going to feed some animal. Hagrid walked over, and Sean suddenly felt that the sun seemed to be setting early. "Sean, what are you doing here for me? I have some questions about magical creatures that I want to ask you," Sean said. "You don't have this course in the first grade yet," Hagrid said. "Yes, this is the third grade course, but Professor Dumbledore didn't tell you, I have taught myself the third grade course." Hagrid lowered his head into his hut, and Sean followed behind. It was a real embarrassment for Hagrid to live in this house, such a big man, living in such a small house. Hagrid poured a cup of black tea to Sean, and then did it. "Professor Kate Elbin is a professor of magical biology, why don't you ask him?" Sean had long thought that Hagrid would ask this, so he replied, "I think Hagrid, you know more about magical creatures than you who care for the Forbidden Forest." Sean's sassy shot is wonderful, and Hagrid is very useful in his heart. He is very enthusiastic about the research and breeding of magical animals. Therefore, after Professor Kettleborn retired, Dumbledore made Hagrid a magical creature. The professor of the class. "What do you want to know?" Hagrid drank lipstick tea in a good mood. "I want to know, can Yechi really only be seen by people who have seen death?" Chapter 20, Death Eater Youth Training Class. Hagrid's hand holding the teacup suddenly stopped. He didn't expect that a child as young as Sean would ask about Yechi and about death. But looking at Sean, Hagrid suddenly realized that he was sitting across from him, but the boy who survived the catastrophe, the child who had survived the Avada's curse. Actually, Sean is not sure if he can see Yechi. He hadn't crossed over when the Goris were killed. He hadn't seen death, but he had experienced death himself. I'm going to feed the eagle-headed horse-winged beast. You come to me tomorrow morning and I will show you Yechi. Hagrid slowly got up. Okay, Hagrid. Sean nodded and left the cabin. Sean returned to the castle and ran into Cedric in the hallway to the auditorium. He greeted Cedric and was about to go to dinner, but Cedric stopped him. Sean. Cedric looked around and made sure no one was approaching Sean. I'm going to the auditorium to eat, have you eaten? Sean said. Come here, I have something for you. Cedric said softly. Sean walked aside with him, wondering what he would take out, and saw that Cedric took out a piece of paper that had been folded 4 times from his robe, and he handed it to Sean. Sean opened the paper in a puzzled manner. There were handwritten words on it, which should have been written by Cedric. When he saw the first paragraph seriously, Sean was taken aback. Magic Restoration Potion. Sean looked up at Cedric. Where did you get it? Sean asked in a low voice. Professor Sprout asked me to go to her office to help organize the materials in the afternoon. I turned to a book on her bookshelf. It recorded the formula of the Magic Restoration Potion. I thought you should need it, so I copied a copy. Cedric said. Sean was so happy. The guy Cedric was really reliable. Not only was he tight-lipped but also helped him a lot thinking of his later performances with Harry in the Goblet of Fire. I can see that he is a very loyal and hard-working guy. Boy. Well, Cedric, I will cover you from now on, and I won't let you have anything to do. Sean patted Cedric's shoulder vigorously. This is his promise to Cedric, and also a promise to himself. He must work harder and work harder to have enough ability to change the occurrence of the tragedy. No, I just want to help you, I don't need you to cover it. Cedric did not understand Sean's heart at this time. Yes, you are also the top student in Hufflepuff. It doesn't seem to need my help. Then I wish you the number 1 every year and graduate smoothly. Sean smiled sincerely, from the heart. Expressed his blessing. I will, Cedric said. Well, I definitely will. After dinner, Sean returned to the restroom and carefully read the formula of the Magic Restoration Potion. The ingredients of this potion are half less than the Muggle Experience Potion, and only 6 kinds of ingredients are needed, but each is very scarce. Sean waited in the dormitory until 6:50 before going out, when Chris was already waiting for him in the common room. Will you join? Chris asked. Sean replied without thinking, yes. The two went to the prefect's bathroom on the 6th floor. This bathroom was exclusively for the prefect and the equipment inside was more luxurious than that of ordinary students' bathrooms. Sean and Chrissy walked in. 6 figures of different heights were reflected in the dim light, and Sean actually knew 2 of them. Keith, who was prejudiced against him, the 5th grade prefect Theo, did not expect that they were also members of this Ouroboros. A member with a big golden back stood up and introduced himself to Gentleman Sean. Welcome to newcomers, I am Kurt Malfoy in the 6th grade. When Sean heard this familiar surname, he knew that he was a relative of Draco Malfoy without guessing. Kurt stretched out his hand to Sean, and Sean reached out and shook it when he saw it. Sean Grills, a great celebrity at Hogwarts, I'm glad you are here in Slytherin. You bring honor to Slytherin, and Slytherin will also achieve your honor. Kurt Graceful said. Kurt, do you really want to invite him to join the Ouroboros? He is the son of betrayal. This is a defilement to the Ouroboros. Keith was agitated on the side. Shut up, Keith, Sean's talent will bring unprecedented strength and glory to Ouroboros. Kors glared at Keith mercilessly. Kurt, what do we need to do to join Ouroboros? Sean asked. Harry established the DA organization to support Dumbledore, protect Hogwarts, and fight the Death Eaters. What does this Ouroboros do? There is no need to fight the Death Eaters now. It is still a few years before the return of the Dark Lord. You don't need to do anything to our Ouroboros, but Ouroboros will give you what you want. Kit's low tone was temptation. What do I want? Sean didn't understand. How does Ouroboros know what he wants? He wants a lot. Kit's eyes were fixed on Sean. He took out his wand and said, "Power, Ouroboros will give you power." Xiaoan suddenly realized that he was talking about this. The old routine of the evil organization in the TV series is gone, and he uses his strength to entice newcomers to join. Wait, the evil organization? This isn't the Death Eater youth training class, right? Sean suddenly thought. Sean pretended to be quite interested and asked, "What kind of power?" Black magic that Hogwarts can't teach." When he said this, Kurt looked around the other people. Sean rolled his head and said softly to Chrissy, "You didn't tell me that Ouroboros trains Death Eaters." Chrissy leaned her head over and lowered her voice as much as possible and explained, "Ouroboros is not used to train Death Eaters. Well, maybe it did have a few Death Eaters. But is it a Death Eater who knows black magic? It depends on the user's choice. Ouroboros only teaches black magic. As for whether you will join the Death Eater or be a traveler in the future, it's up to you to decide." Sean was dumb for a while. He felt that he had lived for nothing in his 2 lives. It was a shame that a little girl hadn't understood such a simple truth. Most of the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic know black magic, even unforgivable spells, but the Ministry of Magic prohibits them from using black magic on wizards. Even when capturing Death Eaters, they cannot use black magic as a last resort. "Well, Chrissy, you are right," Sean said. "But there is one thing that Chris can't understand right now. The temptation and influence of black magic on people's minds is subtle. Perhaps those who learn about black magic in the future will get caught in it unknowingly. In order to pursue power, they will naturally join in. Under Voldemort's command." Chapter 21, Buckbeak. Kurt introduced 5 other members to Sean and Chris, 1 in each grade, and the president was Kurt. Sean thought he would be the senior of the 7th grade. Chrissy's explanation is that in Ouroboros, regardless of grade, whoever has the better talent is the president. Obviously, Kurt Malfoy from the ancient family is more talented for dark magic. "You 2 are new students. If you need help in the future, go to them, or you can come to me." Kurt pointed to the other people. "From now on, at 7 o'clock every Saturday night, I will exchange and learn about black magic here." Sean acted absent-mindedly on the way back. Chris didn't listen to what Chris was talking to him. "Kurt will definitely be a Death Eater in the future, don't look at him now as a gentleman." Just now, Sean heard Chrissy say that Kit's uncle is Lucius Malfoy, and Sean was even more sure that this Ouroboros wizard would be a place to train young Death Eaters. Although Kurt didn't explicitly let them join the Death Eaters, only that he would teach them black magic and empower them, but there are a few people who can resist the temptation of black magic and don't degenerate. "Sean, are you coming for the Slytherin freshman party tomorrow noon?" Chris asked. "Ah, tomorrow, I have something to do tomorrow, I am afraid I can't go." Sean returned to his senses and rejected Chris. Chrissy's expression seemed to be a little lost. "Okay, then." The 2 went back to the bedroom, and Sean took out his wand and started daily magic practice again. When Snape's textbook went to the responsive room yesterday, Sean had been put back in the bookcase of the potions classroom. Now he is practicing the Shenfeng Wuiying mantra in front of his notebook, but this spell is indeed a bit difficult, and Sean has been practicing for 2 or 3 days, and only initially constructed the first 2 magic frames. Hogwarts even has the Death Eater reserve. The person who attacked me that day was probably from the Ouroboros. Sean speculated. But he can't quit our Ouroboros now. Kit's words are correct. Ouroboros will give power. The magic that Sean is learning now is in the textbook, even though he has learned magic in grades 1 to 3. Hogwarts teaching philosophy does not advocate violence. So most of the magic in the textbooks is not offensive. The only offensive magic he can master now is the magic shadowless curse created by Snape. In fact, Snape's shadowless curse also belongs to black magic. It is incurable. Only by using its dispelling spell can the damage be eliminated. Even if Sean learns it, he dare not use it in school. He needs new magic, not only the black magic of Ouroboros, but also the magic of the upper grades. He also needs to be exposed to it in advance. Xiaoen consolidated several third-grade magics. Until 11 o'clock he felt a little tired of magic, so he put down his wand, took a hot bath and lay on the bed. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Sean wore his yellow-brown sweater and walked out of the castle gate towards Hagrid's cottage. Britain's temperate oceanic climate makes the weather on the first weekend of September particularly pleasant. Many students go out for picnics in groups, as are the freshman gatherings in Slytherin. "Hi, Hagrid." From a distance, Sean saw Hagrid feeding some animals in front of the cabin. Hagrid glanced back at him and waved at him happily. Sean walked over quickly, only to discover what the creature Hagrid was feeding. "Is this a eagle-headed horse-winged beast?" Hagrid was in a good mood. He glanced at Sean in surprise. "You know, how is it? Buckbeak is very beautiful, right? Is Buckbeak its name?" Sean asked. Sean knew that Hagrid had a eagle-headed horse and winged beast, but he forgot what its name was. It was actually quite scary at a close range. No, it should be said to have a sense of oppression and deterrence. A body more than 2 meters high, plus a head like an eagle, is very majestic, and it makes people dare not approach it. Sean stood aside and bowed deeply to Buckbeak. Buckbeak's head shook, and then he lowered his head to Sean. "Sean, you even know this. It seems that you also like magical animals." Hagrid praised with a smile. To get close to a eagle-headed horse with wings, the first step is to bow and keep eye contact with it. If it also bows to you in return, you can stroke it or even ride it. Sean had already gotten a response from Buckbeak, but he still didn't dare to step forward to touch him, when Hygla walked to Buckbeak with Sean's arm. "Touch it," Hagrid encouraged, like an innocent man who was giving his friend Amway something new. "Okay." Sean looked helpless. He stretched out his hand slowly and touched the head of Buckbeak's fierce eagle. It felt like bird feathers, but it was harder than that. Buckbeak shook his head and rubbed Sean's palm twice. Hagrid said happily, "I think it likes you, Sean. Sit up and try." Hagrid suddenly rapped Sean, and he put the rack on Buckbeak's back. Sean was a little panicked. He reminded Hagrid, "Hagrid, I'm here to see Yechi." "Of course, Buckbeak knows the way, it will take us to find Yechi." Hagrid also sat up. The original spacious back suddenly became crowded. "Yechi is on the other side of the Black Lake. It will take some time for us to sit there, and we will arrive in Buckbeak for a while." Hagrid pointed to the woods on the opposite side of the Black Lake. Sean looked around, seeing that the distance was quite far, and he could only cross the Black Lake with Hagrid in Buckbeak, passing the lake to the opposite shore. "Buckbeak, you're waiting here, we'll be back soon." Hagrid took out a piece of raw beef from the grey cloth bag around his waist and fed it to Buckbeak's mouth. "Hagrid, is Yechi here?" Sean asked, pointing to the woods in front. Hagrid walked in front and said www.readaloud.com. "Yes, the night cheese wandered here a few days ago, and I was planning to come and see them today." Sean followed behind Hagrid, and the two of them stopped after not walking a few steps into the woods. There are a few wonderful creatures in front of Sean's eyes. They have no flesh on them. The black fur is tightly attached to the skeleton, and every bone is clearly visible. Their heads resemble dragon heads, their eyes without pupils are white, staring intently, and wings are borne in the bulge between the shoulder bones. The big, black, tough wings look like a giant bat. Hagrid threw out a few pieces of raw meat, and the two Yechi slowly walked over, lowering their heads to pick up the meat from the ground, and Xiaoen felt a little nervous at this time. "It looks dangerous, how can I get saliva?" "Sean, can you see it?" Hagrid asked. Sean hesitated for a while before he realized that Hagrid was talking about Yechi. Well, I can see it. Hagrid, can you give me some meat? Sean said suddenly. Hagrid handed the cloth bag, and Sean took 3 pieces of raw beef from it, and then walked towards Yechi in front of him. It's okay, I have touched Buckbeak, what else is Yechi afraid of? Sean was cheering for himself at this time. He carefully handed the piece of meat to Yechi's mouth. Yechi's white eyes looked at the piece of meat, then he lowered his head and bit the piece of meat and swallowed it in one bite. Eat some more. Sean handed over the second piece of meat. Yechi lowered his head again. At this time, a trace of white saliva flowed from the corner of Yechi's mouth. Sean looked back at Hagrid. He was feeding the other Yechi. Sean quickly took out the prepared ampoule from his pocket and put the trace of saliva into the vial. Chapter 22, Ghoul Kiss. The most important Yechi saliva among the 12 materials of Muggle Experience Potion has been obtained, and the remaining ones just need to sneak into Snape's storage room and steal them out. It's all ordinary materials. Snape shouldn't care. Even if he found out, he didn't know who did it with so many people in the school. There are often students walking in the corridor on weekends. Fortunately, Snape's storage room is in the cellar like his office. Sean went back to the bedroom and picked up a map to prepare to gather the materials now. Snape's name was not shown near the storage room, and Sean slipped in with confidence, and after finding all 11 materials, he returned to the bedroom. I wanted to go to the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor to make potions now, but after looking at the time for another 2 hours, the communication meeting with Ouroboros began. Sean needed enough time to make potions. 2 hours was obviously too hasty. I can only wait for tomorrow night. Sean thought for a while. After dinner, Sean and Chris met in the Slytherin common room, and then went to the prefect's bathroom on the 6th floor. The other 6 people have arrived. Seeing Sean and Chrissy come in, Kurt waved his wand and closed the bathroom door. When Sean came in, the magic eye was already open. He saw a simple magic frame on Kit's wand. Kit's spell-free spell casting seemed to show his outstanding ability like Sean and Chris. Blanco, Sean, and Chris will give it to you. You are responsible for teaching them the kiss of the ghoul, and the others are in pairs and reviewing the magic of last year. Kurt assigned the task. Come on, Sean, Chris. The innocuous 7th grade senior waved to Sean. Blanco, what kind of black magic is Ghoul Kiss? Sean asked after him. It has a burning effect, leaving burns on the caster, and it is difficult to heal. Blanco explained. Sean then asked, I want to know where the black magic of Ouroboros comes from? Is there any book of black magic? Blanco smiled, that stuff, wouldn't it be too dangerous to write a book, are they all here? Speaking, Blanco pointed to his head. Sean nodded. Teaching black magic at Hogwarts is already very dangerous. If another book about black magic is discovered, the Ouroboros would have been taken. This means that in the 50 years since its establishment, it has been passed down from generation to generation, passed from the president to others. Kurt is only in the 6th grade, and he can teach for another year next year. Sean thought. Black magic is extremely dangerous. It is irreversible after being hit. Even if you practice it, you must be careful. If you are injured by practicing black magic, Kurt will not let you go to Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse. Which? Has anyone been injured? Chris asked. Of course, Blanco replied with certainty. Then they can't go to the school infirmary, how are they treated? Xiaoen was a little curious. Blanco has taken several freshmen with him, and he knows all these freshmen's doubts. He smiled and said. Of course it is to use the opposite counter curse to offset the damage of the black magic. We don't teach the 3 unforgivable curses. All black magic has a corresponding counter curse. If there is an accident, it can be remedied. After all, we still a student. Xiaoen suddenly realized, so, if there is a corresponding anti-curse, I am not afraid of accidental injury. Thinking that Snape's shadowless curse also has a corresponding counter-curse, quick healing, because Harry had just learned this magic, when he was in conflict with Draco, he used the magic the Shadow Curse, as a result, caused Draco's abdomen to crack and blood flow. If Snape hadn't arrived when he was popular, and used a counter-curse on Draco, I'm afraid he would have lost too much blood and died. And Snape accidentally injured George's ear. After knocking out his ear, Mrs. Weasley was helpless and could not heal it. If Snape was there at the time, George's ear could be saved. Snape's textbook only contains the Shenfeng Shadowless Curse, and no anti-curse is written. It seems that you have to be more careful after practicing. Sean warned himself. You two are optimistic about the charm of black magic. Blanco raised his wand and waved it strongly at a puppet. Ghoul kiss. Sean's magic eyes looked seriously. At this time the magic lines on Blanco's wand were intricately intertwined, gradually forming 4 magic frames. Then a dark red light shot towards the puppet, and a small black hole was cut out from the puppet's torso, and black smoke was still emitting from the hole. How do you see the power of black magic? Blanco said. Sean nodded. It was indeed powerful. It was more offensive than all the magic he currently mastered. It was just that I didn't see it too clearly the previous time. The latter 2 magic frames were too similar, so he was not sure that he should build it first. Which magic line? Blanco, can you show it again? Sean asked. Blanco thought that Sean was overwhelmed by his heroic posture, and shrugged his shoulders in a chic, and said to Sean. Don't worry, Sean, today is just your first time to participate in the Ouroboros exchange meeting, and there will be a long time to come. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com must know that learning a dark magic is better than the magic you learn in class. 5 or 6 times longer. Sean thought that they were more careful to avoid mistakes when building the magic framework, so the learning time would be so long. Blanco, do you know how many dark magic Kurt has mastered? Sean suddenly asked Kurt. Blanco looked at Kurt on the other side, lowered his voice and said, it is said that the Malfoys are supporters of mysterious people. Kurt is also very keen on dark magic. When he was in the 5th grade, he had already surpassed the previous one. President. However, I don't know how much black magic he has. From enrollment to graduation in Ouroboros, generally only about 10 black magic can be learned. I am about to graduate, and only master 9 black magic. Ouroboros' rule is that members can only continue to learn the next one after they have mastered 1 black magic completely. Blanco said. 7 years, 10 or so, that year was only 1.5 years. At this learning speed, I don't know if the people who founded Ouroboros were so careful because they wanted to be concealed. Xiaoan secretly said. At this time, Keith and Theo were practicing the other 2 black magics, and Sean stared at them so rapturously that he forgot that Blanco was still talking to him. Sean, Chrissy, come here and talk to you about the casting theory of Ghoul Kiss. Sean was attentively recording the 2 black magic frames over there. He didn't hear Blanco calling him. Chris saw Sean distracted, so she had to poke him with her elbow. Brandon took out 2 pieces of paper and 2 quill pens and handed them to Sean and Chris. After the end, the paper will be burned. Sean thought that our Ouroboros was really dripping, no wonder it hadn't been disbanded in Hogwarts for 50 years. Chapter 23, Late Night Appointment. The Kiss of the Ghoul is composed of 4 magic frames. I will copy the calculation formula of the magic frames to you later. Let me remember the structure of the magic lines first. Blanco splits the first magic frame into 8 parts and tells it separately, like a model, and gives you a manual that says what about the first step and what about the second part, and then composes a part. Of course, the magic frame is much more difficult than building a model. The parts of the model are ready-made, as long as they are assembled, and the magic lines are made of magic. You even need to know how much magic power this magic frame requires. Sean's magic power should be the most among freshmen according to what he has learned since entering school, but he will also be tired of magic power when he practices magic for about 3 hours a day. Chris is carefully copying the calculation formula of the magic frame at every step. Once you understand the theory of the magic frame, you can start practicing. Sean doesn't need to be so troublesome. His eyes of magic can clearly see the whole process of building the magic framework. In this step of understanding, he is far ahead of others. He doesn't need to spend time on calculating formulas or remembering anything. Step. Then at this stage of practice, Sean is throwing away a lot of everyone. Assuming that Chris has mastered the theory of Lee's magic framework, she can start practicing, but she must not be able to build successfully at the beginning, because she doesn't know how much magic power should be used to complete this magic framework. She needs to try again and again. In the first time, she may stop building until 3 frames are missing. In the second time, she may improve a little. Therefore, practicing the spell in the spell class is trying to build the magic frame. But Sean didn't need to try so many times. His magical eyes roughly judged that Blanco had sent little magic power to the wand. He only needed to practice according to that magic power, and he was doing fine-tuning once or twice. You can get other people's results for a week. Ouroboros exchange meeting lasted until 9 o'clock. Sean and Chris were here to listen to Blanco's theory for 2 hours. Sean nodded on the surface and pretended to listen carefully, and secretly took a peek with the black magic that Keith and Theo were practicing. Keith and the 2nd grade group of Witch's Eyes have 6 magic frames. Theo and the 4th grade group of Evil Dragon Sawtooth have 8. The 2 groups do not cast many spells, mainly when talking about experience. For example, in the process of casting a spell, a certain step in the construction of the magic frame encountered resistance. Xiaoen was a little worried. Don't just discuss, keep practicing, I haven't seen it clearly yet. It's a pity that until the end, Sean didn't see them cast the spell again. Blanco took away the paper that Sean and Chris had used. Sean only remembered half of it, but Chris even wrote the reverse side. NS. Blanco cast a spell, and burned the notes of the 2 with a flame. Don't be a pity, it will be very troublesome if the professor finds it out. Sean estimated that he would be able to master the dark magic of Ghoul Kiss after 2 nights of training, but he was learning too fast. I wonder if Kurt will be on guard. 8 Slytherins returned to the lounge in 2s and 3s. Chrissy and Sean said goodnight and went back to the bedroom. Sean was also going to go back to his private room and start practicing magic. At this time, Keith, who had been targeting him every time, stopped him. Sean, at 10:30 in the evening, in the utility room on the 3rd floor, Kurt wants to talk to you. 10:30? It's all curfew time, and Filch caught it, but points will be deducted. Sean said. Filch rarely goes to the utility room on the 3rd floor, Keith said. Why didn't Kurt tell me just now? In order to be concealed, he rarely contacts other members in public. Keith explained. Okay, I see. Sean replied. Sean went back to the bedroom and sat in a chair thinking about what Keith said. Who are you kidding? Kurt wants to see me. Why don't you tell me in the prefect's bathroom? There are always no outsiders, right? I want to see what is this guy Keith doing. Sean rested in bed for more than an hour. It was almost 10:30 before he slipped out of the common room while putting on his shoes and carrying a live spot map. The utility room on the 3rd floor is indeed a utility room now. When Harry arrives, it will become the first entrance to the hidden Philosopher's Stone. Sean secretly said. Xiaoen just walked to the 3rd floor and looked at the end of the corridor. There was a utility room at the corner, and a person's name was displayed at that location on the live spot map. Keith Brent, let me see what you have to talk to me. Sean opened the magic eye and walked to the utility room. Sean walked to the door, and instead of knocking on the door, he yelled softly, Kurt. No one responded. Sean reached out to push the door and found that the door was open. He opened the door cautiously. At this moment, a figure shrouded in white light stood in the utility room, and his wand was building magic. Frame. Accept your weapon. Faint. Sean didn't give Keith a chance to complete the magic frame. He had already prepared before entering the door. A disarming spell flew Keith's wand. Keith wears a hood on his head, but Sean knows that his expression must be wonderful at this time. You, how? Keith said in a panic. Why didn't you get the trick, Keith? Your acting skills are too bad. Sean revealed his identity. Why did you know it was me? Keith asked. I thought about it with my toes and butt, it's you all the way I think about it. Sean replied. How can you disarm the spell? This is a second-grade spell. I know a lot. Sean said without humility. This disarming spell is Harry's master spell, Yukanchu. Calm is simple but very restrictive. It is usually ineffective for weak wizards to deal with powerful wizards and cannot remove the wand from the opponent's hand. Harry used this spell every time he confronted Voldemort's magic, but the final result was a pure magical confrontation. The two magical powers suppressed each other in mid-air. Most people can't do this. Harry is special. The magic is powerful, and he and Voldemort use a pair of brother wands. As for Draco using the disarming spell to knock down Dumbledore's wand, it was designed by Dumbledore and Snape. Old Deng estimated that Draco would have won him. Sean learned this magic a few days before the start of school, and he couldn't deal with wizards with higher magical powers than himself, but Keith was obviously not in the ranks. The white light covering him was almost the same as that of Sean. Go ahead, why attack me twice? Sean asked Keith with his wand pointed at him. The wizard who has lost his wand is like a swordsman who has lost his sword. Keith did not dare to act rashly at this time. He turned down his hood and revealed the face full of resentment towards Sean. Why would a betrayed son like you enter Slytherin? Why Kurt would invite you into Ouroboros? I hate everything you do. Keith lowered his voice and vented his emotions hoarsely. That's it. Keith, I think you should go to Mrs. Pomfrey. I think you have some psychological problems and need to be cleared up. Sean said. You are insulting me. You traitor. Keith suddenly stretched out his hand and walked towards Sean. All petrochemicals. Sean cast a petrification spell on Keith, and Keith stood in place like a sculpture. I think Professor Snape should take care of you. Sean turned and closed the utility room door. Chapter 24, Proud Keith. Sean left the utility room in Keith's horrified eyes. He didn't know what punishment would be waiting for him, but Keith felt desperate when he thought of Snape's cold face. Keith's thoughts are a bit extreme, but Hogwarts, and even the entire British wizarding world, are more extreme than him. Some people are extremely obsessed with rights, and some are extreme in defending pure blood. Sean knocked on the door of Snape's room. He was ready to face the attack from Snape's cold eyes. The hole in the door opened, and Snape stared at Sean fiercely. Grills, I think you should know what time it is. How dare you go out for a night tour? Snape said angrily. Professor, you go to the third floor with me first. Compared with my night tour, Keith Brent will make you more angry. Sean said. Brent? Snape hesitated. He was the one who attacked me that night. He wanted to attack me again tonight and was subdued by me. Xiaoen said calmly, as if the person who was attacked just now was not him. The door was opened, and Snape came out in his daytime robe, and it seemed that he hadn't gone to bed yet. Who else knows about tonight? Snape asked. Sean thought for a while. Keith is about to attack him, he shouldn't tell other people, then there are only 3 people who know about it now. There is no one else, I will inform you Professor as soon as possible. Xiaoen said. Snape and Sean rushed to the utility room on the 3rd floor, and Sean pointed to the vacant door and said, That's it, I used a petrification spell on him. Snape strode forward, pushed the door and walked in. There was no one in the room, there was no Keith. Grills, you better explain it. Snape's eyes were full of doubt. Xiaoen was also a little surprised at this time. Professor, please believe me, he has clearly hit the petrification curse, it is impossible to untie it so quickly. Snape looked at him and asked, what are you doing in this utility room during the curfew? Based on Sean's guess, Snape knew the Ouroboros Wizard Society for sure, but he could not expose the group, and even wanted to protect it from being discovered. This group is likely to be supported by the Death Eaters. As a double agent, Snape received a request from the Death Eaters to protect the continuation of Ouroboros at Hogwarts. Sean boldly stated the existence of Ouroboros. Keyes informed me that Kurt is going to see me here. Kurt is the president of Ouroboros. Sean finished speaking, staring at Snape's face, wanting to see how he reacted. Snape still said blankly, I knew you would join. The two stayed in the utility room for a while before they came out, and Snape warned Sean to go back to the dormitory to sleep. The next day, Snape deducted 5 points from Slytherin, because Sean went to night during the curfew time and did not abide by the school rules. Sean was fined 10 times for copying the school rules. When eating in the auditorium at noon, the Wei family twins leaned forward as always, and the two of them spoke behind Xiaoen like a cross-talk. George, I guess the clever ghost must be sleepwalking. No, Fred, Sean is our good friend. How can you say that to him? He must think that the Slytherin points have been increased too much recently, so he deliberately deducted points in order to give other colleges a chance. George said with a smile. Suddenly, the two slapped their hands, and said in unison, You deserve to be the son of betrayal. The two of them laughed loudly and trot out of the auditorium. When the other Slytherin students heard the words of the Wei family twins, the eyes of Sean became awkward. If Sean is really deliberately deducting points, then he really betrayed Slytherin. Although he added all the bonus points before, people always remember bad things more clearly. Chrissy and Cassius wanted to say something, but they didn't know how to speak. Keith walked over from the entrance of the auditorium, with a smug expression on his face. He sat in the empty seat beside Sean and whispered. Professor Snape called me in the morning, but I want to see your results, he should believe me more, ha ha ha. Keith acted self-righteously in front of Sean. Seeing Sean being punished and being discussed by other students, Keith felt greatly satisfied in his heart. Sean lowered his voice, and said to Keith with anger in his tone, Listen, don't think that I will be afraid of you if you do any tricks. At 10:30 tonight, the girls' bathroom on the second floor, come here if you have the courage. Duel. Keith looked at Sean's frustrated look, and his mood was even more cheerful. As much as I want, I will play with you until you are expelled from school. Keith got up and waved his robe. Chun Feng left the auditorium triumphantly, and Sean looked at his leaving back, with an imperceptible smile in the corner of his mouth inadvertently. Sean, what did you say to Keith? It's nothing, I said to entertain him in the evening. Xiaoen said with a smile. Cassius looked up and asked, Sean, do you have anything delicious? Sean smiled without saying anything. After lunch, Sean looked for the Wei family twins on the grass in the atrium. The brothers were lying on a bench basking in the sun. Sean's arrival blocked their sunlight. Fred closed his eyes and said, The performance just now was pretty good, right? Everyone around is looking at you with strange eyes. The effect is not bad. www.readaloud.com. Sean said. Why do you want to publicize your punishment? It will let you be squeezed out by the Slytherin students. George asked. Sean did not answer George's question, but said, Thank you for your help. Those 4 cigs will be used as performance fees. I plan to make a Muggle experience potion tonight, but we must solve Keith's trouble before that, otherwise he will be annoyed to provoke Sean every other time. On the way back to the bedroom, Sean ran into Hufflepuff's Joseph. Like Slytherin, Hufflepuff's lounge is in the cellar. The two said hello. Suddenly, Sean had a doubt. He called to stop. Joseph. Joseph, I want to ask you something. What's up? Why Tonks is so afraid of me telling you about the relationship? The school doesn't prohibit dating, right? Sean asked. Joseph hesitated for a while before telling the cause of the matter. Tonks is from a large pure-blood family, and I am a mixed race. Her family does not allow a mixed blood to fall in love with Tonks. It turned out to be like this. Xiaoen suddenly realized that he could understand that when he said that, it is really not unusual for the family to maintain pure blood and prohibit falling in love with a half-blood wizard. After Sean returned to the dormitory, he thought that since Joseph would be in the Hufflepuff lounge, Tonks shouldn't be in the responsive room. Let's practice magic in the responsive house. The bedroom is indeed not a suitable place for practicing magic, or the empty room for responsiveness can allow Sean to let go. Xiaoen came to the hallway on the 8th floor, and after a while, he entered the responsive room. Xiaoen took a look around and made sure that there was no one else in it. Then he raised his wand and prepared to practice the ghoul kiss. Chapter 25, Ravenclaw's Crown. Ghoul Kiss. Sean was chanting the spell, and the magic frame on the wand was constructed smoothly, just like when Blanco casts the spell. This dark red light shot out, hitting the practice puppet, and the puppet's body was burned to the size of a coin. Scorched black imprint. After 2 hours of practice, it is finally the first time I succeeded. Xiaoen exhaled and sat aside to take a break. At his learning speed, he can learn all the black magic of Ouroboros in 1 year, but according to the speed and stability of the magic framework he just built, there is still a gap compared with Blanco. After all, he has practiced for several years. If the two of them blasted each other with ghoul kisses, Sean's magic frame should be quickly defeated by Blanco. Sean touched his stomach. After practicing for so long, he was a little hungry. Although the House of Requests is called responsive to requests, according to Gamp's basic law of transformation, the House of Requests cannot be transformed into food. Fortunately, Sean picked up an apple in the auditorium at noon. In the robe pocket. Sean wiped the apple, bitten it, and just chewed a few times before hearing something in the room, like the sound of something falling. Xiaoen thought to himself, when he first practiced the spell, he shouldn't hit other things. Is it because the pile of debris was raised? Did the things fall? Sean followed the sound curiously. Under a pile of debris, Sean saw a few silver plates and forks, and an exquisite crown inlaid with sapphires. Xiaoen subconsciously leaned over to pick up the crown. He suddenly felt that this crown suits him well. If he wears it, he will gain the highest glory and power, just like an emperor. Sean's hand slowly approached the crown, and when his fingertips were about to touch the crown, the magic eye opened automatically without his consciousness. The sight in his eyes awakened Xiaoen in an instant. He quickly stepped back 5 steps, and his back was already startled in a cold sweat at this time. In the eyes of magic, the crown was a cloud of black air, and an ugly face without a nose was faintly hidden in the black air. Voldemort, I almost followed your way. It's horrible. Voldemort's Horcrux has the ability to seduce people's hearts and amplify the dark side of their hearts. I don't know if Sean's dark magic drew the Horcrux, or if Sean himself was seen by the Horcrux. It deliberately dropped from the pile of debris. Attracted Sean's attention. Sean's heart is complicated. He thinks far more things than these students, and he wants a lot. This is exactly what Horcrux likes. The more people desire, the easier it is to control. Sean is convinced that he can't touch the crown, otherwise he is likely to lose himself. Before, Sean planned to use the crown to attract Dumbledore's attention. Now this idea seems too naive. Without access to the Horcruxes, I ran to the principal's office and said that I accidentally entered the room of responsiveness, and then accidentally found the crown, and accidentally knew that it was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Dumbledore had to be there. Just give me a dementia. Sean shook his head. What am I thinking about here? Dumbledore is so strong that he still has to rely on Harry to destroy the Horcrux. What am I going to join in the fun? Sean patted his face to wake himself up a little. Voldemort should leave it to Dumbledore and Harry. I only need to learn magic well to prevent Bella from seeking revenge. Sean cast a floating spell on the pile of debris, and the things on the pile of debris slowly fell on the crown, gradually burying the crown. Is it true that I have too much desire, and I don't see Horcrux taking the initiative to seduce Nymphadora and Joseph? Sean left the responsive house and planned to never go in again before taking away the crown. Sean felt exhausted, even more tired than he had just practiced Ghoul Kiss. Now it would be very difficult for him to cast another levitating charm. After returning to the dormitory, he lay on the bed from 3:30 in the afternoon and slept until 9 in the evening before opening his eyes groggy. He looked at the wall clock on the wall. It's all so late. Hungry Sean knocked on the door of Cassius' bedroom. Cassius opened the door and saw that the person was Sean, and said, "Sean, where have you been all afternoon? I can't see you." "I slept in the dormitory. I have been sleeping until now. By the way, do you have anything to eat?" "I haven't eaten dinner yet," Sean said. Sean remembers that Cassius likes to bring food to the dormitory, and there is a Graham in their dormitory who is also good at eating. "Yes, you wait." Cassius took 2 butter honey cakes, 2 apples and a cherry pudding on his bedside table, and 2 chocolates from Graham's hand. "Is this enough?" Cassius handed Sean the food. "Enough, thanks. Sean needs to eat something to refresh his energy and entertain Keith well at 10:30. "What's going on today? I feel so tired, and I only practiced for 2 hours. It's not like this." Sean washed his face with cold water and tried to restore himself to his best condition. Fortunately, after resting for so long, the magic power has also recovered a little, and it should be enough to deal with Keith. After the curfew, Hogwarts was quiet, and Sean brought the map of the spot to the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor on time. This bathroom is usually abandoned because there was a homicide here 50 years ago. A girl died here. That girl was called Myrtle. Except for the soul of Myrtle, there is almost no one here. Before entering the door, Sean looked at the map showing 2 names in the bathroom. One was Keith Brent and the other turned out to be Borisav Jovic. I thought Keith's associate was a student, but I didn't expect it to be Professor Jovic. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Yesterday, Keith escaped from the miscellaneous room in just a few minutes. Sean's petrification curse was not so bad. It could not be maintained for a few minutes, so Sean thought that someone must have solved Keith's curse. Xiaoen collected all the maps, looked at the end of the corridor, and whispered, "Here." A dark figure strode towards Sean. The black curtain-like hair swayed from side to side as he walked, and Snape glanced at Sean. Xiaoen said with confidence, "Professor, this time I will definitely prove that I am not lying." Snape stepped forward and pushed open the bathroom door. Before Keith could see the person, he cast a fainted. Snape waved his wand without even chanting a spell, an armor bodyguard. He stood in front of him and instantly rebounded Keith's magic. Keith hit his own fainted and fainted suddenly. Armor bodyguard, a practical defensive spell, I wrote it down. Fortunately, Sean opened the magic eye in advance and saw the magic frame of the armor bodyguard spell. Joseph looked surprised, and he stammered, "Professor Snape, why are you here?" "I should ask you this, Professor Joseph, why are you here with Brent?" Snape asked coldly. "Brent told me that Sean provoked him and asked him to fight here. I'm here to stop them," Jovic said. Snape's serpent-like eyes stared at Jovic coldly, and said sarcastically, "You would have prevented it." As soon as someone came in, Brent cast a spell. "Borisov, put away your stupid thoughts, I warn you, don't let Brent trouble Grills, and you, it's better to be honest, I will stare at you." Snape said as he spoke. He approached Jovic step by step. Chapter 26, Enter the banned book zone. Sean watched Jovic being forced into the toilet cubicle by Snape. He was amused. Keith was so unreliable to find a backer. After this night, Keith did not show up in front of him. Even when he was dining in the auditorium, Keith deliberately avoided Sean. After a day of class, Sean finally has time to make Muggle experience potions. After the curfew, he sneaked into the girls' bathroom on the second floor with a survival map. Myrtle was sitting on the sink and looked at Sean playing with the cauldron playfully. "Myrtle, you won't tell me, do you?" Sean looked at Myrtle awkwardly. "Hey, it's another boring thing." Myrtle jumped into the toilet boringly and left the bathroom. She has been a ghost here for more than 50 years. She has no interest in seeing the secrets of students coming here. During the day, Sean repeatedly deduced the production process of the medicine in class, and now all the steps are clear. Sean carefully put the materials into the crucible, boiled and stirred. When 11 materials were used up, 1 hour had passed. Sean holds the ampoule in his hand, which is filled with yucky saliva taken the day before yesterday. According to the recipe, add it in 2 parts after the crucible has boiled for 3 minutes. Gan, it was almost ruined. Sean rolled up his sleeves and wiped the sweat from his forehead. When Sean joined yucky saliva, because of a little nervousness, he almost poured yucky saliva into it. After completing the N.E.W.T level Muggle experience potion, Sean looked at the dark red viscous liquid in the cauldron and swallowed subconsciously. "Do my best." Xiaoen suffocated the crucible and poured the red liquid inside. The next second his mouth, throat and abdomen were burning like fire, and the crucible fell from his hand with a bang. Xiaoen ran to the toilet and retched. The cold sweat spread from his forehead to his whole body. He knelt on the ground, holding his abdomen and his neck violently, his face flushed. He wanted to call out, but he couldn't. About 5 minutes later, the burning sensation stopped. Sean gasped for breath. He stood up with his legs, walked to the sink and washed his face. At this time, he saw the snake pattern carved on the faucet and took 2 steps back unconsciously. "I'm pure blood, scare myself," Sean thought. This bathroom is the entrance of the Slytherin secret chamber. The basilisk in the secret chamber wanders through Hogwarts through various pipes in the school. Fortunately, no one opens the door of the secret chamber, and the basilisk will not come out to make a mess. Sean drew out his wand and tried to build a magical framework for the floating spell, but he felt that he could not use the magic at all now, which shows that the Muggle experience potion has succeeded. Xiaoen was too late to clean up the crucible, and hurried to the library. The library was open and the door was not locked at night. Otherwise, Xiaoen, who had no magic power, would not even be able to use the lock-opening spell, and he would be stopped outside the door. Ns. Sean crossed the public book area and walked straight to the restricted book area. He took a deep breath and walked forward slowly. His right toe stepped across the red line separating the restricted book area and the public book area, and then his right calf. Xiaoen knew that he had succeeded. He quickly crossed the red line and entered the restricted area. The Devil of the 15th Century, the famous Fire Eater. Sean read the title of the book on the shelf, Where is Occlumency? Xiaoen looked over row by row, quickly scanning the title of the book, and then a familiar book title appeared in front of him. Cutting-Edge Black Magic? The one that Tom Riddle read back then. Sean took the book from the shelf. Voldemort, who was still in the 3rd grade at the time, entered the forbidden book area with the permission of Professor Horace Slughorn to read the materials. It was from this book that he learned how to make Horcruxes. Hey? It seems that these pages were torn by Voldemort. Sean turned the pages of the book, and it was obvious that 5 pages had been torn inside. Xiaoen put the book back and continued to search for Occidental Cerebral books. After half an hour, he finally saw Occult Cerebral on the 2nd floor of the 6th bookshelf. There is still an hour and a half, copy it down quickly. Sean took out the notebook and quill from his robe. He was not sure if any magic was applied to the book in the restricted area, so he did not dare to try to take the book out, so he could only copy the book in the restricted area. Quick record is not available without magic power. For the first time since entering the world, Sean struggled to write a book. The content about occlumency was nearly 15 pages. Sean walked out of the restricted book area before the Muggle experience potion disappeared. In the next few days, Sean went to class, and after class, he was studying occlumency. This magic is very complicated, not to mention the magic framework. It is the first time for Sean to see such difficult magic in the application of emotions. This is to create a false memory space in the brain? Use real emotions to make it more realistic? I can think of ways to engage with the magic frame. How can I get emotional decorations? Sean stayed with his hair down, and Professor Flavie, who was in the spell class, named Sean. Sean, please demonstrate for everyone www.readaloud.com. Sean looked up blankly, and Cassius reminded him, fluorescence flicker, this lesson teaches fluorescence flicker. Sean nodded, and said to Professor Flitwick, okay, Professor. Sean applied a fluorescence blinking extremely skillfully, and Professor Flavie smiled at him very satisfied. After the spell lesson, Cassius leaned forward and asked, Sean, are you ready for the afternoon flight lesson? Flight lesson? What is Thursday already? Sean was surprised. After getting the cerebral occlusion on Monday night, Sean's time passed very quickly. He was immersed in his own world, and he did not pay attention to what classes were in this week. The professors in the class would not pay attention. After all, he is an extremely good top student. After the herbal medicine class in the afternoon, it was the flying class that made Sean a headache. Last week, Sean had been looking for a chance to practice flying broomsticks, but it seemed that his week was even busier than the others. Well, I'm ready to fail the flight class. Sean said helplessly. In the 8 subjects of the first grade, Sean can get 7 outstanding points, but the flight class will become the most eye-catching score on his report card. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Sean sat alone on the grass, watching the classmates riding broomsticks hovering in the sky. He looked up at the sky 45 degrees, an inexplicable sadness filled his heart. Am I such a dish? They all took off. I'm just sitting here. Sean tried to fly again just now, but he fell off the broom again, causing him to laugh with the students. No, I have to invent a flying magic, and I have to take off without a broom. Sean made up his mind to develop the magic by himself, for the sake of shame. Chapter 27, Dumbledore's Talk Again. 2 weeks later, Sean ushered in the final exam. He agreed with Dumbledore. According to the agreement between him and Dumbledore, as long as he achieved excellent results in all 6 exams, he could not take this semester. These 6 courses. On the first Monday of October, Sean sat in the classroom alone, and was invigilated by Professor McGonagall. Today, Sean will take 3 courses for the whole day, and 3 more the next day. Jovic really didn't want me to pass so smoothly. Sean looked at the defense against the dark arts exam paper and said secretly. Sean was not in class for 2 days in a row. The first-year classmates knew that he had gone to take the exam, and everyone privately discussed whether Sean could pass the test. In the second class on Wednesday morning, Sean was called out of the classroom by Professor Snape. Professor, have my test results come out? Sean asked. Grills, Dumbledore is tolerant of you, you can't use it to do stupid things. Snape said still expressionlessly. So, did I pass the test? Sean asked. Snape didn't seem to want to announce the results of Sean. He knew that Sean was talented, but he was afraid that Sean would lose himself because of this, so he was extraordinarily strict with Sean. Yes, Grills, you won't have to take those 6 courses this semester. Snape said blankly. Sean knew that the time after today would become very abundant, and he would have enough time to practice black magic and occlumency. He would go and listen to it except for the potions class and the flight class. Oh no, Sean has never been to the flight class since that day. Although Mrs. Hooch persuaded Sean not to give up, he seems to have missed the flying broomstick. Sean's fame spread quickly across the school. At the beginning, those seniors only occasionally heard that Sean Jealous, a boy who survived a disaster, was very talented, but now he is convinced by his talents. Nowadays, no one among the students can achieve such achievements as Sean. He completed the final examination of 6 courses in the first month of enrollment. Even Voldemort did not have such a high profile as Sean, despite his strength. Sean tried to apply for Dumbledore's senior classes, but was strongly opposed by Snape, so he had to spend his free time in the library and dormitory. After a month, I can finally arrange my time freely. Sean walked alone in the empty hallway. The students were in class at this time. He calculated Snape's class schedule. Snape should be taking potions class for the 2nd grade at this time. Professor, I will lend you some more materials to use. Sean walked towards the storage room in the cellar. After Cedric helped Sean get the formula for the mana restoration potion, he never had time or opportunity to start making the potion. Now that he has a lot of time, it is time to make it. Snape's storage room had 4 materials needed for the magic restoration potion, and the remaining 2 were in Professor Sprout's greenhouse. After finding the 4 materials in the storage room, Sean was about to go to the greenhouse to steal the red bracken, but was stopped by Dumbledore, who didn't know where he appeared on the way. Dumbledore strolled across the corridor leisurely, with a kind smile on his face. Sean was shocked when he saw this scene. I have an unknown hunch, there must be no good things. Xiaoan said respectfully with a smile, Professor, what can you do with me? Dumbledore smiled, don't be nervous, you should have no class now, come with me. The two walked side by side on the grass in the atrium. Dumbledore talked about Sean's academic affairs without a word, and Sean echoed with a smile all the way. The black magic is still going well, right? Suddenly Dumbledore turned, and Sean did not react, still smiling and nodding. Yes, Professor, it went well, Sean looked up at Dumbledore in astonishment. How did Deng know about it? Oh, Snape and Deng were in the same group. Professor, do you know Ouroboros? Sean asked, pretending to be surprised. Yes, I knew it when it was established. Dumbledore's answer surprised Sean. Then why do you still allow it to exist? Since you know that it teaches black magic, why didn't you disband it? Sean asked. Dumbledore did not answer Sean, but waved his wand and cast a spell on the grass. Sean recognized the magic as a ghoul kiss. Are you surprised? I know some black magic, it is indeed a powerful magic. Dumbledore said. Black magic is created for destruction and killing, so its power is much higher than ordinary magic, which is what Sean has experienced firsthand. Ouroboros teaches you black magic. I remain neutral. Magic has no distinction between good and evil. Even the unforgivable curse can sometimes be used to save people. Dumbledore said. Professor, you should know that some of them have taken refuge in Death Eaters after learning the dark magic from Ouroboros. Sean said. Sean, this is their choice. I can also black magic, but I am not a Death Eater. Hogwarts will teach you, but only for 7 years. The life after graduation is still in your own hands. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. The power of black magic is powerful, you have to learn to control it, not be controlled by others. Dumbledore said earnestly. Professor, I will. Sean nodded seriously. Dumbledore stretched out the palm of his left hand, with the wand in the palm of his hand, a silver necklace appeared in his hand, with a red gem inlaid on the necklace. Dumbledore handed the necklace to Sean. Use your talents to lead Slytherin to the glory that truly belongs to it. Not long ago, Kurt also said something similar to Sean. It was Kurt trying to lure Sean into the dark, and Dumbledore was guiding him to the light. Sean held the necklace. Under the eyes of magic, a white light appeared on the necklace, and he looked at Dumbledore suspiciously. "Professor, what's the use of this? Guard the light in your heart." After Dumbledore said this, he turned and left the atrium. "It's an old professor, as he speaks so connotatively." Sean looked at Dumbledore's leaving back and secretly said, "Wait, is old Deng taking me in so that I can serve him as a student of Slytherin? I don't want 3 years and 3 years." Dumbledore placed hope on Sean. He is a gifted child, and at the same time he is not a stubborn kid. In today's conversation, it is clear that Dumbledore does not want to see Sean fall into the dark in the future. Hogwarts is the best school of magic in the UK, and Dumbledore is the greatest principal ever at Hogwarts. Even so, Dumbledore is not all-knowing and omnipotent. During his decades as principal, there are still Hogwarts graduates who have joined the Death Eaters. And he didn't want to see Sean become the next Tom Riddle. Chapter 28, Magic Eye Change. Sean played with the ruby necklace. When he pinched the gem to the sunlight passed through the bright red gem and turned into a red light shining on Sean's eyes. The magic eye is still open at this time, and Sean seems to see a tiny ghost in the ruby, like a bird. Suddenly there was a sharp pain in the eyes of magic, and Sean dropped the ruby necklace intentionally and covered his eyes with his hands. He felt his eyes burst open. The ruby necklace fell on the foot, and a small slit was blown from the inside imperceptibly at this time, and a little red light came from the ruby towards Sean's eyes. The red light spot penetrated Sean's fingers into his eyes. Sean would feel better now, rubbed his eyes and put down his hands. He blinked, and a bird-like phantom flashed across his eyes. When he bowed his head and picked up the necklace, he found that the ruby had cracked and it seemed that there was no bright red luster. "What's the matter? When I got it, it would be broken. Wouldn't old Deng give me a fake, bought it on Pinzixi?" Xiaoen looked at it carefully and made sure that the gem had been cracked, not himself. Dazzled. "If I go to Lao Deng now, I wonder if he will give me a new one." Sean shook his head and dispelled the idea. This should be a magical item. It can be seen from the white light shrouded in it just now, but now the white light is invisible. This necklace has become a piece. Ordinary jewelry. Xiaoen suddenly felt a little discomfort, and his eyes were a little fuzzy. He had experienced this once. When he was 5.5 years old, he awakened the magic eye like this. The second awakening of the eye of magic? Will it be like this? He tried to open the eyes of magic again, looking in the direction of the beating willow. The beating willow exuded a dazzling light, except for this Xiaoen, he found no other differences. At this time, a bird song came, and Xiaoen looked up, let alone the birds. Today the autumn is high and there is no cloud. The bird song sounded again, and Sean turned around 360 degrees and looked around. There was no one. It was still school time and no students came out to hang out. It's over. Have I heard the hallucinations? How can I treat them? Snape should be equipped with the medicine for the hallucinations. Sean secretly said. Hey? Fox, what are you doing here? I see, Dumbledore just came out to walk the birds. Go back, it's dangerous outside. Sean said to the Phoenix Fox in front of him. Fox, as Dumbledore's pet, has always stayed in the principal's office. This is the first time Sean has seen him wandering outside. Wait, something is wrong with Fox. Sean realized the weirdness of Fox in front of him. No matter where he looked at his eyes, Fox was always in his sight, as if following his eyes. He stepped forward and prepared to reach out to touch Fox, but he ran away. No way, hell, not only auditory hallucinations, but also looking around. Fox in his eyes waved his wings from time to time, and Sean suddenly looked at the ruby in his hand. He boldly guessed that there was a ghost of a bird in the ruby just now. Now the ruby is broken and the ghost is gone. And the phantom of Fox appeared in his eyes, so connected, the phantom in the ruby should be Fox. Fox is in my eyes? I have a phoenix in my eyes? Since this is the case, I don't know if I can summon him out. Xiaoen secretly said. When the eye of magic just awakened, Shan only felt that he had glaucoma, and was afraid to ask old Tom and Uncle Hearns. Later, under his own exploration, he finally mastered the use of the eye of magic. This time it will be a new exploration to discover the new ability of magic eye. Come out, it's up to you, Fox. Shan made a wave of his hand, but it was a pity that he lacked a hat. There was a breeze on the grass, the wind was beautiful, the sun was warm, and only Shan put on a foolish hat, which was a bit unpleasant. Isn't that the case? Then change the way. Shan was not discouraged, he raised his hand and shouted again. Come out, guardian spirit, Phoenix Fox. The breeze blew again, and there was a touch of embarrassment. Well, then try this. Xiaoen calmed down, calling Fox in his mind, and thinking about its appearance, the magic eye burst out with a ray of light under Xiaoen's mental power, and then one thing appeared in front of Xiaoen. Shan looked at the fox he had summoned dumbfounded. It was 1,000 miles away from what he imagined. Dumbledore's mighty and majestic, and the one at Shan's feet was just a chicken. Xiaoen squatted down, carefully picked up the baby chicken with both hands, and carefully looked at it up and down. This is a hairless little chicken. Xiaoen said helplessly. Summoning this hairless chicken consumed almost 1/3 of Shan's magic power. He was not sure that the magic power provided was too little, which caused only the infant fox to be summoned, or it needed time for Fox to grow up. This will have to be done later. Do experiments. The Hogwarts bell rang, and the students swarmed out of the classroom happily, and the two troublemakers from the Weasley family saw Shan standing on the grass in the atrium from a distance. The two ran all the way with the book in their arms. Seeing Shan holding a baby chicken in his hand, Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com and asked curiously. Clever ghost, where did this little chicken come from? Of course it was hatched from an egg. Shan said. The Wei family twins glanced at each other, and then Fred said, why don't we drink chicken soup at night? Xiaoen glared at the two of them. George said with a sad face, God, the next class is Professor Binz's History of Magic. It is simply torment. I really envy you not to go to class. Talent, you can't learn it. Xiaoen said with a look of regret. The Wei family twins looked at him with contempt. Xiaoen put the chicken in the robe and brought it back to the Slytherin lounge. Little Fox walked stumblingly on Xiaoen's table, shaking, for fear of it being high in the sky. Come down. After a while, Little Fox changed into a light smoke in front of Shan's eyes and disappeared. It lasted about 10 minutes from being summoned to disappearing. Is this psychic or manifestation? Shan thought about Fox's appearance. He intends to restore his magic power at night and summon him again to verify his guess. Shan sat at the table and looked at his own eyes in the mirror. There seemed to be many secrets Shan hadn't discovered. That day, he was almost tempted by the crown and the magic eye opened automatically, awakening Shan. Maybe these eyes have the ability to expel darkness? Then it doesn't matter if I break the magic item that old Deng gave me. Xiaoen looked at the ruby that had been cracked on the table. This ruby should be added with Fox's blood, and Dumbledore applied other magic to protect the soul, but Shan's magic eye seems to have such a function, he is not sure, but it is not easy to go. Test. Chapter 29, The Power of the Ass. According to Shan's speculation, the magic eye is likely to have the ability to absorb the blood or magic power of magic creatures, and then realize the magic creatures in the form of magic power. When the magic power is exhausted, the magic creatures will disappear. During dinner, Xiaoen looked at the Gryffindor table. The Wei family twins seemed to be about to finish their meal and leave the auditorium. Xiaoen immediately put down his fork and walked forward quickly, stopping the two of them. Two troublemakers, will you be free later? Shan asked. Godfred said mysteriously, "Yesterday we stole something from Professor Snape's storage room. Later, George and I will make a hiccup spray. You won't inform you, right?" George stared at Sean and said. Sean shrugged. He was already a veteran of stealing Snape's things. "I'm not interested." "Then what's the matter with you?" George asked. "I want to go to Professor Kate Elban to steal electricity." Xiaoen leaned his head to the Wei family twins and whispered. Wei's twins had a smirk and an expression of "So you are like this too." "Professor Kate Elban teaches magical biology class, we won't have his class until the 3rd grade. Fred said. "Yes, but I need something, it should be in his office." "What do we need to do to help you get him away?" George asked. "Well, Professor Kittelburn's office is also his bedroom. He stays in it all the time. I can't sneak in alone." Sean secretly went to the door of Professor Kittelburn's office to look around for a while in the afternoon. The old man actually lived in it. It didn't make any sense. When did Hogwarts be so stingy? The faculty and staff should have a bedroom besides the office. But Professor Kate Elban, the old man, likes to sleep in the office and stay with his cute animals, which makes him feel extremely happy. "Don't worry, we have recently invented a kind of stinky ass, and it will be so smelly if you hit it on your body." The twins of the Wei family smiled triumphantly. Sean had never been in contact with Professor Kate Elban before, and occasionally would not greet him when he met him in the hallway. However, as a professor of the magical biology class, there are some strange and magical creatures in his office. This is what Sean has heard from others. Speaking of, it's just that he is different from Hagrid. Although both like magical creatures, he definitely doesn't keep pets as huge as 8-eyed giant spiders. Basically, he keeps small things in cages in his office. Sean wanted to test his conjecture about the Eye of Magic. First, he needed the blood of some magic creatures, so he looked at Professor Kittelburn's office. Although there are so many magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, Sean still wants to live for a few more years. He will definitely not step into the Forbidden Forest when he is alone. Professor Kittelburn's office is at the corner of the corridor on the 2nd floor, and the three of Sean wandered all the way to the vicinity of the office. At this time, the meal time had just ended, and there were still many students walking in the corridor. Originally, Sean wanted to follow his usual routine. After the curfew, he slipped out by himself, using the map to avoid Filch and sneaking into Professor Kittelburn's office. When he saw that the old man was living in it, he gave up the idea on the spot, and if he slipped in and woke the professor accidentally, it would be exposed. So before Xiaoen chose the curfew, the students were still free to spend time, so even if the Wei family twins made a move, everyone would just watch as a joke. "George, are you ready?" "Everything is ready," George replied confidently. Xiaoen nodded to the two of them, and then whispered to the office door lock, "A Laho cave is open." At the moment when Xiaoen pushed the door, the twins of the Wei family raised the black in their hands and shouted to the office. "Smelly launch!" Xiaoen looked at the Wei brothers who were running away with a speechless expression. No need to shout out. Xiaoen followed the two of them to the corner, hiding from the side and watching the situation at the door of the office. After a while, there was a burst of grey smoke. When Xiaoen hid here, he could smell it like a treasure. The smell of stinky socks every year. "You two are really talents." Xiaoen glanced at the Wei family twins beside him. "Hey, this is nothing, we are designing a sun cane," Fred said proudly. "Sun cane? What is it?" The name was too general, and Sean didn't guess what it was for a while. "It's a cane that can store sunlight. It glows at night, isn't it?" George explained. When Xiaoen heard, "This is not a solar flashlight," but he still gave the Wei family a very high affirmation. "Awesome, great inventor, you two can definitely make a sensation in the magic world." The three were talking. Professor Kate Elban had pinched his nose and rushed out of the office. "Who did it? Who was it?" He stood at the door and looked around, stamping his feet angrily. The students passing by in the corridor walked away quickly when they saw him, for fear of being smoked by the smell. Professor Kate Elbin hurriedly left the office, while Sean ran over immediately, standing in front of the office frowning. To the effect, "I am going into the office too." Sean pinched his nose and held his breath and walked into the office. At this time, Professor Kittelburn's magical animals were irritated by the smell of the smelly socks. Shook the cage desperately one by one www.readaloud.com trying to escape from this hellish place. Dorset Flower Fairy, Devon Elf, Serbian Thumb Lizard. Sean looked at the magical creatures in the cages, they were all ordinary magical creatures. Sean took out the needle and prepared to take a few kinds of blood. He cast a all still on the naughty Devon Elf, then opened the cage, holding the elf in his left hand, and piercing the needle in his right hand with the needle. A stitch. Clever ghost, hurry up, Professor Kate Elbin is coming back. Fred yelled into the office. 5 minutes later, Sean ran out of the office with tears in the corners of his eyes, as if he had just cried. The Wei family's twins pinched their noses and took a few steps back with a look of disgust. Xiaoen stayed in the office for 5 minutes, his body had been smoked through, and even his hair had a mellow foot smell. Clean up. Sean cast a cleaning spell on his robe, but it didn't seem to work very well. George said triumphantly, "We have added lynx dung to the ass. I am afraid it will not work well to clean it up." Sean was like a personal trash dump at this time, exuding an aura that no strangers should come near. Oh no, even acquaintances don't want to approach him. How about it? The effect is very good, right? Wei's twins asked. Well, very good, I thank you. Sean strode back to the Slytherin lounge. Chris saw in the public rest area that Sean wanted to chat with him, but as soon as he approached him, he was stopped by his masculine aura. "Sean, why did you go? What's so smelly?" Chris pinched her nose and said. "I fell into the cesspit." Sean smiled awkwardly, and then returned to his room. Chapter 30, Take Off. Sean only has this robe. Fortunately, he doesn't have to go to class behind him, and it's okay to wear his own clothes. After staying in the bathroom for half an hour, Sean sniffed himself, and finally felt the smell fade. He sat at the table and laid out the needles containing the blood of 3 magical creatures side by side. The first one was from Dorset Flower Fairy, the second was from Devonshire Elf, and the third was from Serbian Thumb Lizard. Sean took the first needle and opened the Eye of Magic. At this time, the blood in the needle was emitting a very faint white light. I don't know if it is because of the lack of blood or the fact that the fairy Dorset flower itself is not high in magic power. Sean stared at the needle for almost a minute, without blinking his eyelids, but the magic eye did not respond at all. He shook his head and continued to pick up the second needle. The Devonshire elves are notoriously mischievous, and they are relatives of the Cornish elves. Fortunately, Sean has seen it in the book and gave it a all still before opening the cage. Then the Eye of Magic didn't react to the blood of the Devon elf. Sean picked up the last tube of Serbian Thumb Lizard blood. To be honest, he didn't have any hope for this. Sure enough, Sean only saw a faint white light, nothing else changed. Also, the Eye of Magic should not appreciate these. I guess only magical animals with strong magic power can stimulate the absorption of the Eye of Magic, just like Fox. Sean lay on the bed thinking. Fox level, Professor Kittelburn's office doesn't have it either. The entire Hogwarts can be regarded as magical and magical creatures. There are only Fox, the basilisk in the secret room, the 8-eyed giant spider of the Forbidden Forest, unicorns, giant monsters, Hagrid's eagle-head horse with wings, Night Chi, don't know if the horseman counts. Sean counted the magical creatures that could be called powerful magical powers, but he couldn't beat any of them. The magical creatures he thought of, not to mention the very aggressive ones, were gentle unicorns and unicorns. If you don't mess with it, it won't mess with your eagle-headed horse-winged beasts, which are creatures with extremely high magic resistance. Sean's current level of magic doesn't know if he can break their skins. Of course, black magic should be possible, but Sean wouldn't do it. Go to Hagrid for some Buckbeak's blood? He won't kill me, will he? Thinking of Hagrid's love for Buckbeak, Sean asked him to draw blood from Buckbeak, and Sean shook his head. After an afternoon's rest, Sean's magic power was restored to its best state. He sat on the edge of the bed, his magic eyes opened, and concentrated on summoning Fawkes. This time he would use all his magic power. A vague phantom appeared on the carpet, and then slowly became clear from the bottom up. When Sean saw Fawkes's claws, he knew there was a play. 3 seconds later, a phoenix almost half the size of Fawkes appeared in Sean's bedroom. This size looked like a domestic rooster. It's a little too small, just don't know if it has Fawkes's abilities. Sean jumped out of bed, crouched in front of little Fawkes and looked at it. Fawkes, who has great magical powers, can heal wounds with tears, can withstand the weight of a few people and fly. Its singing has magical power. It is generally believed that it can strengthen courage for people with pure hearts and release fear for people with dirty hearts. Little Fawkes, cry one, cry one. Sean looked at Fawkes a little wretchedly. Little Fawkes turned his head and looked cold. Although he was transformed by Sean's magic, he seemed to be wise. Xiaoen picked up Little Fawkes, like a silly guy who had returned to the village for the new year to hold a big colorful rooster. Xiaoen followed Fawkes's back and stroked its feathers. Little Fawkes seemed to enjoy it. Little Fawkes, you can take me to fly. Sean thought, Dumbledore's one with only 3 people can fly. Although his one is a little smaller, he should be able to take him alone. Little Fawkes waved his wings as if he understood Sean's words. It flew into the air. Sean reached out and grabbed its 2 paws. Little Fawkes waved his wings again, and Sean's feet left the ground. Little Fawkes took him back and forth a few times in the small space of the bedroom. Sean believed that if there was no ceiling, Little Fawkes would have taken him outside. What? At this time, Sean's palm was empty, and the paw he had just grasped disappeared. He fell on the carpet in the bedroom, and Sean got up and touched his ass. He looked at the wall clock on the wall, and it only lasted about 4 minutes from when he summoned Little Fawkes to disappear. The magic power was all consumed, and only a reduced version of Fawkes was summoned for 4 minutes. It seems that the biggest problem is the lack of magic power. Sean thought for a while. Sean made an assessment of his magical power. His body's own magical power level is considered to be above average, but Sean may be due to the magic eye, and it seems that the upper limit of magical power has increased. If he lives like other freshmen in the 1st grade, although he will still have the highest magic power among the freshmen, it is far from the current level. Reading www.ukansha.com's current Sean magic power is also in the 3rd grade level. This is the reason why Sean has been practicing every day since he was 5.5 years old. He practiced every day until his magic was exhausted and then recovered. Over time, his upper limit of magic power would also increase. This is the most conventional and basic way to improve magic power. Every wizard is like this. As the age increases, the number of exercises increases, and the magic power increases year by year. If Sean's magic power is compared to 10, there may be only about 3 first-year freshmen, but Sean uses these 10 magic powers to summon Fawkes, only summoned a reduced version, and after the summoning, he no longer has magic power to perform other magic. It seems that you must at least double the magic power to summon a complete Fawkes, and there is still some magic power left to perform other magic. Sean carefully planned his magic power distribution. Sean is only short of the roots of the red fern and hops to gather the materials for the mana recovery potion. Although this can speed up the mana recovery of Sean throughout the day, it does not increase the upper limit of his mana. I don't know if there are potions that increase magic power. Sean is skeptical about this. There is such a potion, and the wizarding class should be extremely famous, but in those years when Sean was in the Broken Cauldron bar, he has never heard anyone mention it, even in the potion shop in Diagon Alley. No such medicine is sold either. After that, Sean borrowed a few red British ferns and hops from Professor Sprout's greenhouse. He didn't dare to take them if they were too many. They were all precious plants. Professor Louter froze. And Snape also seemed to find that some precious materials were missing in his storage room. He questioned the students in the upper grades if they had stolen his materials. Of course, no one admitted. Snape was angry. Let them copy the textbook. Chapter 31, Merlin's Card. Time passed, and it was Halloween in a blink of an eye. Last month, Sean finally completed the production of the magic restoration potion in the bathroom on the second floor, but the materials were too few and only 8 bottles were made. After he practiced Witch's Kiss, he tried a bottle of effect. After the original magic was exhausted, it took at least 6 hours to recover. After drinking the magic recovery potion, it only took about 5 minutes. Sean's magic it was back to its best condition. This semester Halloween, there are no giant monsters or basilisks. The students gathered in the auditorium to enjoy a feast. Sean is also in a good mood. Last month he mastered 2 other black magics, Witch's Kiss and Evil Dragon Sawtooth, and Shenfeng's Shadowless Curse was able to build up to the 8th frame, not far from the 12 frames. It's just that the progress of occlumency is still slow. Cassius was chatting with Graham about Quidditch with a look of excitement. He suddenly turned his head and said to Sean, "Sean, you know, the Hogwarts Quidditch event will be held next Wednesday. If you don't talk about Quidditch, we are still friends." Sean said solemnly. Chris, who was sitting diagonally across, heard the two talking about Quidditch, and looked at Sean as if speaking in a comforting tone. "It's okay, Sean, your other subjects are excellent. Even if you fail Quidditch, it won't affect your grades. Besides, you won't take flying lessons in the O.W.L.S exam." Sean doesn't mind when people say how he's flying in his flight lessons. Do you have to use a broomstick to fly? There are many ways to fly, so Sean doesn't want to use the broomstick. "Chrissy, you did a good job in flight lessons," Sean said. "I just heard Marcus Flint say in the lounge that I will play Gryffindor 100-0 this year." As a future Slytherin chaser, Cassius's attention to Quiet Earth obviously more attentive to the potions class than him. "I don't know if Gryffindor can be scored to 0. Sean doesn't know, but he remembers that Gryffindor didn't stop the defeat that lasted for decades until Harry enrolled in school. This year's champion is either Slytherin or Hufflepuff. Although Sean doesn't understand Quidditch, Slytherin has a better chance of winning based on previous year's record. At this time, a group of owls flew into the auditorium. Each owl was holding or grasping something, and when they leaned over the dining table, they threw down the thing they were holding. "It's a Halloween gift." Chris looked expectantly as the package that belonged to her fell. "Deserves to be the lady of the big family." 4 owls that gave Chrissy a gift came in a row, and the parcels were bigger than the other. Chris opened the parcel in the enviable eyes of the female classmates around. Sean was not interested in unpacking the live broadcast. At this time, a dumb owl threw a small gift box the size of a fist onto Sean's head. "Did you buy a pilot license?" Sean touched the top of his head and muttered as he looked up at the owl. Sean looked at the sender's name, Hearns on the box. "Isn't it? This is it again." Sean hadn't opened it yet, just looking at the sender and the size of the gift, he guessed what was inside. "Sean, what's your gift?" "Look at me, the pumpkin blindfold my mother knit for me, is it cool?" Cassius put the blindfold on his eyes funny. Sean reluctantly opened his gift. It was a box of chocolate frog candies. Starting from the age of 5, not on holiday or birthday, Uncle Hearns would give Sean chocolate frog, but only chocolate frog, because it is cheap. "It's a chocolate frog, let me see what card is inside." Cassius took out the card from the box curiously. "It's Merlin again, I already have 8. Cassius returned the card to Sean with some disappointment. Many little wizards are interested in collecting chocolate frog cards, but Sean has been tired of collecting cards in his previous life, so he never keeps the cards in the chocolate frog. The Halloween dinner lasted a little longer, and Sean gave himself a vacation tonight, not planning to practice magic or studying occlumency. He reclined lazily on the sofa in the Slytherin common room, eating fruit and chatting with Cassius and Chrissy comfortably. "Sean, I heard you live in the Broken Cauldron bar," Cassius asked. "Well, a utility room upstairs in the bar," Sean said nonchalantly. "I really envy you, you can definitely go to Diagon Alley to play at any time," Cassius said. "Your thinking is really strange, shouldn't you sympathize with me living in the utility room?" Sean asked. Cassius scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "I have 7 children in my family, and the room they live in is actually similar to the utility room. No one will clean up the mess. Christ's house must be big, right?" Cassius looked at Chris. "My home is a manor," Chrissy said lightly. Sean and Cassius didn't know what to say at this time, and they looked at each other as if they were saying, "You deserve to be rich." It was 9:30. Unknowingly, everyone in the common room went back to their bedroom, and Sean got up to take a shower. "Sean, you dropped something," Cassius said, pointing to the sofa cushion. "What?" Sean looked back at www.readaloud.com. It was Merlin's card. He was a little confused. He should have put the card on the dining table in the auditorium just now. How could it fall out on him? Sean picked up the card and looked at it, and asked Cassius, "Do you want it?" "I don't collect this." Cassius shook his head uninterestedly. Merlin already had 8 cards. "Okay." Sean threw the card into the trash can in the lounge. Sean returned to the dormitory, and when he was about to go to bed after taking a shower, a scene that surprised him happened again. "Why are you here?" Sean looked at the Merlin card on the table. He probably didn't remember it clearly in the auditorium. He put the card in his pocket and dropped it on the sofa. This barely made sense. But just now, in front of Cassius, he threw the card into the trash can in the lounge, and his bedroom door was locked, so no one else should be able to get in. Hogwarts supernatural event, Sean said secretly while holding the card. "I have been the only one who took the initiative to do things since I enrolled in school. Now things come to do me proactively. Old man, who put you here?" Sean muttered to Merlin in the card. He looked at the card with the eyes of magic, because the card was an alchemy item with a faint white light emitting from it, and the other Sean did not see anything unusual. Is it a prank by Cassius? Sean thought. But after thinking about it, Cassius didn't even learn the lock-opening spell and couldn't enter his bedroom. Sean shook his head without thinking about it. He threw the card into the trash can by the table again. The next morning, there was a beautiful and fragrant sound from Sean's bedroom. Shit! The Merlin card that he lost was placed on his table again. Chapter 32, Hogwarts Secrets. Xiao En believes that someone is definitely playing a prank, but he really can't think of who it is. The Wei family twins? They are experts in pranks, but this is the Slytherin lounge. Gryffindor people can't get in. There are not many acquaintances in Slytherin. Cassius does not have this ability, and Chrissy is a eldest lady who can't do such boring things. Keith? He had been warned by Snape, and now he didn't dare to walk too close to Sean. Sean walked out of the Slytherin lounge depressed, not paying attention to almost passing through the barrow on the road. "Excuse me, Barrow," Sean said. "Watch out, Grills," Barrow said coldly. Sean smiled awkwardly and politely. A card on a chocolate frog made him a little upset, and suddenly he thought of someone. Nicole LeMay, isn't this the story of Harry and Ron? In order to find someone on the card to read the banned book, who will God spare? Sean doesn't want to drink the Muggle experience potion that he will never forget, but then he can't enter the banned book area to search for information. He is sure that Merlin's information is definitely not available in the public library. This is Biniko. Le May, a character who is even more distant. Speaking of long distance, the one that floated past is also very long distance. Xiaoen turned around and ran over. That, Barrow, can I ask you a question? Bloodman Barrow is the most frightening of Hogwarts ghosts. He has hollow eyes and thin face, and there are silver stains of blood on his robe. He rarely speaks. He loves humming on the astronomy tower. Say. Barrow responded. Do you know Merlin? I heard he used to be a Slytherin student. What kind of person is he? Sean really didn't know much about Merlin. I know. Barrow said concisely. When Sean heard this, he asked the right person, so he continued, can you tell me? No. Barrow is still Barrow, ruthless. Asked about this, Sean didn't plan to give up. Perhaps the ghosts of other colleges knew it, but since Merlin came out of Slytherin, then Barrow, as the ghost of Slytherin, should understand better. Ahem, I actually know Mrs. Grey in Ravenclaw, real name Helena Ravenclaw, very well, otherwise I can wait and ask her. Sean wanted to swindle Barrow and use Haley, and Barrow would definitely take the bait if N.A. Dang's guys. It is said that Barrow had pursued Helena Ravenclaw back then, but was rejected. He was so angry that he killed Helena Ravenclaw, and then became too sad and committed suicide. Sure enough, when Sean mentioned Mrs. Grey, Barrow's face turned gloomy. He looked at Sean coldly and said, don't bother her, come with me. Barrow took Sean up to the astronomy tower. Barrow always likes to stay here alone and watch the distance quietly. You are only half right, Merlin, he is a Slytherin student and a teaching assistant, Barrow said. What do you mean? Sean hasn't heard of Hogwarts professors with assistants. Could it be that professors were treated better 1,000 years ago? He is a little special. It is said that he is a child born to a man and an elves. When Salazar Slytherin brought him to Hogwarts, he was 17 years old and had some knowledge of magic, so Salazar was not completely let him be a student, while teaching him, also let him become an assistant. Didn't Salazar advocate pure blood? How could he bring Merlin into Slytherin? Sean asked. Barrow glanced at him, looking at Sean like an idiot. He just doesn't like wizards from Muggles, otherwise you think Slytherin has mixed blood coming in every year. Moreover, Merlin is special. At that time, Salazar was already very old. He needed an heir. Merlin's talent is said to surpass the 4 founders of Hogwarts, so Salazar chose him. After that, he probably didn't inherit Salazar, otherwise the Slytherin wall must be covered with his portrait. Sean said. It is rumored that Merlin betrayed Salazar because of a treasure. He left Hogwarts before Salazar, Barrow said. Is there anything like this? It's really a Hogwarts secret, no wonder there is no picture of him in Slytherin. Sean thoughtfully. What kind of treasure is that? Magic wand? Holy sword? Sean asked. I don't know. Barrow replied impatiently. Is there a record of this matter in the banned book area? Sean wanted to know more. Barrow asked arrogantly, do you think there is much I know in the forbidden book area? Then what else do you know? Sean is still very interested in listening to stories or the secrets of such bigwigs. It's gone. Barrow's simple words extinguished the small flame of Sean's curiosity. Have you seen him? No, when I entered school, he had already left. Barrow said. Sean thanked him, turned and left the astronomical tower. In Barrow's words, he knew some Hogwarts secrets, but he couldn't think of what it had to do with the card prank. It is rumored that Merlin left a secret treasure when he left Hogwarts. Barrow said on the astronomical tower, whether it was for Sean or he was talking to himself. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Secret treasure. Sean turned around and said in confusion. Barrow ignored him, standing arrogantly on the astronomical tower, leaving Sean a lonely back. Do you know that Dumbledore doesn't know about this kind of thing? Sean said secretly. However, Hogwarts is too mysterious. Dumbledore, as the principal, doesn't understand all of it. Some rooms, secret rooms, even him haven't been in, or don't know at all. Sean wanted to ask Dumbledore, but he didn't know the entry code for the principal's office today, so he had to go to Snape first. On the way to Snape's office, Sean ran into Kurt, who was going to train at the Quidditch Stadium. This year's Slytherin Quidditch members, 5 of the 7 were our Ouroboros. People from the Wizarding Society. At this time, these 5 Slytherin elites are being teased by a huge water polo flying around. The water polo is 30 centimeters in size. If it explodes over the head, it will definitely get drenched all over. Kurt drew out his wand and imposed all prohibition on the water polo. The water polo didn't seem to move, and the others let out a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that the water polo would split in the next moment? The 7 water suddenly smashed towards the Slytherin 7. Because of the slack just now, everyone was unprepared at the moment and was hit. Pippi, don't let me find Barrow the Blood, Kurt said angrily, touching his wet hair. Sean was originally planning to watch the excitement, but when he heard the Pippi Kurt shouted, he seemed to have found some answer. He opened the eyes of magic, and sure enough, in the normal state, he couldn't see the invisible PP. At this time, he could already see a white figure rolling around on the ground, as if he was very happy. In the recommendation period this week, ask for collection, ask for recommendation votes. Chapter 33, Pippi. Sean didn't care about Pippi, and went to Snape first, and Snape gave him a cold look when he learned that he was going to see Dumbledore. Dumbledore is the principal. There are many things to deal with. Don't bother him if there is nothing to do. But Professor, I think only President Dumbledore knows the answer to my question. Sean said. What are you asking? Merlin, Professor, do you know the legendary wizard Merlin? It is said that he left a secret treasure at Hogwarts. Sean was not sure if Snape had heard of this rumor. Snape waved his robe and sat down. It's just a rumor. No one knows what it is. Maybe it's a rumor fabricated by previous students. Sean thought to himself that the Hogwarts rumors were never groundless. The Slytherin's secret room, the room of the same-minded and responsive room, these are all real. Professor, do you know how long Pepe Ghost has been at Hogwarts? Sean suddenly mentioned Pepe Ghost. Snape pondered for a while and said, it is said that Pippi was there when Hogwarts was founded. It existed at the beginning of the school, and it has been more than 1,000 years now. Then it must have seen Merlin. Xiaoan finally linked the key points together. Just now when he saw Kurt being played around, Sean remembered Hogwarts and the special existence of PP. It is like a ghost, but other ghosts don't recognize it. It can be materialized and can touch objects. Can also be invisible. In this way, it would enter Sean's room, and it would be completely undetectable when Sean hadn't opened the eyes of magic. Thank you, Professor, I don't seem to need to find Principal Dumbledore anymore. Sean already had a clue in his mind. I have to catch Pippi first and ask why I kept Merlin's card by my side, maybe there is some connection between it and Merlin. Pippi is so easy to catch, the entire Hogwarts Freedom Dumbledore and the Bloody Barrow can control him. It is said that in 1876, the then administrator Rancorous Kalpe designed a delicate trap in order to catch Pepe Ghost. He placed a variety of weapons as bait in the trap, which he felt would make Peepagui irresistible. There is also a huge bell outside the bait, which has been casted with a variety of containment spells. When the Pepe Ghost enters the proper position, the bell will fall down to buckle the naughty mischief. Lancorous thought his plan would be successful, but Peepagui easily exploded the bell, spilling broken glass in the corridor, and shooting at will with various weapons in the trap. The teachers and students in the castle could not know emergency evacuation. Later, the principal at the time, Euphoria Moore, and Peepak Yui signed an agreement allowing it to swim in the boys' bathroom on the first floor once a week, giving priority to the moldy bread in the kitchen for littering. He was given a new hat specially made for him by Ms. Bonabill, before Pippi agreed to put down his weapon. After this, the administrator Rankoris Kalpa has chosen to retire early due to his good health. The current administrator Filch also hates Pippi, but he is a dumb gun, and Lankoris is at least a wizard. He can't do anything with Pippi, let alone Filch. Fortunately, Sean didn't think about going up with Pippi gang. He knew that Barrow and Dumbledore could make Pippi obedient, and Dumbledore couldn't ask him. Barrow still had a way. Xiaoen walked all the way to the astronomy tower. Barrow was still there by the person. No, it should be said that a ghost was there. The sound of Sean's footsteps made Barrow notice his arrival. Barrow just glanced at Sean, then turned his head and looked into the distance. Barrow, what's over there? You watch it here every day. Sean stepped forward and spoke. Barrow is not Sir Nicholas of Gryffindor. He won't chat with you. If Sean hadn't used Helena to scam him just now, he wouldn't have said so much to Sean. Sean didn't feel discouraged when he saw that Barrow ignored him. He knew that Barrow's personality was like this, arrogant and cold. Don't be too arrogant, just ask him. Sean thought for a while. Barrow, can you do me a favor? Can you catch Pippi for me? Cannot. Can you? Cannot. Actually, I was in the corridor of Ravenclaw's bedroom just now and saw Pippi scaring Mrs. Grey. Sean said seriously. Barrow immediately became excited when he heard this. Damn Pippi, you shouldn't let it stay at Hogwarts. Where is he? Maybe it's near the stone bridge, I'm not sure now, the Peppis you know are like this. Xiaoen said, he can't guarantee that Peppis are still there, after all, that is a dishonest guy. Barrow did not wait for Xiaoen, and flew straight down the stairs of the astronomy tower. Xiaoen immediately speeded up his steps and followed up. Barrow looked for Pippi ghost everywhere, and finally found it in the clock tower. Pippi saw that Barrow was coming, and he wanted to slip away panicked. Pippi, stand still for me. Barrow's tone seemed to have irresistible majesty. Pippi ghost actually stood under the clock tower and did not escape. It tidied up its little hat to relieve the tension at the moment. Sean looked at this prank ghost that was only about 40 centimeters high and looked like a clown. He couldn't think of any relationship between him and Merlin. Barrow angrily reprimanded Pippi. www.readaloud.com. Sean took the opportunity to hold the Merlin card and said to Pippi, "Did you put this on my table?" Pippi ghost stuck out his tongue at Sean funnily, and then said, Pippi ghost didn't make trouble. Barrow was still angry at this time, and Sean wanted to chat with Pippi alone, so he had to tell a lie again. I think Pippi ghost should apologize to Mrs. Grey, let me take it, and I will watch it. Barrow himself would not go to see Helena. He felt too guilty for Helena. Since Sean took the initiative to say it, Barrow also nodded. Sean dragged Pippi ghost by the collar and walked towards Ravenclaw. When he stepped out of Barrow's sight, his footsteps stopped. He looked down at Pippi ghost and said, "Can you tell me now, why did you put this card on my desk?" "Someone asked me to let it go." Pippi changed his usual naughty, and stood up and answered Sean's question honestly. "Who is it?" Sean asked suspiciously. "Merlin." Even though Sean knew that Merlin had passed away for hundreds of years, he did not immediately deny Pippi. This was in Hogwarts, in the wizarding world, and everything was possible. "Why did he give me this?" Sean asked, pointing to the card. "You have been chosen, idiot," said Pippi. "What was chosen? Isn't he still dead? Is the secret treasure in the rumor?" Xiaoen wanted to ask too much for a moment. "Of course it's dead, it was his mind that chose you, so stupid, why Merlin would choose you, I don't understand." After listening to Pippi's words, Sean suddenly thought of the Sorting Hat, which is also a magic prop that inherited the ideas of the four founders. Chapter 34, Merlin's Secret Chamber. What is the magic item that selected me? Sean asked. It's me. Pippi grinned, making his already funny face even more ridiculous. Didn't you say that Merlin's thoughts chose me? Stupid, Merlin has stored his thoughts on me. Sean suddenly realized that with this operation, Gryffindor turned his wizard hat into a magic item, allowing the other three founders to add their thoughts to the hat. Merlin actually attached his thoughts directly to Pippi, and Sean felt that Merlin was even better. Then where is Merlin's secret treasure? Since Merlin left his thoughts, the rumors about the secret treasure must be true. In the Slytherin lounge. Pippi's answer was a bit beyond Sean's expectation. He thought it would be a more secretive place, like the secret room of a basilisk. Speaking of Pippi, he took Sean to the Slytherin lounge. Sean was a little curious on the way. In the past 1,000 years, no one has found the secret treasure? The secret room built by Slytherin is also 1,000 years old. It was opened by Voldemort 50 years ago. It is hard to say that Merlin's secret room is more difficult to enter than Salazar's. Pippi, has no one found Merlin's secret room before? Sean asked. Of course, Merlin selected a Slytherin student before you, but he failed Merlin's test. Pippi said. Do you know who the student is? Tom Riddle. Sean was dumb, and even a little admired in his heart. Voldemort is worthy of being Voldemort, not only the heir of Salazar Slytherin, but also selected by Merlin. Aside from his character, his talent is indeed rare in 1,000 years. What is Merlin's test? Sean asked Pippi, but didn't get a response. Xiaoan noticed that there were more students in the hallway, and then he remembered that the morning class was over, and there must be a lot of students gathered in the Slytherin lounge. Pippi, are you going to the secret room now? It's not convenient, right? There are other students in the lounge. Sean said. Pippi looked up at Sean, then jumped to Sean's neck. Pippi will be invisible. But I can't. Sean said helplessly. Pippi grabbed Sean's hair with both hands, and then both of them went invisible, and Sean walked into the Slytherin lounge. Cassius and Graham were eating snacks, Chris was sitting on the sofa watching A History of Magic. Sean cautiously walked around the other students towards the fireplace. Sean looked at the flaming fireplace, swallowed his saliva, and asked Pippi on his neck, is the entrance to the secret room? Yes, are you scared? Pippi grinned. Then Cassius came over, picked up 2 logs from the pyre beside them and threw them into the fireplace. After a while, the fire in the fireplace increased. It's so warm, Cassius said with a happy face. Sean couldn't help but glared at Cassius. You really add fuel to the fire. Coward, Tom Riddle is not like you, said Pippi Ghost. Don't compare me to him. Wait, how many levels are Merlin's test? Sean muttered. 5 levels, this is the 2nd level. Sean was a little puzzled. He came up to the 2nd level. When did he pass the 1st level? What is the 1st level? Why haven't I experienced it? Sean asked. Idiot, the 1st level is to catch Pippi. Pippi lowered his head and rolled his eyes at Sean. Can this also be the 1st level? It's too simple. Xiaoan secretly said. However, Sean didn't know. In fact, Pippi is very difficult to catch. Just think of the manager Lankoris who was mad. Pippi is extremely resistant to magic, and ordinary imprisonment curses have no effect on it. It's just that Merlin didn't expect that there would be a character like Barrow that could make Pippi obediently, and Tom Riddle didn't catch him for 3 days after receiving Pippi's tips and tricks. In the end, he still invited Barrow to subdue Pippi Ghost. Sean saved a little time than him. He went directly to Barrow. If he catches Pippi Ghost by himself, he doesn't know how long it will take to succeed. Sean looked at the flames in the fireplace. This is not magic, it is a real fire. Wouldn't it pass away on the spot if he walked in? "Pippi, will you go in with me?" Sean asked in a hoarse voice. "No, you're the only one going in, I don't want to be burned to death," Pippi said bluntly without hesitation about Sean's nervousness. "How did Tom Riddle get in?" Sean asked. When facing challenges, people always look for other people's experiences to refer to. "Just walked in." "How many levels did he get to?" "It's a pity, he only reached the 3rd level." Pippi paused and said, "Are you scared? This is really hot, can you not be afraid?" Sean didn't hide it, and said it naturally. Then he thought about it. If Pippi didn't lie to him, Tom Riddle walked in and reached the 3rd level, which means that the flame shouldn't hurt him. Wealth are in danger, but I have to lie down in the school infirmary with severe burns for a few months. Sean made up his mind and mustered the courage to slowly approach the fireplace. When he lifted his foot and stepped into the fireplace, the heat wave of the flame hit Sean's face, he closed his eyes subconsciously, and the trousers were instantly lit, and Pippi jumped off Sean's neck at this time. N's invisible state is lifted. He stood in the fireplace all at once desperately, and the flame enveloped his whole body, like a phoenix reborn from the fire. Graham chewed the toffee in his mouth. He seemed to see something in the fireplace, but the next second, the fireplace remained unchanged. He rubbed his eyes and patted Cassius. "Cassius, did you just see someone in the fireplace?" Cassius looked back at the fireplace. There was only the burning firewood. He said casually, "Is there anyone?" "You are wrong." Chris put down the Histories of Magic in her hand and looked towards the fireplace. "And Sean has been teleported to a secret room that is not even marked on the map of the Life Point, not the one of Salazar Slytherin, but the secret room of the legendary Great Wizard Merlin. The light in the secret room is dim, and Sean raised his wand and cast a fluorescent flash, and at the same time opened the magic eye. Doll. In the spacious room, there is only one doll, which is no different from the wood used for practice in Hogwarts class. If there is anything different, this doll emits a bright white light under the eyes of magic. The ordinary puppets in the class are not so advanced. Obviously, they are the guardians of this level. Chapter 35, Magic Doll. Behind the magic puppet is a dark wooden door. Only through the obstacle of this magic puppet can you enter the next level. Harry teamed up to play a dungeon, should I swipe it alone? Sean was about 20 meters away from the puppet, he raised his wand and approached the magic puppet cautiously. When Xiaoan walked about 5 meters away from the puppet, the tall puppet made a clicking sound. He mechanically lifted the wand in his hand across his chest and made a fighting posture. Sean knew that he had triggered the puppet's defense mechanism, and all that was left was to do it. "Accept your weapons." Sean preemptively cast a disarming spell on the puppet. But the puppet only waved the magic wand to cancel out Sean's magic. Although the puppet did not recite the spell, under the eyes of Sean's magic, he saw clearly what kind of magic the puppet used. Coincidence? Or follow me? Sean was a little confused. Puppet counteracted Sean's disarming curse with the disarming curse, and he used a magic again. All petrochemicals. The magic wand of the puppet also built a petrified magic frame, and its construction speed is almost the same as that of Sean. The magic of both sides is emitted at the same time, and a white light is emitted in the air, which is offset. All petrochemicals. The silver light flickers. Alaho cave opens. Sean cast 3 magics in succession, the last 2 are life magics at all, not at all offensive, but the puppet still copied them in the past. That is to say, this is a duel with another self, I know it will be, no, it should be that I display it can be copied immediately, or read my thoughts. Sean speculated. In this magic puppet, it is very likely that Merlin casts some advanced copying spell or heart-reading spell. It either instantly copied the magic that Sean cast, or read Sean's thoughts and knew it before he cast the spell. Sean's magic. Sean put down his magic wand and was no longer ready to attack. It would be a waste of magic power to continue. He calmed down, concentrated his mind and started to construct the magic frame in his mind. This was the occult cerebral technique he copied from the Forbidden Book area last month, and then more than a month later, he only learned the basic part, which was far from the level of Snape Occidental cerebral technique. Snape was even able to made up a true lie to fool Voldemort. And Sean will only bluntly construct a magical barrier in his brain to block the spirit of the outside world. This sounds like a very powerful one, but for those who really want to learn occlumency, this step is very tasteless. Mission Impossible like Snape, and even Draco later, their purpose is to deceive others, not to expose themselves. If he builds a barrier in his brain like Sean, he can really block some low-level spiritual prying eyes, but it is also obvious to others that there are ulterior secrets in his mind, so he can't show them to others. If Sean's basic occlumency is used as an undercover agent, he might be exposed on the first day, but in this secret room, his half-heartedness seems to be of some use. Mind reading is no better than mind taking, and at Sean's current level, it should be able to stop it. When he finished constructing the barrier, he raised his wand again and cast a weapon except you at the puppet. However, the puppet did not receive any influence, he still used the disarming charm at the same time as Sean. It doesn't seem to be a mind-reading technique, so it's troublesome. Sean thoughtfully, suddenly he patted his head. The magic used, if it can't be copied, it should be able to defeat it. Since entering this secret room, Sean's magic eyes have been open, which is very burdensome for his magic. Sean took out an ampoule from his robe, unplugged the cork, and drank the light blue liquid inside. It was the magic restoration potion made by Sean last month. 8 bottles were made at the time, and 1 bottle was used in the experiment. After that, he took a bottle with him in case he needed it. I knew I should bring a few more bottles. Unfortunately, I didn't know it earlier. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Sean's magic power was restored to its best state. He opened the magic eye again, and he held the magic wand to cast the disarming spell on the magic puppet again. Accept your weapon. Then a phantom flashed, and rushed towards the magic puppet. It was Little Fox, it was a little fox with fur. The magic of the puppet was offset by the magic of Sean. Little Fox flew on the puppet's wand and kicked it down with a paw. It's done. Sean was overjoyed. A wizard who was shot down with a wand was like a loser. The wheels under the puppet rolled and slowly moved away from the door. Sean used 1/3 of his magic power before and only summoned a little fox without hair. This time he used 1/2 of his magic power to summon a mini fox with only hair that can fly. Fox flew from the puppet's hand to Sean's shoulder. Sean touched his little head with his fingers, and led it to the next wooden door. Even though Sean passed the magic puppet, he would be furious if he knew how Tom Riddle passed. Tom Riddle began to spell magic with the puppet just like Sean, but Tom quickly discovered the mystery of the puppet, and he was more accurate than Sean guessed. The puppet was cast by Merlin with a very deep copying spell, but it was not on the puppet, but on the wand. Tom put down the wand, cast the spell without the wand, and cast a primary transformation spell on the puppet. Puppet's wand did not detect the magic frame on Tom's wand. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com therefore did not copy his transformation spell, so the puppet was turned into a stool by Tom. In fact, Sean only needs to consume a little magic power to defeat the puppet with one of his best floating spells, but in the end he still didn't find that the copying spell was actually on the puppet's wand. Sean took a deep breath, and Pippi said that Tom Riddle had failed in the 3rd level, which would make Voldemort come home. Sean couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Fox, you go first when there is danger. Sean said. Fox called out, as if responding to Sean. Forget, you were made by me, you won't die. Sean looked at the keyhole on the wooden door. It was a very standard small round hole, not even a keyhole. Alaho cave opens. Sure enough, there was no response. Sean stood in front of the door thinking. He thought that when Harry was looking for the Philosopher's Stone, he had obtained the flying key of the previous level and used that specific key to open the wooden door of the next level. There is no flying key here, but there is this one. Sean walked to the puppet and picked up the wand that was kicked off by Fox, and then he used it to insert the wand into the round lock hole of the wooden door. With a click, the door lock was opened. The door opened, Fox. Sean said happily. And Fox dissipated because his magic power was exhausted at this time. Well, I'm the only one to go in. Xiaoan muttered to himself, like a candidate who relieved the pressure before the exam. He slowly pushed open the heavy wooden door. Wizards, Xiao Chen teaches you a very advanced curse. Its spells are, 1 is 1, 1 2 is 2, 1 3 is 3, and the following spells wait for the wizards to submit a recommendation ticket, and Xiao Chen will teach you again. Chapter 36, Make a Choice. This room is brighter than the one just now, and Sean walked in slowly. There was only one table in the room with a book on it. In the eyes of Sean's magic, the book exudes a faint white light. It is a magic book with magic power. Xiaoan walked to the table and carefully reached out and opened the page of the book. He looked at the blank page and muttered. It turned out to be a notebook, eh? There is also a quill pen. Sean picked up the quill pen on the table. The quill also radiated white light under the eyes of Magic Eye. Blank notebook, did Voldemort learn from this? Sean thought of one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Tom Riddle's notebook. In the blank notebook, Voldemort's memories remained. Sean picked up the pen and wrote a sentence on the first page. How can I pass this level? When Sean finished writing this sentence, the quill in his hand flew out automatically, then landed on the notebook, and it automatically began to write. Sacrifice. The quill answered Sean's question. What kind of sacrifice? Sean picked up the quill and wrote on the next line. Living sacrifices. Xiaoan picked up the pen again, but he didn't immediately write the third question. He looked at the answer from the quill, and it was clearly the business process of the Black Wizard. This was for him to kill. What did Tom Riddle do at the time? Did he offer sacrifices? Sean wrote. Can't tell. Quill gave the answer. Sean fell into deep thought. Pippi said that Tom Riddle failed the third test, but Tom Riddle's character, in order to gain strength, he would undoubtedly attack the students in the school. But he didn't pass. Didn't he succeed? At this time, the notebook was flipped, and the quill automatically wrote on the second page, sign your name, offer sacrifices within 3 days, and the next gate will appear in front of your eyes. Xiaoan looked at the information in this sentence, combined with the information he had, he very much suspected that this test was strange. He picked up the pen and began to write in the notebook, but instead of writing his name, he asked another question. How old was Tom Riddle when he came here? Quill pen wrote quickly, 3rd grade. The quill did not stop, but turned to the blank third page again and continued to write the same words as the second page. Sign your name, offer sacrifices within 3 days, and the next gate will appear in front of you. Sean did not go to get the quill, but thought about whether Tom Riddle, who was in the 3rd grade, could kill a student. The answer is absolutely yes. The 3rd grade Tom Riddle is already comparable to the 7th grade graduates, but he is not as high profile as Sean. Instead, he sleekly absorbs knowledge among the various professors, and uses superb acting skills to cover the dark side of his heart. I have to say that when he was young, Riddle's acting skills were first-rate, and even Dumbledore didn't find him strange. It's impossible for Tom Riddle to kill someone in 3 days. How did he fail? Sean was puzzled. He can do it, but he failed the test. Isn't this a test of ability to do it, but a test of how to choose? If this is Salazar Slytherin's test, Sean might not think about it, but the legendary Great Wizard Merlin, there are no rumors that he is bloodthirsty and evil, and this blood sacrifice is not very similar to that of a wizard like him. Out of the test. The 2nd level should test courage, and the 3rd level should be talent. I think this level should be a test of character. Sean picked up the pen and wrote a line on the third page without hesitation. I give up. Tom Riddle would hurt his classmates for power, but Sean would not. He thought Merlin would not give the secret treasure to someone who would do anything for power. When Sean finished writing these 3 words, the notebook suddenly floated from the table, the pages of the book flipped quickly, and then the notebook fell on the ground, turning into a door at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the quill became a key, lying quietly on the table. Hurt, you test temptation, it's okay to engage in Voldemort, but I am a traverser of 2 generations. Sean chose the opposite answer to Tom Riddle, and he was right. After Tom Riddle wrote his name in his notebook that year, he was directly teleported out of the secret room and returned to the Slytherin lounge. He wanted to enter from the fireplace again, but he couldn't find the entrance. He was even caught by the fireplace. The flame burns. The last level is, what is the secret treasure of the legendary wizard? Xiaoen picked up the key on the table and opened the abrupt wooden door. The scene in front of Xiaoen the next second shocked him. At his feet is a lush forest, quiet and mysterious, and looking forward, it turns out to be Hogwarts Castle. Sean is standing in the canopy of a huge redwood tree. www.readaloud.com. This redwood tree is 10 meters in diameter and should be older than Hogwarts. It grows in the Forbidden Forest. For thousands of years, no one has been able to disturb it. It turned out to be a secret road, which still leads to the Forbidden Forest. Xiaoen was a little surprised. He knows a few secret roads of Hogwarts, but they all lead to Hogsmeade Village, but none of them lead to dangerous forests. What about the secret treasure? Merlin won't play this set with me, right? What do you say that the scenery in front of you is the secret treasure you are looking for? Sean stood at the root of the tree trunk, raised his head and looked around the tree crown, only to discover something incredible to him. How come? This is not a Triwizard tournament. On the trunks on the left and right sides of the canopy, there were 2 people, one Cassius and the other Chris. They seemed to be in a coma, with their hands hanging from ropes. Xiaoen looked up along the rope, and the 2 were actually tied to the same rope. As long as one person was untied, the other side would fall from the canopy. At this height, there was no doubt that he would die. It was a bit like a choice faced by Harry in the Triwizard tournament, but Harry did not choose, he saved both, and he escaped from the bottom of the Black Lake. Yugadam Leviosa. Sean cast a floating curse on Chrissy, but after the curse hits Chrissy, he was spread out by a magical barrier, which means that Merlin's final test cannot use magic. Sean looked at the 2 rope ladders above his head. One leading to Cassius and the other leading to Chrissy. He could only climb the rope ladder to rescue one person, and then watched the other fall in front of him. For the first time, Sean fell into a situation where it was difficult to make a decision. No one was saved. He couldn't watch the other one go to death. Merlin, you play with me! Sean roared irritably. Chapter 37, Legendary Wizard. Wait, has it been more than 20 minutes since I entered the secret room? It should be the lunch break now. Cassius and Chris are usually staying in the common room. This horrible place. Xiaoen looked at his feet, and suddenly felt dizzy. It was at least 70 or 80 meters high. It was no joke to fall. Merlin wouldn't make fun of the student's life. If Sean saves only one, is the other really going to die? Sean believed that Merlin was not so perverted. Sean opened the Eye of Magic again and carefully observed Cassius and Chrissy. The white light emitted by the 2 under the Eye of Magic was slightly different. Chrissy was slightly brighter, while Cassius was darker. It also shows that Chrissy's magic power is stronger than Cassius. Does Cassius have so much magic power? Sean recalled the last time he saw Cassius with the Eye of Magic. It's not that he looks down on Cassius, but that this guy is really lazy, and never practice magic after class. His magic power depends on the increase in age. And this Cassius hanging from the canopy seems to have more power than the Cassius magic power that Sean saw. This guy has secretly started practicing magic recently. It is well known that diligent practice can speed up the growth of magic power. Sean can have 3 times the new magic power. In addition to the magic eye, a large part of it is due to his diligence. I guess your game is an illusion. I won't save either. If I guess wrong, I will jump off here. Sean shouted into the air. Xiaoen's voice echoed over the vast forbidden forest, and the beasts in the forbidden forest roared as if responding to Xiaoen. Young wizard, don't be so irritable. You have passed the test and are about to get the secret treasure. Shouldn't you be a little happy? Suddenly a distant voice came. Xiaoen looked around but didn't see any figures. Young wizard, I am above your head. The voice came again. Xiaoen looked up and saw a crystal ball floating on his sky spirit cover, and Xiaoen, who was shining like the sun, immediately closed the eyes of magic. Since the entrance dinner, Sean looked at Dumbledore's magic power. He already felt that it was the top existence in the magic world. Now that the magic power exuded by this crystal ball, Sean can't see Dumbledore's power anymore. Several times, because he couldn't look directly at it at all. What are you? Sean looked up and asked. I am the legendary wizard you are looking for, Merlin. The crystal ball replied. I said I was a legendary wizard, you look like a telecommunications fraud. Xiaoen said. The crystal ball flew down from above Sean's head. It floated in front of Sean's eyes, and then a figure floated. This was a handsome young man, tall and thin, looking a little weak. Sean thought of what Barrow had said. Merlin had left Hogwarts earlier than Salazar, and he should have been young when he left, so Sean asked. Are you really Merlin? The goods are genuine, Merlin said. What about your secret treasure? It's right in front of your eyes. Xiaoen pointed to the crystal ball floating in the air and wondered, that's it? What's the use of it? Yes, it is the heart of the wizard, it contains incomparable magic power. Merlin said the name of the crystal ball. Sean is very sure and certain that this wizard's heart has a huge magic power. Just now, it almost blinded his own magic eyes, but how should this thing be used? Wait, I heard that you and Salazar Slytherin parted ways because of a treasure. Is it the heart of the wizard? Sean suddenly asked. You should know about this. Yes, 1,000 years have passed, and Salazar is no longer there, and I am not here anymore. Merlin suddenly sighed. Did you really take this wizard's heart and betray him? Sean asked curiously. After all, this is a 1,000-year secret that even Dumbledore didn't know. Yes, I stole the wizard's heart from Salazar. Merlin admitted. Sean was a little surprised. The story did not turn around, and Merlin seemed to have seen Sean's mind. He went on to say. Do you know the origin of the wizard's heart? Sean shook his head. This is something that is more than 1,000 years ago. How would he know it? But Sean was wrong. This is not something that is more than 1,000 years old. In ancient Greece, about 700 BC, there was a dark wizard named Helbo. He was the top dark wizard at the time. It is said that he killed 13 powerful wizards in order to gain power and extracted their magic power. The black magic created this wizard's heart. 700 BC, that's almost 2,700 years ago. Sean counted the time. The wizard's heart contains the magic power of 13 wizards, but the magic items created by this cruel method will definitely not be so easy to use. Merlin said. When Salazar and I found it in Greece, Salazar was immediately attracted by it and carried it all the time. Later, when I returned to Hogwarts, reading www.yuyuganshu.com, Salazar became more and more serious. He has become more and more irritable and often loses control of his emotions, and the students dare not approach him. I know, it was the wizard's heart that affected his mind. Merlin seemed to be lost in memory. Sean unconsciously glanced at the wizard's heart. A powerful wizard like Salazar would be affected by it. How powerful it is! Thinking about how he was almost seduced by Voldemort's Horcrux, Sean deliberately stepped back 2 steps. You stole it later. I tried to take it away, but Salazar cast a spell on it and it couldn't leave Hogwarts, so I secretly built a secret room to hide it. Sean nodded. It turns out that this is the case. What does Pippi mean when I was chosen by you? Since this thing is so dangerous, you shouldn't let it be hidden in the secret room forever. Why do you want people to find it? As I said, the wizard's heart has incomparable magical powers. To keep it hidden in the secret room forever. It is a bit violent to do so, so before I left Hogwarts, I left my thoughts on Pippi, letting Pippi wander through Hogwarts with my thoughts, picking the right successor. Aren't you afraid that the heir will be controlled by the wizard's heart? Sean asked. So I set up a test to detect whether the successor meets the conditions. Before you, there was a Slytherin student, Tom Riddle. He was very good. I asked Peepagui to find him, but in the first during the 4-level test, I saw the darkness in his heart. It really tests people's hearts. Sean secretly said. Since you know the wizard's heart so well, why didn't you use it? Sean asked. Merlin smiled and asked, how do you think I got the name of my legendary wizard? Chapter 38, Sage's Sustenance. Sean was stopped by Merlin's rhetorical question. He said uncertainly, you really used it? Isn't this a product of the Black Wizard? I have absorbed 1/10 of the power of the wizard's heart. Merlin said. Was only 1/10, which made Merlin a great legendary wizard who has left his name through the ages, but Sean thought for a while. Merlin was modest when he said that. Barrow said that Merlin's talent surpassed the 4 founders. Even if Merlin doesn't draw on the power of the wizard's heart, he can still become a great wizard, and the wizard's heart is just icing on the cake. You already got it, why don't you learn more? Sean asked. Merlin waved his hand, and the wizard's heart floated to Sean's chest. Put your hand up. Sean hesitated. His ability to pass the test does not mean that he is a kind-hearted and determined person. He was just opportunistic and passed the test in another way. Even Voldemort's Horcrux almost affected his mind. This stronger wizard's heart is even more dangerous. Are you okay? Sean looked at Merlin hesitantly. Merlin nodded and motioned for him to put his hand on. The legendary great wizards were all beside him. He was afraid of a ball, and Sean stretched out his right hand to hold the wizard's heart. At first there was no feeling, then Sean seemed to hear a screaming cry, which was chilling, and a tingling sensation came from his palm, as if he had been charged by static electricity while taking off his sweater, and Sean shrank subconsciously. Back to the right hand. Do you feel it? Merlin asked. What do you feel? Sean retorted. The violence of the wizard's heart. The wizard's heart condenses the magic power of 13 great wizards, but they are all killed by Hirebo, and the resentment is absorbed by Hirebo along with the magic power to make the wizard heart. You should have felt it just now. Scream in the wizard's heart. Sean nodded, and Merlin continued. After Salazar absorbed the power of the wizard's heart, his magic power was indeed stronger, and he was also affected by this power and gradually moved towards darkness. Then why are you not affected? Sean asked. I only absorbed 1/10 of the power of the wizard's heart. It's not that I don't want to absorb more, but I can only control so much. No matter how much I am, I will be affected by the wizard's heart's power. Merlin said. Where is Salazar? How much has he absorbed? Sean asked curiously. I think he should be less than me, but he is still affected by that power. Later I guessed that this should be related to talent and xinxing. Although this is like flattering myself, my talent should be higher than that of Salazar. And his thirst for power is not as strong as him, so he is more likely to be affected. Sean rationalized Merlin's words. In order to absorb the violent power of the wizard's heart, he must first have extremely high talent. Therefore Merlin has only selected Tom Riddle and Sean for thousands of years, and the test of his character is in order to get rid of people like Salazar and Tom Riddle who are unscrupulous in order to gain strength. The more he thirsts for power, the more easily he will be affected by the wizard's heart, and he will fall into darkness in the end. What should I do? Sean looked at the wizard's heart. The magic of this thing was too violent, and it might explode if he absorbed it directly. The Phantom of Merlin leaned over to Sean. He stretched out his right hand and nodded on Sean's forehead with his fingertips. A memory flooded into Sean's mind. It was a complicated magical framework. This is a purification magic, with which you can remove the violent factor in the wizard's heart, so that the magic of the wizard's heart can be absorbed. But this is the magic part. For the resentment contained in the magic power, the purification magic cannot be eliminated, so when you feel your emotions and thoughts have changed, what you should do is to stop absorbing the magic power of the wizard's heart and put it back. Secret room, waiting for the next person to be selected. Meilin exhorted. This is really a secret treasure handed down from generation to generation. Xiaoan secretly said. Is there something, do I need you to help me finish it? Merlin said suddenly. Xiaoan thought to himself, there really is no free lunch in the world, it is still time to come, and finally the task is to be released. Salazar and I brought back from Greece in addition to the wizard's heart and other things, including 2 scrolls of parchment recording 2 evil and powerful black witchcraft. One of them is about the immortality of the soul. It records a magic called Horcrux. Theoretically, it can split the soul and attach the soul to other objects for immortality, but it is based on killing others. Hearing this, the corners of Sean's mouth twitched slightly. It's no wonder that the hierbo who had been talking about this sounded familiar, but he just couldn't remember who he was. Now that Merlin talked about Horcruxes, Sean was immediately connected. The ancient Greek dark wizard Helbo was the inventor of the Horcruxes. Merlin and Salazar brought back Helbo's relics from Greece, and neither know who copied the black witchcraft from the sheepskin scroll on the book and put it in the forbidden book area. Later, Tom Riddle discovered the book that records Horcruxes. The cause and effect of these 1,000 years is really amazing. What about the other volume? Merlin's words aroused Sean's curiosity. The other volume is darker and more vicious than the Horcrux. It desecrates the heroic spirits of the dead, recalls the dead to the world, and forces them to be driven by the caster. A look of disgust appeared on Merlin's face. You reading www.ukansha.com. Sean was a little stunned. This black witchcraft sounded like reincarnated from the filthy soil or the undead call of a necromancer. Hierbo deserves to be the most powerful black wizard in ancient Greece. Although these powerful black witchcraft are evil and dangerous, he can invent such advanced black witchcraft, which shows how powerful his talent is. What do I need to do? Sean asked. The 2 rolls of parchment were taken away by Salazar. If you find the whereabouts of these 2 rolls of parchment, I hope you destroy them. Merlin said. Sean stammered, what if someone learns the above black magic? He didn't want to tell Merlin that there was a Dark Lord who had learned one of the dark witchcraft. If he knew about it, the remaining memory phantom would be dissipated by anger. Defeat him. Merlin said seriously, looking into Sean's eyes. Sean looked at Merlin's firm eyes, and felt guilty. Are you really playing? This is for his life. A Voldemort who has learned Horcrux has made the entire British magical world frightened. If there is a dark wizard who has learned the dark witchcraft on another sheepskin scroll, then it will not be a big noise. I will try my best. Sean said unconfidently. Merlin shook his head, and said in an encouraging tone, you can pass my test to get the heart of the wizard, to prove that you are talented, don't be afraid of the dark, and believe in yourself. Trust yourself. At this time, Merlin's phantom gradually faded, and the memory of the wizard's heart also dissipated above the forbidden forest. Xiaoan held the fallen wizard's heart, and the electric shock came from his palm again. With it, my upper limit of magic power can finally be increased. After a while, the summoned fox will be like Dumbledore's. Chapter 39, Quidditch Game. Sean returned from the passage in the canopy. When he walked to the secret room of the magic puppet, he was a little worried. If he walked out like this, he would show up in the fireplace. This is going to be seen by the Slytherin students. How should he explain, "What can I do?" Waiting for half an hour, there should be few people in the lounge during class time. Xiaoen thought. The courses of each grade are different. Even if it is time for class, there is no guarantee that some students who do not have classes will not stay in the lounge. At this time, the wizard's heart is still raging in Sean's hands. Before learning the purification spell, Sean can't absorb the magic of the wizard's heart. Salazar absorbed some, and Merlin absorbed the remaining 10th. The remaining magic power in it is still terrifying. The ancient great wizards are all monsters with such a huge magic power. Sean looked at his hand. The wizard in the heart said with emotion. Soon, half an hour later, Sean adjusted his expression, trying to make himself look more natural. He opened the wooden door and walked out with a smile, but it was not the warm flames in the fireplace that greeted him, but the strange eyes of a group of girls. "Good afternoon." Sean smiled awkwardly and politely. "Ah!" At this moment several girls called out. Xiaoen was shocked, and he didn't pay attention when he opened the door just now. Now that he saw the environment clearly, he cursed Merlin in his heart. "Shit, I was hurt badly by you." This door is no longer the fireplace leading to the Slytherin lounge, but a girl's bathroom. When Sean looked from the back, it turned out to be a toilet cubicle. He just came from the girl's bathroom with a silly smile. Walked out of the cubicle. "Dead old man, don't tell me when I leave, my fame is ruined in one life." Sean covered his face in the angry expressions of several girls and ran out. When he walked out the door and saw the corridor outside, he realized that this turned out to be the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor. The entrance and the exit are located in 2 places. One can only enter and the other can only exit. Merlin thought it was hidden. But why did I mix up at Hogwarts? At this time, a familiar voice sounded behind Xiaoen. "Sean, what are you doing at the door of the girls' bathroom?" Xiaoen forcefully turned his head back calmly, and said without changing his face, "If I say I'm lost, do you believe it or not?" Chris looked at him with a disgusting expression. "Get lost in the girls' bathroom, you really know how to choose the way." "Well, I know no one will believe me, I admit it," Sean said with an expression of irreverence. The next day, it spread from school that Sean, a little pervert, sneaked into the girls' bathroom. For this reason, Slytherin was deducted 15 points. The boys smiled at him when they saw him, and the girls saw he avoided him. Sean's heroic deeds were still being extolled in Hogwarts 2 years later, so much so that Harry saw Sean and gave him a thumbs up involuntarily. The Wei family twins admired Xiaoen even more. They once again sincerely invited Xiaoen to join and formed a spoof trio, but Xiaoen resolutely refused. "Stop talking, let me beat you guys again," Sean threatened. "Clever ghost, tell me, what do you see in the girls' bathroom?" Fred winked at Sean. George followed immediately. "Do you know what your nickname is among girls?" "I don't know, I don't want to know, shut up, don't say it." Xiaoen feigned angrily. "Called the betrayer of the boys' bathroom, ha ha ha." The Wei family brothers talked and laughed. This nickname can be described as a pun. Before Xiaoen entered school, he was called the son of betrayal. The nickname given to him by the girls was clearly saying that if there is a men's bathroom, you don't want to go to the girls' bathroom. Sean betrayed the boys' bathroom. "Clever ghost, the Hogwarts Quidditch event will be held the day after tomorrow. Which team do you think will win the championship?" Fred asked. Since the school dinner and Sean bet against Sean for 4 consecutive losses, the Wei's twins feel that his words are like a mantra, and they are accurate. "Slytherin." Sean dragged his chin and leaned absently on the bench. The Wei family twins thought that Sean was only speaking for his academy, so they said unconvinced. That's not necessarily true. My brother Charlie is the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch, so he won't lose to Slytherin. Well, let's bet on 10 Seacos. Sean said. George leaned in and smiled. We don't want to bet with you, but if you are sure that Slytherin will win, we can introduce you to a place. Wait, what do you two mean? Wouldn't it be me who asked me to bet for your staff when I came here? Sean looked at the two and said. Sean failed the flight class, so he was not interested in Quidditch, so much so that he did not pay attention to the Quidditch game 2 days later. The students in the school were discussing it. The atmosphere was high, but Sean did not accept anything to influence. Had it not been for the Wei family twins to mention this to him, he would have forgotten that it would be game day. Shhh, don't be so loud, you want to be caught by Professor McGonagall to copy the textbook. George said nervously. Fred looked around for a while, saw that no one was paying attention to them, and said in a low voice in Sean's ear. Professor Jovic made a bet. Many senior students participated. If you are sure that Slytherin will win, we will also bet on Slytherin. Sean looked at the two of them, and said with a teasing tone, you two are Gryffindors, do you think Slytherin will pass your conscience? I swear, my heart is in Gryffindor. It's a duel, but I recently made an invention, and even the last Seaco was spent. It's really short of money. You know, our family has many children, and George and I can't share it. What pocket money? Fred said embarrassedly. What are the odds for Professor Jovic? Sean asked. The Wei family twins glanced at each other, and it was obvious that Xiao-en had agreed to join, and they sat on the left and right sides of Xiao-en enthusiastically. Slytherin loses 1 www.readaloud.com Gryffindor loses 1.5, Hufflepuff loses 1, and Ravenclaw loses 3. It can be seen from the odds that Slytherin has the biggest win. The previous 2 champions are also Slytherin, and this odds has also been suppressed by Jovic to a very low level. Bet 10 Slytherins to win, and if they get 12 back, they can only earn 2 Seacos, not to mention that the Wei family twins can't get a single Seaco now. I urge you to dispel this idea. The Slytherin team has been in the best state of personnel for the past 2 years, and its strength is stable. This year, it is no accident that Slytherin will win the championship. Looking at the odds, you can also bet 10 Slytherins. You can only earn 2, besides, do you have 10 Seacos? Sean said. The Wei family twins scratched their heads. We don't have one, but we can borrow it. Ask whoever borrows, your brother Percy or Charlie, if they know you do these non-family services. Sean said leisurely. Of course it's not Charlie. He is the Gryffindor captain. If he knew his brother had bet Slytherin to win, he would definitely kill us. George's expression trembled. As if thinking of something terrible. We borrow from Professor Jovic, and he can lend students silver CK or even Jin Jialong. Fred whispered. Xiao-en's face changed when he heard this. Is this still a human thing? Set up the game by yourself and return the students to borrow SIK, campus loan? The nature of this Jovic Death Eater is hard to change. The dog can't change the shit. He wants to harm the students, so he has to think of a way to cure him. Xiao-en got up and took the Wei family twins towards the dark magic defense classroom on the 3rd floor. He hadn't been to that classroom for 2 months. For the first time in that classroom, Xiao-en embarrassed Jovic. This time, Sean might have to make him remember. Chapter 40, Fishing. Sean, what are you going to do? Fred asked after Sean. I'll collect evidence and report Jovic. Sean said solemnly. When the Wei family twins heard this, Limara stayed with him and said with a worried expression, you are causing trouble for yourself. There are many senior students who participated in this matter. You reported Jovic. It will also hurt them, and you will offend them like this. What about offending? Since I know this, I will never allow it to happen. Sean was not afraid. He was disgusted with Jovic's behavior and character. He not only had to report this matter, but also report under your real name. But if he wants evidence, he still lacks a little bait. After thinking about it, the only acquaintance he knows is to ask Chrissy for help. Wait for me, I'll come over right away. Xiaoan hurriedly turned and left. In the Slytherin lounge, Sean asked a female classmate to help him call Chris out of the bedroom. Well, Chrissy, please trouble you. Sean said embarrassedly. The boy who survived the catastrophe, how hesitated when he talked, if there is something to say straight. Chris was refreshed. Lend me some money. How much? Chris asked. 10 galleons. Sean stretched out his hands and gestured. You wait, I'll get it. Chris turned back to the bedroom, and walked out after a while. Chrissy handed Garen to Sean. What are you doing with it? You'll know in a while, and I'll pay you back in 2 hours. Sean took Garen and left the Slytherin lounge. Xiaoan returned to the stairs on the second floor. The Wei family twins were still waiting for him. When they saw Xiaoan here, they pulled him nervously. Are you really going to report Jovic? Sean said blankly, okay, and sure, I really want to report him. But he is a professor of defense against the dark arts, unlike Filch, we will have a hard time in school in the future. George said. Sean patted the Wei family twins on the shoulders, and said mysteriously, tell you a secret. Jovic will not be at Hogwarts next year. If it's fast, maybe he won't be there after Christmas, so you guys don't be afraid of him. The Wei family twins widened their eyes, looked at him suspiciously, and asked suspiciously, how do you know? Everything is a secret, anyway, I won't hurt you. I'll just ask, believe me or not. Xiaoan didn't force the Wei family to work together. He could actually do it alone, but it would be a little troublesome if he didn't have a helper. Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts class professor changes every year. For what reason will this Jovic be expelled or leave Hogwarts? Sean still doesn't know, maybe this bet will be his departure because. Sean thought so. The Wei family twins glanced at each other and seemed to have made a decision. Just do it, Sean, what shall we do? Xiaoan whispered a few words in the ears of the two of them, so the Wei family twins left the corridor on the second floor first, and Xiaoan walked towards the third floor. At this time, there was no one in the defense against the dark arts classroom. Sean walked to Jovic's office on the side. He knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. Jovic saw Sean standing at the door, his face slightly somewhat surprised. Grills, what are you doing at the door of my office? Dumbledore should have granted you permission not to attend my class. Yes, Professor, but I'm not here to ask you about your studies, but some small questions about Quidditch. I want to listen to the professor's advice. Sean vaguely expressed the game. Jovic immediately understood what Sean meant. He looked at the door and then let Sean into the office. How did you know? Jovic asked when he locked the door behind his back. The Weasley twins told me and asked me if I was interested. Sean answered truthfully. Jovic nodded. It seems that Jones and Weasley said that you have such a good relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Jones is a third-grade student in Gryffindor. He told the Wei family twins about this, and Sean can only answer truthfully. Jovic's bet is very secretive, similar to the membership invitation system. There is no invitation from the other students. I won't know about it. We met before entering the school, and the division of colleges does not affect our relationship. Sean said calmly. Jovic is also not interested in digging into the parents of the first-year freshmen. He asked straightforwardly, you should know the rules, which team to buy. You are Slytherin, you should buy your own academy. Slytherin is the strongest, why not buy Slytherin, but Professor, your odds are too low. Jovic showed his ugly black teeth and said with a smile, the popular team to win the championship, of course, must lower the odds. If you want to earn more, you can buy more. Sean pretended to be embarrassed. He reached out his hand to touch his pocket, and said hesitantly, "Professor, this is the money I borrowed. After the game, you will give me the money I won right away." Jovic saw that Sean actually pulled out a garin, and his smile became even brighter. "I promise, I will give it to you as soon as the game is over." "Well, I'll buy 10 gallons, Slytherin will win." Sean, like a gambler with all his wealth, muttered to himself to cheer himself up. "Slytherin must win, Slytherin must win." Sean's voice grew louder and louder. Jovic accepted 10 gallons happily. He did not stop Sean's shouting. In his opinion, this is just a fan cheering for his support of the team. At this time, the office door lock automatically opened, and the Wei family twins pushed the door violently, and there was a burst of white light flashing with a click. This was not magic, but a flash from a camera. Jovic looked astonished, and then he realized that he was being tricked by a few kids. "Grills, Weasley, don't you want to get out of this room?" Jovic took out his wand and pointed it at Sean. Just as he was about to cast a spell, the wand was shot to the ground. "Professor Jovic, how can you say this to the students?" Professor McGonagall walked in with a serious expression. "Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape." Jovic saw Snape following McGonagall, and suddenly it looked like a frustrated ball. Snape glanced at Sean, then stared at Jovic coldly. "I told you, don't do stupid things at Hogwarts." Xiaoan walked aside and exchanged eyes with the Wei family twins, and said in a low voice, "Good job, time is accurate. Thanks to me, I suspect that George is a little confused. He didn't respond to the last 2 words you called Slytherin." Fred said. "Fuck you, you only heard it, didn't you see that I was already casting a lock-opening curse?" George said unconvincedly. "It's fun, it's noisy, don't make jokes about George's ears." Sean muttered suddenly. "What do you mean?" the two asked. "It's meaningless. By the way, how are the photos taken?" Fred handed the photo to Sean with a smug look. Jovic's expression on the photo was stunned, with Garin in his hand. The photo was posted in the school weekly, which was definitely the front page headline. Chapter 41, Weird Jovic. When Sean separated from the Wei family, they asked them to borrow a camera, and then call Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, and when he shouted that Slytherin would win in Jovic's office, he opened the door to shoot. Under the evidence. This is a very pediatric trick, but Jovic did not expect a few first-year freshmen to play this kind of routine, especially Sean. There are too many ghosts and eyes. Jovic has been flattened by Sean twice, each time. It was all beyond his expectation. "I said you two have offended the seniors now. Are you afraid of being excluded in the future?" Xiaoan asked. "What are you afraid of? We just have to have each other." The brothers glanced at each other and then slapped their hands. Xiaoan felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this. He patted the two meaningfully. "Yes, you two are treasures, and you are not afraid of being crowded out." The next day Jovic set up a gambling game. It was published in Hogwarts Weekly, with the headline "The Former Death Eater's Bad Habits Do Not Change, Cheating Students with Money, and the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor Get Out of Hogwarts." The money of Sean and other students was also returned. Jovic made a list of the students who participated in the gambling game. Although those students got their capital back, everyone was also deducted 5 points. Sean and Wei's twins have added 20 points to their respective colleges. For this reason, some unreasonable students even blamed Sean for ruining their wealth, but Sean didn't care what they thought of him. The students had been talking about Jovic for 2 days, guessing what Dumbledore would do. On the 3rd day, the gossip finally began to circulate among the students. "Sean, do you know that Professor Jovic has been suspended for 2 months?" Fred said. "Who did you hear?" Sean really didn't expect the suspension of work. Roger Davis of Ravenclaw, according to him, the defense against the dark arts class is about to be changed to a spell class in these 2 months. George replied. Roger Davis? Sean was a little impressed. He saw it a few times when he was in class with Ravenclaw at the beginning of school, so the defense against the dark arts class was also given to Professor Flavy in Ravenclaw. This feeling reminded Sean that the physical education teacher was not there, and the physical education class was given to the Chinese teacher. Fortunately, he had a special curse class and didn't need it. Professor Flitwick is much better than the former Death Eater, and he never punishes us for detention. Fred said in a good mood. Although Jovic has been suspended, he still lives in Hogwarts. It can be said that he looks up and sees his head down. Among the 3 of Sean, he hates Sean the most. It seems to him that the 2 Weasley brothers are still there. Not so cunning. This morning, teachers and students were enjoying breakfast in the auditorium. An owl flew in and dropped a letter at Jovic's desk. After reading the letter, he left the auditorium through the back door with a pale expression on his face. The low-ranking students were all excitedly discussing the Quidditch game that was about to start. Sean's eyes were empty and he was eating butter and bread without emotion. He was quiet in his own world, concentrating on deriving the purification spell. Magic frame. After Merlin transfers the memory of the purification spell to Sean's brain, Sean is anxious to learn this magic so that he can absorb the magic of the wizard's heart. But Merlin's purification curse is too difficult. It has 32 magic frames. Sean is not even sure if he can figure out the theory of the magic frames before the end of this semester. This is still a thorough understanding in theory. When he actually hands-on practice, I don't know how much time it will take. Also, Hirebo made this wizard's heart for his own use at the time. How would he know that thousands of years later, teenagers will try to absorb the magic inside? Sean comforted himself. Sean, you are really amazing. You can suspend Jovic for 2 months with only 10 gallons. Chris, who was sitting diagonally opposite, said to Sean. Ah, it's nothing, he underestimated us students in the lower grades. Xiaoan replied in a daze. I still have to thank you, Kanan, otherwise he won't be able to take evidence of him. Chrissy said happily, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff have both been deducted a lot of points this time. We are now 30 points ahead of Gryffindor. As long as we keep going, this year's Academy Cup belongs to Sri Lanka. Letterings. Well, come on, I can't help you. Sean shrugged. Since he passed the 5-course exams, he has not been to the 5-course classes, and he has not had the opportunity to help Slytherin add points. In addition to the potions class, Sean also went on time, even the flight class. It slipped away after showing up in the past. Without Sean, the bonus madman in the classroom, the scores among the 4 colleges have slowly been pulled back. Let's not talk about other grades. In the first grade, except for Sean, Chris, and Hufflepuff's Cedric can be regarded as the best freshman. They are also in their respective colleges. Added a lot of points. If nothing unexpected happens this year, Slytherin will win the Academy Cup, and next year it may also be www.readaloud.com, but after the enrollment of Harry's trio the following year, this variable will be too great. After all, Harry is the protagonist of the Halo. After breakfast, all the teachers and students of the school went to the Quidditch stadium. When they met the Slytherin team on the way, 2 of them gave Sean a strange look. One of them is also a member of the Ouroboros Wizarding Club. It seems that the 4th grade is named Caden Boy. How does it matter to Sean? It seems to have nothing to do with him. He didn't even say a word. These 2 men should have also placed a bet on Jovic, but Sean was upset about it. Quidditch's narrator is Lee Jordan of Gryffindor in this freshman. He can say very well that black rap talent is not forgotten. Last month, he was elected as a narrator. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Hogwarts first Quidditch match of the season. Today's game is Slytherin vs Gryffindor. 2 teams are invited to enter. Lee Jordan said in an impassioned voice. Reading the opening remarks. With the cheers of the two colleges, the team of Slytherin and Gryffindor rode away and flew out. Gryffindor must win, Gryffindor, Gryffindor. Although the Slytherin students did not shout slogans, they cheered and encouraged their academy team. Hey, Sean, the game is about to begin. Cassius, an avid Quidditch fan, patted Sean on the shoulder excitedly. I know, don't shake me. Sean looked at the enthusiastic students around him with little interest. When he inadvertently scanned the teacher's seat, he found that there seemed to be a missing person. The former Death Eater Jovic was not in the teacher's seat. But Sean didn't think much about it, except that he had been suspended and he was embarrassed to sit with the professors. Chapter 42, True Incense Law. The Quidditch game is very exciting, but Sean is really not interested, even less interested in the Quidditch game that knows the result. Slytherin's strength clearly overwhelmed Gryffindor. Captain Kurt looked at Gryffindor's captain and seeker Charlie Weasley with contempt. Give up early, do you want to be opened by a gap of 200 points and then fail miserably? At this time, the score of the two teams was 200 to 102. The golden snitch was still not caught, and the game continued. Although George and Fred have shouted hoarsely for their brother, Slytherin, in addition to Captain Kurt, there are two very good players, Blanco and Theo, and Gryffindor is only Charlie. Gryffindor finally lost the game. Cassius and Graham hugged and cheered and celebrated, and Sean could not escape the clutches and was held by Cassius. The next day was a game between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff won with a high score. When the final day came, Cedric ran into Sean in the auditorium and the two chatted. For these 2 months, without having to go to class, what are you doing? Xiaoan lazily replied, it's nothing, just go to the library to read the book and learn some spells by himself. I also often go to the library, and I never heard Mrs. Pants mention you. Cedric said. Really? Maybe Mrs. Pins is busy and didn't notice me. Sean scratched his head. Okay. Cedric paused and then said, today is the final between Hufflepuff and Slytherin. This will definitely be a wonderful match. You are so interested in Quidditch too? Sean asked. I want to be a seeker. Cedric said with piercing eyes. You will do what you want, come on. Sean remembered that Cedric would later become Hufflepuff's captain and seeker. Sean didn't actually plan to go to the finals, he told Cassius Slytherin that he would win the championship. Cassius said excitedly, that's for sure, Slytherin will win, so we have to witness Slytherin win the championship with our own eyes. Just like that, Sean was forced to watch another day of the game. Today, he saw Jovic. He sat next to Snape and looked very cautious. The game ended with the cheers of the Slytherins. Kurt found the golden snitch and led Hufflepuff by a big score. More than a month after the Quidditch game, Sean has been busy practicing the Shadowless Mantra, Occlumency, and Purification Mantra. These three magics are currently Sean's focus on conquering. Shen Feng Wuying Xiang he has been able to build the 11th magic frame, and it will not take long before the completion of the last magic frame. There has been a slight improvement in the tension of Occlumency, basically in the second stage. He can suppress some of his emotional memory in the deep layer of his mind, that is, hide the memory, but it is still far from making up a false memory space. Far. As for the purification spell, he hasn't even figured out the theoretical framework yet, let alone practice it. It was Christmas Eve in a blink of an eye. Hogwarts would put a 10-day holiday on Christmas. Many students went home to celebrate Christmas with their families. Sean chose to stay in school, even though Hearns sent him back to the Cauldron Bar. But Sean would rather stay in school. Sean, see you in 10 days, Cassius said. See you in 10 days. Chris simultaneously left the Slytherin lounge with Cassius with her luggage. Well, goodbye. Sean waved to the two of them. The four brothers of the Weasleys also left Hogwarts, and Cedric, and it seemed that everyone Sean knew had returned home. Oh, That's okay, practice magic quietly, but if you have a big holiday, you should get something delicious for yourself. It's very cold, Sean suddenly wants to make a hot pot with a saucepan to eat. Where can I find a pot? The crucible in the potions classroom? Hey, those are all strange medicines, and it seems that I can only borrow one from the kitchen. Sean came out of the lounge and walked leisurely towards the kitchen, when he ran into Hagrid, who looked hurried. Hagrid, what is so anxious? Sean said hello. Ah, it's okay. I heard that you are staying at school during the holidays and want to invite you to my cottage for Christmas Eve. Hagrid said. Sean thought for a while. Hagrid had all the pots and pans available, and he even had a lot of ingredients, which just saved himself from piecing together, so Sean happily replied. Okay, but I might cook a stranger dish. What dish? Hagrid asked. Do you know the hot pot in Chinese cuisine? Hagrid shook his head blankly. It doesn't matter, I will let you taste it tonight. By the way, can you eat spicy food? Sean and Hagrid brought some vegetables and meat back to the cabin from the kitchen. Eating meat at Hogwarts was really full, just eat whatever you want. Sean took a full 10 kilograms of beef from the house elf in the kitchen. Yaya crouched to the side and drooled at the beef. Hagrid, you seem to be absent-minded. www.readaloud.com. Is something wrong? Sean asked. The appearance of Hagrid sitting in a petite chair unconsciously caught Sean's attention. Actually, Buckbeak didn't know where he went this morning. I suspect it was in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid said with some worry. Isn't Buckbeak always active in the woods by the lake? How could he go to the Forbidden Forest? It should know that it is dangerous in that place. Xiaoan asked, puzzled. Hagrid shook his head. When I went to see it in the morning, I couldn't find it anymore. I plan to go to the Forbidden Forest to find it. Sean thought for a while. He and Buckbeak are also bound to ride. The Forbidden Forest is too dangerous. Later, he will go in with Hagrid and use the Eye of Magic to find him. Although Sean said before that he would never enter the Forbidden Forest without the ability to protect himself, it should be fine to follow the Hogwarts hunting grounds and regular visitors to the Forbidden Forest. After all, even the terrifying eight-eyed giant spider belongs to Hagrid. Pet. With him, safety is guaranteed, otherwise Hagrid would not take Harry and Draco into the Forbidden Forest to investigate the unicorn. Well then, for dinner, I will go to Buckbeak with you. Sean said. Sean, you are such a kind child. Hagrid said excitedly. The two had a pleasant evening meal, but once they finished eating, before Sean had a comfortable rest, Hagrid got up and hurried out to find Buckbeak. When Sean saw this, he had no choice but to follow him out. Buckbeak was Hagrid's partner. The partner was lost. Sean could understand Hagrid's anxiety at this time. Sean took Yaya and walked into the eerie Forbidden Forest behind Hagrid. Yaya, a coward, was so big but surprisingly courageous. Perhaps it still thought he was a dog in his heart. Chapter 43, Secret of the Year. The two of them were walking deeper and deeper in the Forbidden Forest. At this time, Sean had bad thoughts in his heart. Just a few minutes ago, he opened the Eyes of Magic to help find Buckbeak, and inadvertently glanced at him. Hagrid by the side. There is something wrong with Hagrid. Although Sean couldn't see anything wrong with Hagrid on the outside, his magical power was really a little different from the time difference. Hagrid has half the blood of a giant, not to mention magical skills. He is very rich in magic power, but the Hagrid next to him is almost a third less magical than his usual. Sean didn't dare to act rashly. Even so, this fake Hagrid had much more magic power than him. Damn, you must have drunk the compound decoction and tricked me into coming to the Forbidden Forest. Sean was remorseful at this moment and put himself in a dangerous situation carelessly, but he did not choose to preemptively, because he knew that if he could not knock down the opponent, he would lose his last chance, so he continued to play the trick. The magic wand in Sean's hand was constantly casting silver light flashes, and the light flickered, just like Sean's undulating heart at this time. Suddenly, he saw the little spider crawling under the dead leaves at his feet, and he felt plans. "Hagrid, go and see over there." Sean pointed in a direction. Hagrid nodded deeply and said, "Well, it's not bad over there." "What?" Sean asked. "It's okay, let's go find it over there." Sean deliberately walked behind. The efficacy of the compound decoction is time-limited. It has been more than 3 hours since meeting Hagrid in the corridor, and the effect of the compound decoction is about an hour, so false Hagrid must have drank the compound decoction again while eating. Calculating the time, it's almost an hour. Sean secretly said. Xiaoan looked at the surroundings. It was a small depression. There was a hole under the 10 meters ahead. This was what he was looking for. "Sean Grills, the boy who survived the catastrophe, can you tell me how you survived the unforgivable curse?" Fake Hagrid seemed to have no plans to do it again. Sean knew that the fake Hagrid deceived him to the Forbidden Forest because no one would hinder him. Even if he asked for help in the Forbidden Forest, no professor would come. "Hagrid, I was only 2 years old, do you really expect me to remember anything?" Sean said innocently. "That's really bad, it seems that I can only look at it myself." Hearing what the fake Hagrid meant, he seemed to be contemplating on Sean to get the history of that incident. Sean's parents used some magic on him to protect him, but Bella did not. Not aware of it. All petrochemicals. The matter was over. Sean had to preemptively, a petrification spell was quickly completed, and the white light shot towards the fake Hagrid. Fake Hagrid, in a shocked expression, used the armor bodyguard silently to block Sean's magical attack. Sean, who had lost the opportunity, fell into a passive position at this time. "Sean Grills, you can always surprise me," Fake Hagrid said angrily. "Do you think I will be tricked by your cleverness?" "Will? You are Jovic." Sean heard the fake Hagrid's words, the first thought of Jovic. Before fake Hagrid could answer, the muscles on his face began to squirm uncontrollably, and Sean knew that it was time for the effect of the compound decoction. Fake Hagrid kept shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Jovic revealed his original appearance. He looked funny in Hagrid's oversized clothes. Jovic walked towards Sean with a smug look. "Grills, you made me embarrassed twice and again and made me lose face in front of students and professors, but it doesn't matter. I didn't get into Hogwarts to teach those idiots, I was for you, a boy who survived a catastrophe. Bella knew you were alive, and I was mad." Sean's eyes flickered, and he stepped back and asked, "Bella sent you here?" No, it's a coincidence that I entered Hogwarts. After knowing that I entered Hogwarts, Bella wrote to me on Halloween and asked me to kill you." Jovic grinned, showing set his teeth. "I'm very curious, how did you save your life under Bella's death curse?" Jovic paused, and then Sean was also quite surprised. "The 3 Death Eaters who followed Bella to chase down your parents, you know, I am one of them. I saw her kill your traitor parents and then cast a death curse on you, but you live, that's great." Sean didn't know about this. He only crossed over after the original Sean died. He didn't even know that Bella had killed the Grills. This was what Hearns told him later. Although Sean has no feelings with Grills in the soul, blood is thicker than water. This body is the blood of the Grills family. At this time, the accomplice who killed his parents stood in front of Sean, his emotions inexplicably angry. "Jovic, I thought about it, Bella should be lonely in Azkaban, or you should go with him." Sean gritted his teeth and tried to make himself calm. "Grills, you are just a kid, you will die in the Forbidden Forest tonight. You wouldn't think you could send me to Azkaban." Jovic smiled presumptuously. The evil dragon saw teeth. Sean used the most powerful black magic in the magic he currently mastered, but Jovic still blocked it with armor shield. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Evil Dragon Sawtooth and Armor Guard are composed of 8-frame magic frames, and the Armor Guard can block and bounce the magic that is lower than the 8 magic frames. The magic that Shan can ignore the armor and body protection is only the Shenfeng Shadowless Curse, but he still lacks a magic frame to fully master it. Very good black magic, you surprised me again. I can't use such a difficult black magic at your age. Jovic said with praise or ridicule. Shan has always been aware of the gap between himself and the adult wizard, whether it is magic power or advanced magic mastery, he still lacks too much. Now that he has the heart of a wizard, the problem of magic power has been solved, and he can slowly accumulate higher magic over time. But now facing the murderous Jovic, there is no time to prepare for Shan. Simple magic cannot cause damage to Jovic, and he has not learned the magic that can cause damage to Jovic. Although Shan also stole the magic framework of armor protection from Snape and has mastered it, Jovic is already an adult wizard and has been a Death Eater for many years. He has mastered a lot of advanced magic. Can ignore the armor protection. Armor body protection. Jovic casts a black magic. Although he didn't chant the spell, Shan recognized the magic as Ghoul Kiss. Shan couldn't cast the spell silently, he read the spell and blocked the Ghoul's Kiss with Armor Bodyguard. Unexpectedly, you even learned how to protect your body. It would be a shame to kill a genius like you. If Bella didn't want your life, I would be willing to control you with the Imperious Curse and make you one of the Death Eaters. Member. Jovic said with regret. Chapter 44, 9 Deaths and 1 Life. Shan's heart tightened. It seemed that Jovic's next move was about to die. He stared at Jovic's wand intently, and saw an extremely complicated magical framework being formed. Avada Kedavra is the most vicious killing curse among the 3 unforgivable curses. Shan doesn't have a wand with the same core as Jovic. He can't use a disarming curse like Harry to fight Voldemort. The easiest and most effective way to save life that Shan can do now is to run swiftly and quickly. The killing curse has no tracking ability. If it is missed, it cannot cause damage. The Harry trio often rely on flexible dodge, avoid the attack of the killing curse. And Shan predicted the direction of the magic attack on his wand before Jovic shot the killing spell. Jovic's killing curse did not hit Shan, he pressed on every step of the way, and once again used the killing curse against Shan. Aragog is sleeping? I can't make such a big noise. At this time, Shan was avoiding Jovic's killing curse, while looking anxiously at the hole under the slope. Boiling Wadu. Xiaoen cast a transformation spell on a branch on the ground, turning it into a snake, and the snake quickly slid towards the entrance of the hole. The transfiguration curse is good, but where are you casting it? Ha 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 ha. Jovic laughed wildly. No matter how genius you are, you must still be a kid. You must be terrified. Bone-eroding shadow. Jovic again used black magic. It seemed that because the killing curse was too mana-consuming, he switched to relatively simple black magic to attack Shan, but this bone-eating shadow was still beyond Shan's ability to resist. It is composed of 9 magic frames, which can ignore the defense of the armor body. Unless Shan uses the same magic attack to offset the bone eruption, he can only dodge. Shan watched Jovic's attack while observing the hole under the slope. Continuous running and dodge continued to consume Shan's physical strength. If he dragged it down and waited until his movements slowed down, he would be hit by Jovic sooner or later. Jovic looked at Shan like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, with a brazen ugly smile on his face. It's finally here. Shan glanced at the branches above his head from the corner of his light, and black shadows were slowly falling down. Ghoul Kiss. Shan once again cast a black magic on Jovic, but the angle seems to be a bit different, Jovic said with a wild laugh. Give up struggling, look at you, I can't even put the spell. Just as Jovic was proud, a spider the size of a wash basin landed at his feet. It was shot down by Shan with Ghoul Kiss. Jovic looked down in surprise, then raised his head subconsciously. The sight above his head made him froze, and swarms of large spiders were slowly crawling down the tree trunk. Sean summoned a reduced version of Fox at this time, and his magic power was exhausted, and he did not bring the magic recovery potion. If Fox can't take him out of the spiders, then he will become a spider tonight. It's supper. The hole under the gradually revealed a huge black shadow. It was Hagrid's eight-eyed giant spider Aragog. It could order its descendants not to harm Hagrid, but it would never speak to other creatures passing by. Be merciful. Even Harry Potter, it doesn't give any face, let alone Sean and Jovic. Grills, is this your trick too? Jovic roared. Sean ignored him. Fox had already waved his wings and flew to the height of Sean's head. Sean immediately reached out and grabbed Fox's two paws. At this time, he couldn't use magic, so he could only rely on Fox to take him away from the spider's nest. Jovic attacked the surrounding spiders and ran towards Sean frantically. Aragog, your supper is going to run! Sean shouted at the huge eight-eyed giant spider. Sean Grills, don't want to leave alive. Jovic held up his wand and used the killing curse again. Avada Kedavra. Sean's magical eyes, with the remaining magic power, saw through the trajectory of the killing curse. Sean shouted. Fox, go to the left. While speaking, a deep green light flicked across Sean's face. It was the call of death. At the moment, Fox fluttered his wings and escaped Jovic's killing curse. And Jovic underneath was also surrounded by spiders. He waved his wand, and red light shot out. The spiders near him were repelled by his black magic. But compared to the black, wave-like spiders behind, this number is almost negligible. Sean Grills, Bella will not let you go, I am waiting for you in hell. Jovic yelled almost frantically. With the help of Fox, Sean has already flown over the Forbidden Forest and is flying towards the periphery. The reduced version of Fox can only last for about 4 minutes, which may not necessarily bring Sean out of the Forbidden Forest. In order not to fall to death, Sean made Fox fly back to the ground at a variety of 3 points, which is also a distance from the spider's nest, but Sean is still striding towards the meteor to be on the safe side. www.readaloud.com. Hagrid ran in the direction of the hut. Before he ran to the cabin, the fox on his shoulders had disappeared, and 3 lights came before him. Behind the lights, 3 figures were reflected, one of which was extremely high. It's the professors. I saw Sean in a daze when he saw Hagrid running towards him in strides, but he passed out because of his magical power. Sean! Professor McGonagall shouted worriedly. Snape hugged Sean and said calmly, he's okay, it's just that his magic is overdrawn. Just go back and rest for 2 days. 2 professors, you take Sean back first, I'll go to Jovic. At this time Hagrid was only wearing grey underwear. After he was put in by Jovic with a sleeping lotion, he was dragged to the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. Jovic changed into Hagrid's clothes and drank the sleeping lotion. Pretend to invite Sean to spend Christmas Eve together. When Xiaoen woke up, it was noon the next day. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a big man sitting on the edge of the bed, blocking most of his sunlight. Seeing Sean awake, Hagrid smiled and said, Merry Christmas. Xiaoen glanced at the surrounding environment. It was the school infirmary. He reluctantly forced a smile and replied, Merry Christmas. Yesterday, he was almost killed in the Forbidden Forest. Maybe the Negro would have to carry the coffin. If it weren't for the magic eye and assists with Aragog's descendants, Sean really couldn't help it. One-on-one from Jovic escape in the hand. By the way, Hagrid, where is Jovic? Sean asked curiously. In the face of hundreds of spiders, Jovic's magic power can't last long. Aragog has all come out, and there should be no more scum that has been swallowed. Aragog was eating his left leg when I arrived. Hagrid sighed. Chapter 45, You be a role model, no. Sean pretended to be unknowingly asked, "Who is Aragog? Did you not see it yesterday?" Hagrid asked suspiciously. "You mean that huge monster? It's an 8-eyed giant spider. Why did you go to its territory?" Sean had already thought about his words. "Jovic pretends to be you and lied to me that Buckbeak is missing and he is going to the Forbidden Forest to find him. He walked to that place. Maybe he wanted to kill there. I didn't expect a bunch of spiders to run out. He was surrounded by spiders, and I ran out in a mess." At this time, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape walked in at the entrance of the infirmary. Dumbledore said with concern, "I'm sorry, Sean, for hurting you at Hogwarts. It is my principal's dereliction of duty." "Professor, you are not to blame. No one would have thought that Jovic hides so deeply," Sean said. "Damn Borisaf, I should give him a heart-breaking spell," Snape said grimly. Professor McGonagall looked at Sean in fear and said, "Unexpectedly, Borisaf turned out to be one of the accomplices who killed your parents back then. It is terrible to think of him staying by your side for more than 3 months." "Professor, Jovic said he was one of the 3 following Bella, and there are 2 others, can you find it?" Sean asked. This is the news that matters to Sean the most. One Jovic can already threaten Sean's life. As for the other 2, Bella, I'm afraid this failure will make Bella even more crazy. The human spirit is almost abnormal. Jovic has been sent to the Ministry of Magic for interrogation this morning, and I believe the names of the other 2 will come out soon," Dumbledore said. "The Ministry of Magic still has a lot of Verita serum stocks. Sean's situation is actually more dangerous than Harry's. Voldemort wants Harry to die, but he doesn't allow others to do it. He must kill Harry himself, and Bella wants Sean to die. She can use anyone's help. Strength. Fortunately, Voldemort has not been resurrected, otherwise the Death Eaters hidden in the dark will show up, and Sean will not even dare to return to the Broken Cauldron Bar. I didn't expect this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor to be sent away personally. I don't know what kind of professor will come next year." Sean was lying in the hospital bed thinking. "Let's all go out, let Sean have a good rest." Dumbledore left the school infirmary with the others. Before leaving, Snape threw a small box on Sean's quilt, and Sean looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Professor, what is this? Today is Christmas, do you want to spend it in the school infirmary? Drink it and get out of bed soon, don't trouble Mrs. Pomfrey," Snape said fiercely. Looking at the back of Snape leaving, Sean opened the small box, which contained an ampoule with blue medicine in it. "It's actually a magic recovery potion." Sean looked at the door of the school's medical room unexpectedly. The color of this magic restoration potion is slightly darker than that configured by Sean himself, and the effect should be better. Sean looked at the ampoule, feeling a little moved. Snape still cares about the students. In fact, his magic power has almost recovered, but he has been in a state of mental strain last night, and his brain is still a bit tired. This fierce battle almost killed Sean, but he did not gain anything. When Jovic killed him, he used 2 black magics, 1 bone eruption and 1 avidiso. Life. The 2 magic frames of magic have been recorded by Sean. When he finds time to learn these 2 magics, he will have more means of life-saving against the enemy in the future. As long as he can't kill Sean, he will become stronger and stronger in the future. It is a perfect fit to describe him by fighting. After Jovic was escorted to the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts had no threats to Sean. If there is no accident in the next semester of the 1st grade, he will spend his study in a calm daily routine. On the 3rd day of the holiday, Dumbledore approached Sean again. Sean stood in the principal's office for the 2nd time. He looked at Dumbledore's fox and muttered, "When will my fox be able to do this?" "Big. There's news from the Ministry of Magic," Dumbledore said. Sean looked at Dumbledore, expecting good news from him. The other 2 Death Eaters were betrayed by Jovic and imprisoned in Azkaban after the fall of Mysterious Man. Xiaoen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the ironic news. He didn't have to worry about the two accomplices coming to trouble him. It's just that the other two were sent in by Jovic, which really made Sean laugh and cry. Now that Jovic has a disability, he also has to go in to accompany the old guys. Sean, your dexterity saved your life, but the Forbidden Forest still hopes that you don't go in again. The danger inside is not for the students. Fortunately, the spiders did not attack you. Dumbledore said. Maybe they think Jovic is more delicious. Sean mumbled. You are a gifted child, I believe no one among the students can compare to you. Dumbledore praised Sean www.readaloud.com and then continued. Did you know that there is a boy who survived the unforgivable curse just like you? Professor, are you talking about Harry Potter? Sean said. Harry is 2 years younger than you. 2 years later, he will come to Hogwarts to learn magic, so I hope you can set a good example for him, because you have the same experience. Sean thought for a while. Dumbledore meant that he was afraid that he would ruin Harry, besides he was a little bit maverick in class, he was still very disciplined in other aspects. Professor, this is not what I thought about running into the Forbidden Forest at night. I am also a victim. If Jovic pretends to be Hagrid, I won't follow him in. Sean yelled for himself. Well, I am not blaming you. I think I should let you and Harry get to know when I have time. It seems that you don't live far away. Dumbledore said. Let me take a baby? I'm not free. Sean groaned inwardly, and he still had a bunch of magic waiting for him to study and learn. Speaking of which, Privet Road, Surrey, where Harry lives, is not too far from the Broken Cauldron Bar in London. It is only 40 to 50 minutes by car. Professor, the mysterious man was defeated by Harry, so is he still alive? Sean pretended to be confused and chatted with Dumbledore. Sean, I shouldn't talk about mysterious people. Why, isn't he dead? Isn't he still alive? Sean seemed to have an addiction to drama, so he acted. I think so, he is still alive in a dark corner, waiting for an opportunity to make a comeback. Dumbledore said solemnly. Sean had an urge at this time. He wanted to tell Dumbledore about Voldemort's hiding in Albania and the Horcrux, but he controlled his mouth. Chapter 46, Lucius' Invitation. Professor, I think Bella's persecution of me will continue. With this in mind, the Ministry of Magic has sent additional manpower to hunt down those Death Eaters who are hiding in the dark. When you leave Hogwarts during your holiday, you will also arrange aura protection at the Broken Cauldron Bar. There is also aura protection, this treatment is okay. Sean secretly said. The Christmas holiday soon came to the last day, and the students returned to Hogwarts one after another. In the Slytherin lounge, Sean was surrounded by Cassius, Chrissy, and Graham, and kept asking him about the attack by Jovic. My grandfather said that Jovic was sent to Azkaban after the interrogation, Chris said. Sean, how did you escape the Forbidden Forest? Cassius stretched his neck and looked at Sean curiously. I've said it the 8th time. Jovic accidentally walked to the site of the 8-eyed giant spider. I took the opportunity to run out. Sean said helplessly, and Cassius had asked him this 8 times. Problem. Fortunately, the spider didn't bite you. Cassius said. If you bit me, I won't be here. Sean glanced at him. Chrissy asked worriedly, what if I meet the Death Eaters sent by Bella outside the school? The Broken Cauldron Bar is protected by aura. As for other places, I will go as little as possible. The Death Eaters are not so rampant now, so dare to come out brazenly. Sean said. Before Voldemort's return, the Death Eaters lived in a very low-key and hidden life. The magic world was still under the control of the Ministry of Magic, and security issues were temporarily guaranteed. During dinner, Xiaoen was surrounded by the Wei family twins and Cedric again. The problems were still there, and he had to repeat the rhetoric again mechanically. You're fine, Cedric said concerned. Of course I can't have something, I have something, how can I cover you, and you too? Xiaoan looked at the Wei family twins and said. Fred looked at Sean with contempt, stop kidding, do we need you to cover? Yes, it's enough for me to cover Fred, George said. Hey? Obviously I am covering you. Fred retorted in dissatisfaction. The Wei family twins began to fight each other again. Sean shook his head and went back to the Slytherin lounge. As soon as he walked in, he saw Kurt sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Sean! Kurt stopped him. Sean thought to himself, Kurt wouldn't ask those questions too, he really didn't want to answer, but what Kurt said next surprised him. Sean, my uncle Lucius Malfoy has heard about you at school and is very interested in you. Maybe you don't know that he is one of the directors of Hogwarts. What does Kurt mean? Lucius wants to woo me. Sean analyzed the information in Kurt's words. Lucius could not have known that Jovic was sent by Bella. Bella was Lucius' sister-in-law. Bella wanted to kill Sean. Lucius shouldn't be against Bella. Sean thought about it carefully. Lucius had never really been loyal to Voldemort. All he did was to protect himself, and everything was for himself. Although Lucius was very frustrated in front of Voldemort, there were a few people who could not be in front of Voldemort. Now the Death Eaters are hiding in the dark or locked in Azkaban, as is Bella. And Lucius is powerful and powerful. He wants to develop his own power. Sean is undoubtedly an individual talent, and a well-known talent, a boy who survives a catastrophe. This title is not something anyone can call. After Sean graduated, if he entered the Ministry of Magic, with his talents, he would rise all the way in a few years. With such a super potential stock, how could Lucius miss it? Lucius wants to invite you to Malfoy Manor as a guest this summer. Kurt said. Sure enough, it was a naked wooing. Sean said with a smile, Malfoy Manor? It's an honor to be a guest at the school manager's house. Compared to Harry, Sean is more willing to meet Draco, Slytherin's direct schoolboy, and by the way, he will establish his prestige as a senior in advance. The province will cause trouble for Sean after enrolling in school, but he can't underestimate the dude's trouble. Ability. Very good. Kurt nodded in satisfaction, and then said, this week's Ouroboros exchange meeting, I will teach you personally. I think after this incident, you should realize the importance of strength. What Kurt said was correct, but his eyes seemed to be unkind in every way. There is no advanced black magic in Ouroboros. Sean learned a bone eruption from Jovic that he can master recently. This magic is more than the magic that Ouroboros has taught for 3 months. Destructive power. It is worth mentioning that Sean has seen 3 black magics in total during his 3 months in Ouroboros, Ghoul Kiss, Witch's Eye, and Evil Dragon Sawtooth. Ghoul Kiss was taught to Sean and Chris by Blanco, and the other 2 were learned by Sean from the other 2 groups. Now Chris has also started the practice of Ghoul Kiss. Sean has completely mastered these 3 black magics. Ouroboros not only teaches the members about black magic, but also discusses learning issues with each other. Apart from the black magic, Ouroboros is just a normal top student learning discussion group. But Sean is obviously not interested in their talk, he is always immersed in his own world. Before the end of the Christmas holiday, Sean finally mastered the magic Shadowless mantra. This magic that was stolen from the beginning of school, it took Sean more than 3 months to successfully learn it. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. This is still based on the notes in the book, plus a lot of time was spent learning occlumency and other magic during the period. If he could watch Snape cast his spells with his own eyes, it would not take him so long to understand the magic framework. Jovic tried to murder Sean. Although the professors were silent, many students' parents worked in the Ministry of Magic, so those students brought the news to Hogwarts. The eyes of the students who saw Sean became admired, and even the students in Slytherin who had a repulsive attitude towards Sean began to change their mentality. A new student who can escape from the Forbidden Forest under the attack of the former Death Eater professor is enough to prove his strength and luck. Sean is not a nerd. He is an excellent student who can bring honor to Slytherin. As for the name of the son of his betrayal, most of these students only heard about it from their elders. Instead of listening to those slanderous rumors and rejecting Sean, it is better to accept him as a true member of Slytherin. Slytherin's academy tradition is ambitious, shrewd, respecting honor, judging the situation, wisely protecting one's life, and winning the supremacy. Their behavior of changing attitudes like this is obviously in line with the academy tradition. In the second half of the semester after Christmas, Sean clearly felt that Slytherin's senior and senior sister greeted him more frequently. Many people used to say that Slytherins are bad guys. Now it seems that this is all prejudice. Slytherins are just more ambitious than other colleges. If they are ambitious, they are bad guys. Then Hogwarts is not. Will allow such a college to exist. It's just that Slytherin is more prone to some extreme people. It is these people who have corrupted Slytherin's reputation. Chapter 47, For School International Magic Friendly Match. Time flies, and it's June in a blink of an eye. It's a painful month for other students, because the final exam is coming at the end of the month, and everyone is busy reviewing various courses. Only Sean Shenlong sees the beginning and the end. When he wants to deduce the framework of the purification spell, he usually borrows a book from the library, opens it but doesn't read it, just doing it, so that teachers and students passing by will think that he is working hard and serious. In fact, his mind is thinking of other things. And to practice magic, I chose the girls' bathroom on the second floor after the curfew. The life of Sean is actually more boring than normal class and study. He basically doesn't have much entertainment. He occasionally chats with Cassius and Chris during dinner, and refuses all the activities of the student group. Such hard work has also brought some gains to Sean. Finally, I have a thorough understanding of the magical framework of the purification spell. I should be able to show this magic after another month of summer vacation. This is the biggest gain for Sean in the second half of the semester. The wizard heart cannot leave Hogwarts, but starting from the second grade, he will have the qualification to absorb the wizard heart, and his magic power will be improved in quality. It's just that in the new year, he will study the second year course, and he doesn't have a lot of time to study the magic he wants to learn. Unless you apply again with Dumbledore, in the first month of the new semester, complete the final examination of all courses. At dinner, Cassius had a distressed expression on his face. It's too difficult. What is this? Why is there a class of potions? I really envy you, Sean. I don't have to take the final exam. If you can pass the final test in the first month of school, you don't need to review it now. Chris said with a smile. Sean shook his head. Cassius, who said I don't have to take the final exam? I still have a potion exam. Sean took 6 courses at the beginning of school, leaving only potions and flying lessons. He has already given up on flying lessons. He has gone to potions as usual. Making potions is not just a matter of thinking about it. It's okay, but you have to have more hands-on experience to have experience. At the professor's table, Snape put down his knife and fork and wiped his mouth, got up and walked towards the long Slytherin table. Grills, follow me to the principal's room after dinner. Snape said lightly. Okay, Professor. Sean agreed. He just wanted to talk to Dumbledore about the second grade, but he didn't expect Old Deng to come to him. Chris, have you noticed that the attitudes of the professors towards Sean are completely different from those towards us? Cassius said enviously. Professor Snape never talked to me in this tone. Xiaoen smiled and asked, then how did he talk to you? He usually lowers his voice and coldly yells, Cassius, you idiot. Cassius tried to imitate Snape's deep voice, but his immature vocal cords did not allow him to do so. I'm sorry, Cassius, Professor Snape has never spoken to me in this tone. Chrissy said that you don't want to talk to me. Gosh, why are the professors aiming at me? Cassius leaned helplessly on the dining table. If you are as good as Sean, the professors will treat you special. Chris looked at Sean. In fact, Sean has indeed received special care from Dumbledore and the professors by virtue of his outstanding talents. The biggest privilege is that he doesn't have to attend classes, and other professors have a very friendly attitude towards Sean. Even Snape, who initially felt conceited and eager to express himself, slowly changed his mind. At least Sean was not arrogant to the point of being defiant. When he was attacked by Keith, Sean took the initiative. Reported to Snape. After the dinner, Snape found Sean again, and the two came to Dumbledore's office. Snape was reciting the entry code. Lemon. The stone statue of the guard revolved up, revealing a stone ladder leading to the upper level. The two stood on the stone ladder and automatically ascended to the principal's room. Dumbledore was flipping through the bookshelves. Seeing that Snape and Sean were coming, he closed the books and greeted him. Sean, the first grade is about to end, have you got anything this year? Dumbledore asked. Sean thought that Dumbledore asked him to come here just to make a year-end summary, right? Sean just wanted to rationalize his thoughts and presented Dumbledore with a model year-end summary. Professor, although I only took classes for 1 month this year, I learned a lot of noble qualities from the professors in 1 month, which are not available in textbooks. Okay, Professor, you should tell him that. Snape couldn't seem to listen to Sean's hypocritical speech, so he interrupted his summary. Dumbledore smiled kindly. Sean, have you heard of the 4-School International Magical Friendly Match? 4 Schools International Magic Friendly Match. Sean repeated the event. He shook his head. He only knows about the Triwizard Tournament, this 4-School Friendly Match, he really hasn't heard of it. 4 schools? Isn't it a tri-final match of the 3 schools? Sean asked suspiciously. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Dumbledore cast an approving look at Sean. You still know the Triwizard Tournament? The Triwizard Tournament is a competition held by 3 European schools. It is held every 5 years. However, because of the excessive number of casualties in the competition, it has not been held for many years. The 4 Schools International Magic Friendship Tournament is a friendly match held by 4 magic schools in the world. It is held every 10 years with a larger scale and a longer duration. Sean carefully recalled the details in Harry Potter, and he was very sure that he had never heard of such an event, so this was a brand new magical world experience for him. Professor, which 4 schools are they? Sean asked curiously. Castro Bush in Brazil, Vagaduo in Uganda, Ifamani in the United States, and Hogwarts in the United States. Dumbledore reported the names of the 4 schools. It turned out to be these schools. Sean secretly said. Sean knows that there are 11 internationally renowned magic schools in the world of magic, and there are some small schools that have not been recognized by the International Ministry of Magic Education. Let alone these, the 3 schools that Dumbledore said are enjoyed internationally. Prestigious. Professor, you don't want to tell me that next semester we will host a 4-school friendly match at Hogwarts, right? Sean asked. What a clever boy, Dumbledore boasted. Then you are looking for me to let me participate. Sean said with some uncertainty. After all, he didn't know anything about this event. In this event, 6 students from each school need to be selected to participate. Dumbledore said. Sean listened, and thought that there were 24 people in the 4 schools. This scale is really much larger than the Triwizard Tournament. It is estimated that this grand event, like the Triwizard Tournament, will last for an entire school year. Chapter 48, Langxiang School of Magic. From Dumbledore's words, Sean also gradually learned something about this 4-school friendly match. The 4-school magic friendly match started earlier than the Triwizard Tournament. The Triwizard Tournament started to select the warriors on Halloween night on October 1st, and the first event was held on November 24th. In the 4-school friendly match, 6 contestants will be selected at the end of the first month after school starts, and the competition will start on October 10th. As for why there are 6 players, because the players are the best selected from the 2nd to the 7th grade except for the first-year freshmen. And Sean happens to be in the 2nd year of the next school year. Just ask him who can be better than him in this class. The answer is obvious. He has already left the same class. But this game is too long. If Sean participates, it will take up a lot of private time. Dumbledore saw that Sean seemed a little hesitant, so he said, "In the 2nd year, all the professors voted you unanimously. Don't you want to fight for honor on behalf of Hogwarts?" "It's not unwilling, Professor. By the way, what is the reward for the winner of this event?" Sean suddenly thought of some substantive questions. "The winning team will be awarded 20,000 gallons." "Professor, I am willing to give my part to Hogwarts," Sean said with a serious look in his eyes. "Think about the hard work of the Triwizard Tournament. The final prize money is only 1,000 gallons, which is 20,000, even if it is 6 points, it is more than the Triwizard Tournament." Sean's financial conditions? Oh, no, Sean does not have financial conditions. His Uncle Hearns is just a cook at the Broken Cauldron Bar. He still loves to drink and can't save much money, so there is no such thing as giving Sean pocket money. One said. Old Tom, the bar owner, raised Sean for nothing and gave him a place to live. He was already kind. For so many years, he had only given Sean 20 gallons before he went to school. It's not an exaggeration to describe Sean as penniless, and Sean's plan for the future is that when he graduates, Harry will almost defeat Voldemort. He plans to open a wizard bar in London, so he needs some start-up capital. Then Professor, can I skip other courses next school year? Sean asked tentatively. If you can still get excellent in the test in the first month of school, I will grant you no permission to attend classes. Sean was overjoyed. Dumbledore still opened the back door for him. During the summer vacation, he would review the second-year courses. It was not a problem to get 6 courses of excellence. After Sean left the principal's office, several more students entered the office and talked to Dumbledore individually. Those were students nominated by the professors from the 3rd to the 7th grade, and among them there were several faces that Sean was familiar with. Although Dumbledore did not elaborate on the format of the for-school friendly match with Sean, since there are 6 people participating, there must be a team competition. If possible, Sean wants to be a bastard, but he does not want to be too outstanding. Stealing the limelight of senior students, causing disagreements within the team. I should turn a blind eye to the performance of you, forcing someone who loves you the most to improvise, Sean hummed as he walked back to the Slytherin lounge. Happened to be met by Cedric, who was going back to the Hufflepuff lounge next door, and he stepped forward to greet Sean. What song did you sing just now? Xiaoan replied, it's a Chinese song. Cedric looked at Sean in surprise, you can speak Chinese? I heard that Chinese is difficult to learn. I tried to study it by myself. I gave up later. I would rather listen to Professor Binz's History of Magic. Xiaoan smiled mysteriously, actually, I am a Chinese 10th level enthusiast. Looking at the figure of Sean leaving, Cedric admired Sean more and more. Because of this, Cedric read the Chinese Pinyin children's storybook after returning home from the summer vacation. Sean went to the library the next day. This time he borrowed a book from the public library area, sitting there for half an hour. A brief history of 11 international schools of magic is quite interesting. It seems that you can go to the public library to find some books for leisure in the future. Sean completely regarded this brief history as a magazine weekly, and it's pretty invested. Boothbatten School of Magic in France, Dumstrang School in Scandinavia, Cordos Dorais in Russia, Magic Institute in Japan, Ouagadougou in Uganda, Castro Busque in Brazil, the Afamani School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the United States, the Sanctuary of the Balkans, and the Narmada School in India. When Sean saw the magic school in China, he almost fell off his chair before he sat down firmly. Lan Xiang. It's not that Lan Xiang, it's impossible, impossible. Xiaoan immediately continued to watch. Langxiang Magic Academy, the address is unknown. It is said that there is a towering mountain in the inland. Although the establishment of the school is not as long as the other 10, but because of the large number of students, it has been since the beginning of this century. The international reputation is also getting higher and higher. Sean couldn't think of the name of the magic school in China. Reading this book made him add strange knowledge. Then, Sean focused on the other 3 schools in the 4-school friendly match. Castro Busher from Brazil was built in the tropical rainforest. www.readaloud.com. The school building is like a temple in myth. Vagaduo in Uganda is the only regular magic school in Africa recognized by the International Federation of Wizards. It recruits young wizards from all over Africa. The wizards of Vagaduo are good at wandless spells, because wands were only in Africa in the last century. Popular. Vagaduo's teaching method has changed. He learns from European magic schools and teaches with magic wands. However, to this day, Vagaduo still retains the tradition of wandless spellcasting as an elective course for senior students to learn. The Afamani School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the United States was founded in the early 17th century by Irish immigrant Isolde Thayer and her Magi husband James Stewart. The teaching method was basically copied from Hogwarts. The Wizard of Vagaduo, it should be a little tricky. Sean looked forward to the Wizard of the ancient African continent. In fact, among the 11 schools, the oldest school is the Sanctuary in the Balkans. Before the 2nd century, it was called the Sanctuary, and later changed its name to the Sanctuary. It is said that the dark wizard Helbo graduated from the Sanctuary. After that, he plunged into the darkness and killed many alumni. The heart of the wizard held by Sean may have the magic power of a great wizard who graduated from the Sanctuary. A brief history of 11 international schools of magic. I think you must be the representative of the 2nd grade for the 4-school friendly match next school year. At this time, Charlie Weasley was standing at Sean's table, looking at the hand of Sean. The book said, "I heard my 2 brothers say that you were a legend in their class. It's a pity that you were not assigned to Gryffindor. Dumbledore probably hasn't told the students that the 4-school friendly match will be held next school year. Now that Charlie knows, he must have talked about it with old Deng alone. Then the representative of the 7th grade, is that you? Charlie?" Sean asked softly. Chapter 49, 6 Representatives. Among the representatives of each grade at Hogwarts, there is no dispute except for the 2nd year Sean, and there is no competition. It is actually quite difficult to choose a representative from other grades. Take the 7th grade, Charlie Weasley from Gryffindor, Nymphadora Tonks from Hufflepuff, and Kurt Malfoy from Slytherin. All 3 are in 7th grade. The top students. In terms of magic level, it was difficult for Sean to judge who Dumbledore would choose as the representative of the 7th grade. Charlie said generously, "Professor Dumbledore chose me. Kurt and Nymphadora are now very angry. Can I ask why the principal chose you? After all, I heard that the 2 of them are also very strong." Xiaoan asked. Charlie pulled off the chair beside Sean, sat down, and said softly, "Kurt belongs to your Slytherin. You should have been in contact with him. He has some ego, and to put it bluntly it is authoritarian. A team of 6 people. What is needed is to express their opinions. The professor is afraid that if he becomes the captain, the team atmosphere will be very rigid." Sean heard a message in Charlie's words, "Captain? So you are the captain?" Charlie smiled and said modestly, "Didn't the professor tell you? The 7th grade representative also serves as the captain." "What about Tonks?" "Tonks, you may not have been in contact with her. Her temper is fickle, and the professor thinks she is not suitable to be a leader," Charlie said in a low voice, for fear of being heard by people passing by. Xiaoan smiled and said in his heart, not only did I have contact with her, but she almost got it together. I thought that if Tonks became the captain, the atmosphere in the team would not be much better, at least Kit's temper was relatively stable. By the way, who are the representatives of the other grades? Sean asked. Penelope Crivard of Ravenclaw in 3rd grade, Percy Weasley of Gryffindor in 4th grade, he is my brother, you've seen him, Zack in 5th grade Hufflepuff. Abbott, Theo Wald from Slytherin in the 6th grade, plus you and me, is the Hogwarts 6-man team. Charlie said. Sean listened to the 4 names in the Charlie newspaper, except for Zack Abbott, who hadn't seen it before, and everyone else either knew it or heard about it. Penelope fell in love with Percy later. Zack Abbott, listening to this surname, it must be the Abbott's family, one of the 28 pure-blood families, and 80% of them belonged to the ironclad Hannah Abbott. Brother. Sean said secretly. Charlie went on to say, I am looking for you to inform you that the members of the representative team will return to school 1 week in advance during the summer vacation, so that they can get in touch with the team in advance. Sean was eager to stay at Hogwarts throughout the summer, so that he had plenty of time to absorb the magic of the wizarding heart, but during the summer, the professors also went home, so the school usually does not allow students to stay. I see. Sean answered simply. Sean returned to the Slytherin lounge and saw Kurt cursing Charlie in a faint manner. It was roughly what Charlie had the right to replace him as the representative of the 7th grade. What shame to Hogwarts by Weasley's poor appearance of. Sean guessed that Kurt would lose his temper, but he didn't expect him to speak vulgar words in public places like the lounge, regardless of his identity. He usually looks like a polite and noble child. Sean. Kurt called to Sean. Sean sighed helplessly, and walked over to Kurt. Is there something wrong? You are the representative of the 2nd grade, Kurt said straightforwardly. Well, Professor Dumbledore talked to me. Sean nodded and said. Kurt said angrily, you and Theo are representatives of Slytherin. I should have been the captain. It must be the fellow Weasley who vilified me in front of Dumbledore, despicable fellow. No matter what you use, don't let the Weasleys show off during the game. At this time, Theo interjected, but in the team game, if you make trouble for the Weasleys, other teams will take advantage of it. Xiaoan thought, didn't you see that this old man is getting angry? Prefect, you really don't know how to talk. Kurt looked at Theo with an unhappy expression, and said stabbingly, are you helping the Weasleys? Remember you are a Slytherin. Theo was angered by the innocent, and he was a little dissatisfied, so he said, I know very well that I am a Slytherin, but I am even a Hogwarts. Kurt squinted at Theo, and said contemptuously, are you afraid of those foreigners? They want to take advantage of the loopholes to win Hogwarts. Sean heard from Kit's words that he seemed to be very disdainful of the students in the other 3 schools. Are the other 3 schools weak? Sean asked deliberately. Kurt glanced at him, 4 school-friendly matches. In the past 100 years, in 10 competitions, we have won 7 championships at Hogwarts. Do you think they are weak? Xiaoan echoed with a smile, it's quite weak. Looking at this data, Hogwarts is indeed overwhelming, but Sean has not seen it with his own eyes and is not good to make judgments. The last week of June is called Hell Test Week by Hogwarts students. Students in the 5th grade will also take the O.W.L.S General Wizarding Test, and the 7th grade graduates will take the N.E.W.T.S Ultimate Wizarding Test. The school is full of strong learning atmosphere, but Sean is like a strange idler, without the pressure of exams, without Voldemort's trouble. If Bella gave up killing him, then this day would be more comfortable. Sean www.readaloud.com, why don't you help me take the exam? During dinner, Cassius pleaded with Sean. Before Sean could answer, Chris rolled up the notebook and knocked it on Cassius' head. Oh, Chris, why are you hitting me? Cassius touched his head and said. Chris pointed to the surroundings, look, others are rushing to review when they eat. What crooked ideas are you thinking about? If this is caught, you will be embarrassed, and Slytherin's points will also be affected. You may not get the Academy Cup if you deduct it. Sean also decisively rejected Cassius's plea. He didn't want to make his reputation worse. After the end of the school year, the professors had changed a lot of him, beginning to think he was arrogant, eager for quick success, and uncertain. After the 2 incidents of Keith and Jovic, at least Snape felt that Sean was a good kid and a plastic talent. One day later, Hogwarts officially entered the exam week. Sean only took the potions exam on Tuesday. Since Cassius was sitting a little far away from him, he couldn't do anything to show Cassius the answer. After the exam, Cassius was crying, "I will definitely get P after the potions class." Examination grades are divided into outstanding, O, exceeds, E, and pass, A. Poor, P, dreadful, D, troll, T. The score that Cassius estimated to himself was AP. In Sean's view, he still didn't seem to find his own position. "Cassius, I'll be free next semester, I'll give you a potion lesson," Sean said sympathetically. "Really? Thank you so much." Cassius hugged Sean with gratitude. Chapter 50, End of the First Academic Year. The Friday after the exam week is the last day of school before the holiday. Students organize their luggage in the dormitory. Xiaoan only has a small suitcase. After all, he is a poor man who bought only 1 robe, and the school's admission notice stated that 3 sets of robes should be prepared. He has to wear this top 3-piece robe to the school year dinner tonight. "Thanks for your hard work, you have endured the pressure that you shouldn't bear at this age," Sean said to the robe on the bed. He always wears this one. The old robe is faster than others. If he can get the prize money of the 4 school-friendly match next semester, he will buy himself some new clothes. In the common room, Chris took the initiative to invite Sean to visit her manor during the summer vacation. "I'm afraid it won't work. The Broken Cauldron Bar will be very busy during the summer vacation. Old Tom won't let me go out to be happy. Besides, I promised Kurt that I will go to Malfoy Manor during the summer vacation." Sean politely refused. "What's so fun about Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy? I heard my father mention it. He is a hypocrite who knows the truth, and it is said that he has done things to mysterious people before." Dan Chris said. "When the mysterious man," he deliberately lowered his voice. Sean smiled. "Lucius is a Death Eater, but your uncle Barty Crouch Jr. is also a Death Eater. He is a diehard Voldemort. Lucius can't chase after being cruel. Upper Batty, after all, he is a ruthless person who even his biological father dares to kill. Besides, there is Draco in Malfoy Manor, and Sean also wants to get to know this pretentious dude by the way. I heard that Lucius is one of the 12 school directors at Hogwarts, and it is difficult for me to refuse the invitation of the school director," Sean said apologetically. "Okay," Chrissy replied helplessly. "Manor, Chris, invite me to your house, I haven't been to the manor yet." Cassius leaned up from the side, looking at Chris with a look of awkwardness. "I'm sorry, I moved in the summer." Chris refused mercilessly. "Sean, my mother would never think that I and the boy who survived the catastrophe are good friends. From this summer vacation, my family status will improve," Cassius said with a smirk. The corners of Sean's mouth rose slightly, revealing an embarrassing smile. "It's a lot of joy to be a carefree, stunned little wizard." At the dinner, Dumbledore summarized the performance of the Hogwarts students today and the final Academy Cup winner. "Let me announce the scores of the 4 colleges. The 4th place is Ravenclaw with 305 points. Ravenclaw students applauded their academy in embarrassment and politeness, and the other 3 academies clapped their hands with applause. The 3rd place is Hufflepuff with 390 points. Cedric sighed, then followed his classmates to applaud Hufflepuff. 2nd place Gryffindor with 415 points. Dumbledore said loudly. The Wei family twins stood up first, raised their hands above their heads and cheered proud of Gryffindor. Even if they had the most deductions, it did not affect their love for Gryffindor. First place Dumbledore paused, looked at the long Slytherin table and said, "Slytherin, 435 points." The Slytherins did not cheer or stand up, but their joy was beyond words. They clapped their hands vigorously, and it was possible that Slytherin's applause filled the entire auditorium. Slytherin was able to win the Academy Cup, and Sean had a small contribution. In the first month of school, as well as the bet between him and the Wei family who exposed Jovic, Slytherin added points. But then because he never went to class, he just added 30 points for Slytherin in the potions class. Snape seemed to have deliberately stopped giving Sean extra points, and never asked him to answer any questions afterwards. But Dumbledore didn't even give Sean extra points for Jovic, which made Sean depressed for a while. Could it be because Slytherin himself held the Academy Cup securely, so there was no need for a temporary counterattack with extra points? The school year dinner everyone was talking very happily. After tonight, there will be 2 months without seeing each other. Some students who are usually well connected have left home addresses for each other, and they agreed to write to each other during the holiday. "Sean, your address." Cassius scratched his head and smiled, "I'm sorry, I forgot that you live in the Broken Cauldron Bar. You can go with Flow Powder. Pure wizard families don't install phones, such as the Weasleys' house, but they have a magical transportation method dedicated to the magic world, the Flow Network." Compared to Harry's living conditions, Sean is lucky. He lives in the magic world, and the next door is Diagon Alley. There are novelties every day. At the end of the dinner, the Wei family twins came to invite Xiaoen to play in the burrow during the summer vacation, but Xiaoen politely refused. "You can come to the Broke Cauldron Bar, anyway, Flow Network is very convenient. I really envy you, living in such an interesting place." Speaking of the Cauldron Bar, Fred showed a look of yearning. "Come on, don't think about drinking buttermead, Mom will kill us," George said disgustingly. Sean's Hogwarts spent his first year full of surprises, and the wizarding heart hidden in Merlin's chamber was the biggest gain of his school year, and even affected his wizarding career. Jovic left. "Next year I don't know what kind of defense against the dark arts class professor will come, and which bad guy is sitting in this cursed position." On the second day, the students rode night skies from the gate to the Hogsmeade railway station. It was a little unexpected. The gate of Hogwarts was very ordinary, just like the iron of an ordinary manor. The railing gate is surrounded by vines. If you don't say that this is the main entrance, most people will think it is the back or side entrance. Cassius saw that the carriage could move on its own, and curiously said, "What kind of magic is used?" Sean laughed and said nothing. People who can't see Yechi at UU reading www.uuganshu.com will think that the carriage moves because the carriage is enchanted, and those who can see Yechi will not deliberately show off. Because only those who have seen death can see Yechi. The students boarded the Hogwarts Express. After saying goodbye to each other at King's Cross Station in London, Sean also took the bus back to the Broken Cauldron Bar at Charing Cross Road. "My little Sean, you are finally back." Hearn squinted his slender eyes, spread his arms and embraced Sean. "Uncle Hearns, can you stop being so naive?" Sean said irresistibly when he was held in his arms by Hearns. Old Tom smiled and looked at his uncles and nephews and said, "Hearns knows that you are on holiday today, but I'm so happy. Look who is back here." Bald Jamie said hello to Sean with a smile. For this bald wizard who was stolen by Sean to learn magic in the first place, Sean has a pretty good relationship with him. "Jamie, you came here early today. Knowing that you are back from Hogwarts today, I came here earlier, waiting for you to serve me wine." Jamie joked. Xiaoen said cooperatively, "You wait, I will put my luggage in first, and I will serve you a drink later." Old Tom was happier when he saw it, and Sean helped him as soon as he came back. "This kid is likable, and it is worthwhile for him to feed him for so many years. Sean carried the suitcase and walked towards his small room on the second floor. When he was halfway up the stairs, a man wrapped in a black robe and a hood walked down from the second floor. The two passed by, and Sean felt a cold breath at that moment, and there was an unspeakable abstract feeling. The feeling he seemed to have experienced, and it seemed to be called death. Chapter 51, Malfoy Manor. The black-robed man went downstairs, and then walked out from the back door. It should be to Diagon Alley, but it is more likely to be to Knock Alley. Sean took the opportunity to open the eyes of magic and swept towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man exuded the magic power of a normal wizard for a whole year. It was similar to Jamie beside him, but his white light was faintly mixed with black silk. Sean thought see more clearly, but the other party has already walked out the back door. When Sean put his luggage and went downstairs, he asked Old Tom at the counter, "Old Tom, who was the one who went down just now?" Old Tom said, "I heard the accent like a wizard from a foreign country. I stayed for 2 nights and just checked out today." Sean was a little worried. He had only seen the black magic aura on Voldemort's Horcrux, and even Jovic, the Death Eater, had white magic. Sean once speculated that black magic might be related to death. Voldemort's Horcrux was made based on the killing of other people's lives. Compared with Sean's black magic such as Ghoul Kiss, Witch's Eye, Evil Dragon Sawtooth, etc., Horcrux is the real evil. Is that man Voldemort? Sean walked towards the back door with an enchantment. "Sean, where are you going? Where's my beer?" Jamie stopped him at this moment. Sean came back to his senses and stopped where he was. He suddenly wanted to give himself 2 mouthfuls. Isn't that stupid? Even if it is really Voldemort, it has nothing to do with me. Am I going to catch him and die? Sean scolded himself in his heart, then adjusted his expression and brought Jamie a beer from the counter. When the sky fell, there was a high top. Sean couldn't do anything that might lose his life, and this was just his guess. It stands to reason that Voldemort would not appear in London now. He is still very weak now, hiding in the forest of Albania, possessed by small animals. Follow him, there is an aura in Diagon Alley now. Even if he is a Death Eater, he dare not make any noise. On the 5th day after the holiday, Hogwarts transcript was sent by the Owl. Sean took 7 excellent O's and 1 bad D in 8 courses. Such results also made Hearns proud. 7 outstanding people. Sean, you are a genius. Hearns naturally ignored the results of the flight class. In his opinion, this is no longer important. It is not going to be a Quidditch player. A flight class is not important. It is also Hearns and others showing off Sean. When making grades, never mention the reasons for flying lessons. The business of the Broken Cauldron Bar during the summer vacation was particularly hot. Sean suggested that Tom spend some money to renovate the style of the bar a few years ago. Old Tom decisively refused, saying that there is such a heavy sense of history. Broke Cauldron Bar existed at the beginning of the 16th century. With more than 400 years of history, this small bar at the intersection of the magical world and the Muggle world has become a weather vane. If the Broken Cauldron Bar becomes deserted one day, it means that the magic world is in a difficult situation. The last day of July was Harry's birthday, but Sean didn't say anything. He was chatting with Kurt, and he was going to use the Floo net to go to Malfoy Manor. Old Tom knew it was Lucius who invited Sean, and it was too difficult to hinder him, so he had to take a day off. Rose Manor. Sean followed Kurt and sprinkled a handful of Floo powder, clearly reading the name of the place he was going to. With a bang, the cyan firelight rolled up Sean's body, and then disappeared miraculously. When he appeared again, he was already standing in the luxurious fireplace of Malfoy's house. Xiaoen scanned the surroundings in the hall, and there was nothing to say. He was rich. Although Xiaoen was poor, he did not see the rich mansions on the internet in his previous life for nothing. The Lucius family was indeed magnificent, but not enough to make Sean dumbfounded. "Uncle Lucius, he is Sean Grills," Kurt introduced. A middle-aged man with long blonde hair, looking at Sean proudly. The condescending look made Sean feel a little ridiculous. "2 or 5 boys, what are you proud of?" "Sean Grills, welcome to Malfoy Manor," Lucius said with his head up. "Sir, it's my honor," Sean replied with a smile. At this time, a little blonde boy combing his back came downstairs, and he looked at Sean with some curiosity. "Father, who is he?" Draco asked. "Slytherin's Sean Grills, the best student in the class," Lucius said. For Sean's excellence, Lucius seems to have not deliberately criticized. Excellent is excellent, not to mention that he is still a Slytherin. If it were Gryffindor, Lucius' attitude would be different. Lucius introduced Sean to Draco in this way. He had high hopes for Draco. He hoped that Draco would perform well next year after entering Hogwarts and win honor to the Malfoy family. Draco seemed a little unconvinced, and his father praised the other child in front of him. "When I enter school, I will be better than you," Draco said, staring at Sean. Xiaoen laughed without saying a word, thinking in his heart, "The sky is clear, the rain has stopped, and Zayed thinks he can do it again." Lucius asked Dobby to prepare some fruits and iced drinks to the manor's gazebo. The 4 of them sat at the table and talked about Hogwarts. And those things about Dumbledore. Dumbledore chose Charlie Weasley, and he let a Weasley be the captain of Hogwarts. This is an insult to Malfoy. Kurt still sang the matter. "I think he is old and can no longer judge what the correct decision is. The principal should also change himself," Lucius said. "Sir, Dumbledore is very prestigious at Hogwarts, and the professors and students support him," Sean said. "Then make him discredited." Xiaoen was silent, and said in his heart, "You can pull it down, you still want to play with Loudeng, you are not qualified. It's up to you www.readaloud.com Sean." Lucius looked at Sean with a smile and said. Xiaoen shuddered in his heart, what kind of horrible idea this bad embryo is making, it won't be counted on him. Lucius got up and left for a while, when Draco saw that his father was not there, and he spoke boldly. "Are you also a boy who survived a catastrophe?" "What do you mean? Your Aunt Bella still wants to kill me now," Sean said lightly, not afraid of being chased at all. "I haven't met her. Maybe she met me when I was a baby. My father said she had been in Azkaban," Draco said. "Last Christmas, Sean was almost killed by Bella's men," Kurt added. The kid Draco was also interested and wanted to ask the details of the incident, but Lucius walked towards the pavilion, and he had no choice but to give up. Lucius holds a stack of books in his hand www.readaloud.com. Every one of them is brand new, and he puts the books in front of Sean. "This is the 2nd grade textbook. You don't need to buy books anymore when the school starts. Nothing to be courteous, whoever commits is stealing, let alone a hypocrite like Lucius. Would he be so kind to give Sean new textbooks? The reason? Because he is an excellent student of Slytherin? Sir, I can't accept your kindness. You should have heard Kurt say that I basically don't have classes at Hogwarts, and textbooks are not needed for me. Besides, I already have 2nd grade textbooks." Hearns gathered Sean's textbooks for grades 1 to 3 in the scrap shop a few years ago. The books were of ancestral quality. Lucius still insisted, "Maybe you will be interested in this book." He picked up the above books and revealed a book called Albanian Stalker. Chapter 52, I Played With You. www.readaloud.com Name, Sean could not guess what was written in it, but the name of Albania made Sean have to think of Voldemort. He picked up the book and flipped it through Lucius's eyes. The first 2 pages roughly talked about the origin of the Albanian Black Wizard, and the back was a record of some dark magic. Books like cannot be found in regular bookstores. Any books that record dark magic are not for sale. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, they are banned books. I heard Kurt say that you are equally talented in black magic, and this book should help you. Lucius said. Sean thought that Lucius wanted to use black magic to induce him to go to the darkness, and let him get lost in the power of black magic, but when he got the second book Lucius gave him, he realized that it's too simple to think. That was a notebook. Lucius gave it to Sean pretendingly, so that Sean could take notes, and the moment Sean got the notebook, the magic eye opened automatically again. Sean had not seen the real Voldemort notebook with his own eyes, but at this time he understood that the one he was holding was Tom Riddle's notebook. The black air lingering on the notebook is undoubtedly revealed in the eyes of magic, just like the black magic emanating from Ravenclaw's crown, full of evil and death. This is the second time that the eye of magic automatically turns on when it touches the Horcrux. Sean guesses that the eye of magic has an early warning function for evil auras. Xiaoen was stunned while holding the notebook. He seemed to hear someone whispering in his ear. The voice was full of confusion, but Xiaoen's mind remained awake and unmoved. Sean! Lucius called out when he saw Sean stunned. Thank you, sir, I like this book very much, and this notebook. Xiaoen said with a smile. Lucius, the fox, apparently gave Sean a book of dark magic, but this notebook is the key point. He wants to use Sean to open the Slytherin room, release the basilisk, and kill the Muggle's student. In this way, the prestige of Principal Dumbledore will be undermined, and the Muggle students will be eliminated. This only requires the sacrifice of a Sean, and it will kill two birds with one stone. It's no wonder that you have to rely on me, Mrs. Ganlin, and want to yin me. Sean cursed secretly. But after getting the notebook accidentally, it also confirmed a previous speculation by Sean. At that time, Dumbledore gave Sean a ruby necklace, saying that it could resist the power of darkness to corrode his heart. Sean guessed at the time whether the Eye of Magic also had this ability. After all, in the House of Request, the Eye of Magic opened automatically, and only then awakened Sean, who was almost bewildered by the Horcrux. After that, Sean did not dare to take the initiative to contact Ravenclaw's crown. Until just now, he accidentally touched a Horcrux again. The magic eye opened automatically, seeing through the evil of the Horcrux, and Sean was not affected by the sound. Confuse. With the eyes of magic open, it seems that I am not disturbed by evil thoughts. Sean secretly said. He decided to take the notebook back to Hogwarts and put it in the responsive room. When Harry and Dumbledore began to look for the Horcruxes, he would find a way to release some clues so that Harry could find the two Horcruxes. Although Sean is not afraid of Horcrux now, and besides the basilisk fangs, there is also a known method that can destroy the Horcrux by the fire curse, and with Sean's learning ability, it should not be difficult to master. But he still didn't plan to destroy the Horcrux in advance. The destruction of the Horcrux would be perceived by Voldemort, and he could even see who destroyed the Horcrux. Sean didn't want to provoke him to the hatred of the big boss so early. In this case, when Harry was in his second grade, he would never encounter basilisk petrification students again, and the trio could spend a year in peace. Lucius smiled at Sean with satisfaction, and Sean smiled politely. The atmosphere in the pavilion was very harmonious. One thought that the trick was successful, and the other didn't tell the truth. By the time the second year had passed for a whole year, and there was no basilisk incident in the school, Lucius must be surprised, but Sean casually made an excuse, saying that the notebook had been stolen, and Lucius could not do anything to him. Master, afternoon tea is ready. Dobby, the house elf of the Malfoys, said outside the pavilion. Then take it, idiot, do you want me to get it? Lucius scolded Dobby unceremoniously in front of the three children. Sean looked at the aggrieved Dobby. He never understood why the house elves, a race with outstanding magic talent, would become human slaves. Until last Christmas, he talked about this topic when he chatted with Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick told him that house elves were a race created by ancient wizards on the basis of magical creatures. They are born to be a sub-race of wizards, and their obedience to wizards is deep in their genes, and their existence is to serve wizards. Sean sighed after hearing this. The ancient wizard created an enslaved race for his own selfish desire. As a race of wisdom and magic, Sean feels that their situation and treatment are really bad. They are just a dog, and the owner will touch its head happily, while the house elves have only endless work and can't listen. End of abuse. www.readaloud.com. But Sean can only sympathize with Dobby's situation in his heart, and now he can't change any system in the magical world. Draco, I will enroll next year and follow Sean to study hard. After I graduate, Sean is Slytherin's best. Kurt praised Sean at the same time. He did not forget to bring himself. After I enrolled, he wasn't anymore. Draco raised his brows and said confidently. Xiaoen smiled, your dad doesn't plan to let me live through the 2nd grade, or I have a different talent, or I don't know if I'm a gunman. After the afternoon tea is over, Sean returned to the Broken Cauldron bar. He locked the notebook in his suitcase. As long as the plot of the wrong box does not happen, the notebook will arrive at Hogwarts safely and then be hidden. Enter the House of Responsiveness. Of course, this is not alluding to Newt's commander. After all, it is normal to take the wrong box. A few days later, a family of guests came to the Broke Cauldron bar, the red-haired Weasleys. Look, Sean, you are a lot taller than last year. Molly reached out and gestured beside Sean's head. Xiaoen himself didn't pay attention. He was 5 centimeters taller than last year. This year he is 1.6 meters tall. That must be the food at Hogwarts, and the nutrition can keep up. Hey, if I'm in the Broken Cauldron bar, I won't be able to grow so much. Sean deliberately raised his voice and said jokingly to Old Tom. Old Tom said angrily, you have no conscience, don't you eat well with me? Ron on the side asked Fred timidly, is he the best in your class? Yes, very good, and very talented in spoofing, but it's a Slytherin. George sighed regretfully. Chapter 53, Wonderful. Are you interested in going to Slytherin? Mixing with me must be better than your 2 unreliable brothers. Sean ignored George, and instead teased Ron. Fuck you, Ron is our brother, and our Weasleys has always been Gryffindor. Fred said bitterly. Don't get excited, I won't grab your brother. Xiaoen said with a smile. Actually, Ron's character could not be classified into Slytherin at all. He had no ambition, no goal, and even less shrewdness. Weasley's family was an ironclad Gryffindor. This is irrefutable. This is the first time Sean has seen Ginny. This little girl is more beautiful than he thought, and she should be a little beautiful in a few years, otherwise Harry will not like her either. Arthur and Old Tom on the side were almost talking. He walked over to the children and said to Sean. Sean, I heard that you are the representative of the 2nd grade in the 4-school friendly match next school year. The 4-school friendly match is no secret, but it is held once every 10 years, and the school only has 7 school years, so no student will experience 2 4-school friendly matches. They will only know if their brothers and sisters or their parents mention it. Therefore, Percy and Charlie were not ignorant when they were called by Dumbledore to talk. They were proud of being selected as a representative, especially Percy. Percy's serious appearance is incompatible with the family atmosphere of the Weasleys' laughter and play. He likes to behave and has a rigid personality. He is the kind of person who will make a fuss about students who violate the school rules and like to give orders to everyone around him. He likes to deal with powerful people. Although he is Mrs. Weasley's most proud son, he is often mocked by his younger brothers because of his character and words and deeds. He is often quoted and imitated by his classmates. Ron, Fred, and George have always considered him the biggest fool in the world. Dad, Sean is much better than George and Fred. Percy looked at Sean and said. This is the first time Percy has spoken to Sean indirectly. Although the two have no intersection in school, Percy has been paying attention to this talented and transcendent fellow among the freshmen. I'm so famous in school, and I know me in the 3rd grade. Xiaoen said with a smile. Percy said solemnly, if my 2 brothers are half as good as you, Gryffindor will not miss the Academy Cup this year. Blam us! George and Fred said in unison. Judging from Percy's personality, Sean guessed that he wanted to get closer to himself, and Sean didn't mind giving him this opportunity. You are also very good, otherwise the principal would not choose you as a representative. Percy likes to listen to other people's praise. He smiled triumphantly. By the way, you don't know the rules of the 4-school friendly match, right? When returning to school for training, I can talk to you. Xiaoen really doesn't know the rules of the 4-school friendly match, and he doesn't know if his life is in danger. If so, he doesn't know if it is too late to quit with Lao Deng. Well, we should buy the textbooks for the beginning of school, Molly said to the children. The 2-day Diagon Alley was very lively. Freshmen who received the admission notice came here one after another to buy the items needed for the beginning of school, and other students also bought the textbooks needed for the school year. In the next few days, Cassius, Chrissy, and Graham all went to the Broken Cauldron bar to see Sean, but because the bar's business was too busy, Sean simply said hello to each other. There is no time to chat. That afternoon, the bar was still full of guests. The wizards seemed to enjoy the service of the boys who survived the catastrophe. In this way, old Tom didn't pay Sean a salary. He said that he should save for him first, and then when school starts, give him. An old lady with grey hair, hairnets, and slippers walked into the bar with a big basket and said to the busy Sean, "Hello, I'm looking for Herns." Xiaoen glanced at the old woman. She seemed familiar, but couldn't remember who she was, so Xiaoen said, "Madam, I am afraid he is very busy in the kitchen now, can you tell me his name? I will tell him who is looking for him." Arabella Feech. The old woman reported her name. "Okay, Mrs. Feech." Sean answered casually, but soon he realized that something was wrong. "Feech? Mrs. Feech?" Sean opened the eyes of magic and looked at the woman. There was no magical power on her body. From her name and dress, Sean can definitely judge that she is Mrs. Feech, who is next to Harry's house and secretly protects Harry. Sean didn't know what Mrs. Feech was asking for his uncle, but he went to the kitchen to inform. "Feech, you are 2 days behind the agreed time," Hearns said. "Sorry, Hearns, it was a bit of a hassle to bring it here. It took 2 days," Mrs. Feech said. The two mysteriously seemed to be doing ulterior transactions. Listening to Mrs. Feech's words, there is still a living thing in her basket. "Sean, bring the basket and open it," Hearns said. "This shouldn't be something dangerous," Sean secretly said. Mrs. Feech stared at Sean in surprise. "He is your nephew, Sean Grills," Hearns proudly said. "He is the best freshman at Hogwarts." Mrs. Feech lives on Privet Road, less than an hour's drive from Charing Cross Road, where the Broken Cauldron bar is located. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but she rarely leaves the vicinity of Privet Road because she wants to protect Harry. For so many years, she only heard that another boy who survived a catastrophe lived in the Broken Cauldron bar, but she never had the opportunity to take a look. After all, the boy who survived Privet Road was the key to Dumbledore's plan. Sean took the basket from Mrs. Feech. The basket was very light and contained no heavy objects. He opened the lid under the gaze of Mrs. Feech and Hearns. "Gosh, it's a cat, but it doesn't seem to be a cat," Sean said in surprise. "There is a small animal that resembles a civet cat in the basket." Sean picked it up from the basket and looked at it carefully. There are various spots on its fur, its ears are particularly large, and its tail resembles that of a lion. "This is your 12th birthday present," Hearns said. "This is a cat raccoon. They have an incredible ability to detect human character. Adult civet cats can grow to about 1 meter. Mrs. Feech introduced Sean's birthday present. Sean thought for a while. Today is August 18th, and his body's birthday is August 21st. Recently, the bar is too busy and he forgot that his birthday is coming. This year's birthday gift is not a chocolate frog. Sean pretended to be surprised and said to Hearns, "I bought it with your summer salary, of course I was a big shot." Hearns smiled shamelessly. Sean turned his head to look at the old Tom at the counter. The old guy smiled at him on his ruffled face. "Wonderful, using my salary to buy me gifts is really wonderful." Sean raised his hands, forced a smile on his face, and gave 2 thumbs up to old Tom. Chapter 54, Back to School Early. Speaking of it, Mrs. Feech seems to have a lot of cats, as well as cat raccoons. She crosses cats with cat raccoons, and the kittens she produces are sold to wizards. Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, has the pedigree of the cat raccoon, which also makes it very smart. Crookshanks specifically targeted the rat spots that Peter turned into, because the cat and the raccoon can distinguish the traits of others. The cat raccoon that Sean is holding is about the same size as a normal domestic cat. Mrs. Feech said that it is less than 1 year old, and it hasn't been long since weaned. It doesn't have a name yet. Now it belongs to you. You should give it a name, Mrs. Feech said. Xiaoan thought about it for a while. It was difficult to choose a name, and it was not easy to say that it was simple. There were a lot of things in it. Suddenly, Xiaoan's inspiration flashed. "I have it, just call you Jerry." The wizards have never seen cat and mouse, and naturally they don't know how funny the name Sean is. "And this?" Mrs. Feech took out a palm-sized booklet from her handbag. "What is this?" Sean asked. "License for breeding." Sean wondered, isn't every student allowed to bring pets to Hogwarts? He hasn't heard of any permits. Mrs. Feech saw Sean's doubts, so she explained, "Cats and raccoons need a breeding permit. They are different from ordinary cats. Don't underestimate their aggressiveness. Open it, and print your palm print on it, and Jerry's." Sean took the booklet, which is smaller than his palm. How can he print his handprints on it? When Sean opened the booklet, he realized that this is also a magic item. The booklet became as big as the textbook in Sean's hands. Sean pressed his palm in the keeper column on the first page, and then he grabbed Jerry's little paw and pressed it in the pet column on the second page. The booklet shrank again, and Mrs. Fig put it back in her handbag, and she nodded towards Sean and said, "In this way, you are the official master of Jerry, and the Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures also has your records." Sean was in a good mood and held Jerry in his arms. He liked cats very much in his previous life. Although Jerry is not a cat, he looks alike. "Jerry, how about it, do you like this name?" Sean said with a smile while looking at Jerry. Jerry responded with disdain, and then bit on Sean's palm. "That power is beyond the reach of ordinary kittens." "Mrs. Feech, are you sure that Jerry can be brought into Hogwarts?" Sean's face flushed as he endured the pain. Mrs. Feech waved her hand and chuckled softly, "Look how lively and cute it is." "But you just said don't underestimate its aggressiveness." "Then you have to wait for it to grow up. It's still small now. If you get along with it, you will be very good. Mrs. Feech has already collected the money, so there is no chance for you to return the goods." "Good for Jerry." Jerry also looked down upon the new owner of Sean with disdain just now. Now he changed his face immediately, pretending to be cute, and the cat and the raccoon are really smart and clever. In short, this birthday gift, Sean likes it very much. It is hundreds of times better than the chocolate frog. "Little Peter, just have fun, because I am not Gryffindor," Sean secretly said. Jerry is a purebred cat raccoon, much more powerful than Crookshanks. If the little Peter changed into a rat and spotted Jerry, I don't know if he can survive the first semester. Unknowingly, the time came to the last week of August, during which Sean had a simple birthday. He ate the birthday cake for the first time that day. The taste can be said to be difficult to swallow. This is the first time Hearns made it by himself. Cake. Snape and Theo showed up in the fireplace of the broken cauldron that day, and it seemed that he was here to pick up Sean before returning to school. Grills, pack your luggage and follow me at once. Snape said. Good professor, it's enough for me to go upstairs and get a suitcase. Sean took out the suitcase from under the bed, then patted the suitcase and walked down. Go to the Three Broomsticks bar in Hogsmeade first, remember it is 3 broomsticks, don't make a mistake. Snape reminded. Because it's an early return to school, it is natural not to go to King's Cross station to take the train. The fireplace at Hogwarts is usually not connected to the Flow network. Other people are not allowed. Snape also took 2 students with him, so he had to use the Flow net to get to Hogsmeade, and then walk back to school. The environment of the Three Broomsticks bar is much cleaner than the Broken Cauldron bar. The proprietress, Ms. Rosmerta, is also more popular with customers than the Old Tom. Although she is over 40 years old, she is still half old, charming, and able to talk. There are many customers, which is incomparable to the Old Tom. Severus, long time no see, would you like a drink? Ms. Rosmerta saw Snape coming out of the fireplace with the 2 children. Yu reading www.yunsha.com greeted him enthusiastically. Just borrow your fireplace. Snape flatly rejected Rosmerta. Although Sean had a live map in his hand and knew more than one secret road to Hogsmeade, he was too busy to sneak out to Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade is the only pure wizarding village in the UK. It is very close to Hogwarts. Starting from the 3rd grade, students can enter Hogsmeade shopping and entertainment every Saturday with the permission of a guardian. It's back to school for training, other professors can return to Hogwarts one step earlier, Rosmerta said. Before Snape, the professors of the other 3 colleges had taken the students back to the school from the Three Broomsticks, but Snape was going to pick up people from 2 places. The other professors only had to go to one house, so the time was faster than him. Phew! Rosmerta walked toward the 3 of them, looked at Sean warmly and friendly, and said, Sean Grills? One of the boys who survived the catastrophe. Yes, madam, this is Sean Grills. Sean replied. Snape glanced at him and said flatly, Okay, I know you are a celebrity, now go back to school. Sean was speechless for a while. Is this going to be frustrated? Being a celebrity is really tiring. 10 minutes later, the 3 returned to Hogwarts. The deans and student representatives of the other 3 colleges in the auditorium had gathered. Seeing Sean had come, Percy and Charlie greeted him. Everyone is here, so let's first understand the rules and competition system of the 4-school friendly match. Professor McGonagall said to the students. Sean glanced at Percy. Percy wanted to show off in front of Sean, and now there was no chance. Chapter 55, Friendly Match Rules. Professor McGonagall said in detail that the 4-school friendly match is divided into 4 games, and the opponent is determined by drawing lots. The first 3 games are based on the points system, and the 4th game is a 4-school melee. In the first potion production, the school that completed the potion production within the specified time will get 1 point. This game will be conducted by the 4 schools together and there is no need to draw lots. Professor McGonagall said. The second game was a single duel. There were 3 rounds. The 2 schools sent 3 students each. The winner of each round got 1 point. Let me say that in the first 3 games, each person can only participate in 1 game. Cannot repeat. In the 3rd game, the team game, 2 schools each send 2 students, 4 people in a melee, and the team that wins the team game will get 3 points. Hearing this, Hufflepuff's 5th grade representative Zach Abbott couldn't help asking. So as long as you send the strongest 2 people to participate in the team competition and get 3 points, as long as you get 1 point in front, you won't be able to win. The other 3 schools will think the same way, even they will change their strategy, put the strongest 4 in the first 2 games, and the weakest in the team match. As long as they all scored in the front, the team match is not important. Now, Sean analyzed. The rules and format of the 4-school-friendly match are very interesting. Strategies and tactics must be considered here. Professor McGonagall nodded to Sean. Yes, as Sean said, the 4-match-friendly game requires thinking about strategies. Schools with high points in the competition are directly promoted. The 2 losing schools will compete again, and the losers will get 4th place. The remaining 3 schools compete for 1, 2, and 3 places. Professor McGonagall said. Sean was a little confused, so he decided on the ranking. Didn't you say that there are 4 games in total? Professor, aren't there 4 games? Pinello Crivart of Ravenclaw in the 3rd grade asked Sean doubts. Don't worry, I'm about to talk about the 4th game. Professor McGonagall said slowly. The 4th game is determined based on the rankings of the first 3 games. Before the start of the 4th game, each team will get a ring. After that, the 4 teams will enter the Valley of the Valley according to their rankings, and each team will enter it was broken up in the Forest of the Valley. You will be separated from your teammates, and then you must find a way to rendezvous with your teammates, find the trophy belonging to your school, and at least 2 people will take the trophy out of the valley to win. The Forest of the Valley is no stranger to the students of this place named Hogwarts. This is a mountain forest about 10 kilometers away from Hogwarts. There are some magical creatures in it, but the degree of danger is far inferior to the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall continued to explain, remember, the ring is the key to getting the trophy. Without it, you can't get the trophy. Therefore, before entering the Forest of the Valley, you must decide who to give the ring to. The more he listened to Sean, the more interesting he was. The difficulty of the 4th game was far more difficult than that of the previous 3 Super Leagues. Are all 4 rings the same? Yes, the rings of the 4 teams are the same, but the trophies are 4 different, each engraved with the names of the 4 schools. There is a magic barrier around the trophy, and you can only get the trophy if you wear the ring. Professor McGonagall said. So, can you get someone else's academy trophy with your team's ring? That's right. Sean stopped talking. He was thinking about the rules of the 4th game. The 4 teams entered in batches by name, and when each team entered, the players would be broken up. So the key to who would keep the ring was: if nothing unexpected happens, it will be handed over to the strongest captain in the team for safekeeping, but this strategy has a very big drawback. When other teams think that the Hogwarts ring is in the hands of Captain Charlie, they will find ways to do it against Charlie. Even teamed up to the ring from Charlie, so that Hogwarts could not get his trophy. Of course, Hogwarts could also the ring from other teams. In the end, at least 2 people have to walk out of the valley with trophies. This probably means that there will be injuries to people in the 4 games, which will make it impossible for all of them to leave. Professor, have there been any deaths in the previous 4 school-friendly matches? After all, I heard that the Triwizard match has a high casualty rate. Sean asked. No, before the 4th game, each participant will distribute a pendant. The pendant is a door key. If you are in danger or want to retire from the game, just inject a little magic into the pendant and it will take you away. The Forest of the Valley will be set with magical restrictions, and it will not work in it to change the shape. Professor McGonagall added. Enter the Valley of the Valley in order of rank. This is somewhat similar to the rules of the last event of the Triwizard tournament. Theo seemed to have thought of this question, so he asked. Professor, how long did it take for the 4 teams to enter the Forest of the Valley one after another? 1 hour, Snape replied for Professor McGonagall. Snape continued, this means that the first team to enter has more time to find the trophy. If the first team finds the trophy www.readaloud.com, even if it is not from their own academy, they can also get the trophy. Go, let the other team lose the trophy. Xiaoan thought, in this case, the order of entering the Valley of the Woods becomes very important, and this melee does not seem to stipulate that schools cannot join forces. This should also be a test of students' strategic ability. If you can tell another team to join forces, even if your team is the last to enter the field, it will not be completely at a disadvantage. Apparently Theo also thought of this question. He looked at Pinello inadvertently and said to Snape, "Professor, then in the first potion game, the weakest team was sent. Since the potion was made within the specified time, it was the best that was completed. If it was not completed, we can also focus on the rest." At the game, Sean understood what Theo meant. It stands to reason that every team would choose to place the bet on the team match if he wanted to get the top name, but Snape's next words let Sean know to do so. Reasons for not working. Even though Theo was Slytherin's student representative, Snape glanced at him unceremoniously and said, "Do you think the potion contest is for you to make up the number? The question in the potion contest is usually to make high-level potions, and the successful potions will become your props and bring them into the Valley of the Forest." Sean understands that, in the first potion production, there is no chance of winning in the lower grades, but he is an exception. Last semester, he made 2 high-level potions on his own. This potion talent has to be said to be very Snape's style. Compared to Hermione's successful second-year compound decoction, Sean is obviously better. If Pinello participates in the first game, then Hogwarts will lose a point and lose a prop in the fourth game. Chapter 56, Not Very Friendly Team Game. In a conventional and safe way, if you want to get this point in the first game, you need to send 7th grade Charlie or 6th grade Theo. They have all taken the Newt level potions class, and they are also good at making advanced potions. More sure. If you want to take a risk and save Charlie and Theo for the team game, at least let the 5th grade Zach Abbott try. But if Sean is allowed to participate in the first game, there should be no problem. Even though Sean did well in Snape's class, it would not allow Snape to take a risk and let a 2nd grader make advanced potions. The arrangement of personnel will change with the end of each game. It is not determined from the beginning who will participate in which game. We have to adjust the subsequent strategy according to the situation of the opponent's players. The professor said. Yes, that means that by the end of the team competition, any of you may form a 2-person team, so returning to school this week in advance is to train your understanding. Sean, forget it, if there are 6 of them, if they are paired together, there will be 15 combinations. If you train in groups, how much time will it take? Professor, are there 2 pairs of training? Sean asked. No, our 4 deans will accompany you to practice. Professor McGonagall said. The 6 people looked at Snape at the same time, shaking in their hearts. Everyone knew how ruthless this ruthless man was. Sean's current magic level is close to the 6th grade, which is a big advantage for the Hogwarts team. The rule of the 4-school friendly match is to select a representative from the 2nd to the 7th grade, in order to compare the quality of teaching between schools, and each grade has a student to see it intuitively. This inevitably makes the 2nd-year representative the weakest member of the team. Of course, this is usually the case, and Sean is not an ordinary 2nd year. This afternoon, Sean and Pinello will play against me. Snape said while looking at Sean faintly. Good, Professor. Sean responded casually. Pinello nodded reluctantly as if he had gotten a lottery. Percy, Zach, you 2 and me. Professor Sprout said with a smile. Percy and Zach looked at Sean gleefully, and then walked to Professor Sprout's side. Professor Flitwick said to the rest of Theo and Charlie, you 2 follow me. Good, Professor. After that, everyone returned to their dorms. While Theo was not in the lounge, Sean lit the fireplace in the common lounge and sent it to Merlin's secret room in the flames. He has to bring the wizard's heart back to the bedroom, otherwise it will be troublesome to keep going in and out of Merlin's room. He doesn't want to come out of that girl's bathroom again. This summer, Sean has already mastered the purification spell, and now it is time to absorb the magic power of the wizard's heart. Perhaps before the start of the for-school-friendly match, his magic power will be greatly improved. Lunch is still in the auditorium, but the 6 people did not sit separately at the long table of their own college, but at the request of Professor McGonagall, they all sat at the long table of Gryffindor and ate together. In the past 7 days, you have to eat your 3 meals together and get to know each other. I know that some of your colleges are not pleasing to each other, but you must get along well before the end of the for-school-friendly match. Professor McGonagall looked at theology talk to Charlie. This is already very obvious. They are talking about Slytherin and Gryffindor. Theo is actually quite clear. He rebutted Kurt because he felt that the prejudices of the academy should not be brought into the game. Sean has no idea about Gryffindor and the other 2 colleges. He is here to study, and it is the right way to study hard every day. Sean lowered his head to eat strawberry pudding. He inadvertently looked up and saw Percy and Pinello on the side talking and laughing. No way, this is the beginning of their relationship. Xiaoan muttered in his heart. Zack, who was sitting diagonally across from Sean, took the initiative to talk to Sean. I'm Zack Abbott in Hufflepuff's 5th grade. I know, Abio, the iron hit. Sean replied. What? Zack was puzzled, obviously not knowing what Sean was talking about. Nothing, nice to meet you, I'm Sean Grills in the 2nd grade of Slytherin. Zack smiled, you are very famous, and Cedric is considered excellent in your 2nd grade. If it weren't for you, he should be the representative of the 2nd grade this time. Both belong to Hufflepuff College. The relationship between Zack and his immediate younger brother Cedric is pretty good. He is also very optimistic about Cedric, but there are such outstanding students as Sean. So that the other outstanding students in their class were ignored. The first thing that came to mind when everyone mentioned the 2nd grade was Sean Grills. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the 3 groups arrived at the Quidditch Stadium, where all subsequent practice sessions will take place. What Sean didn't expect was that Mrs. Hooch was also there, and that's fine. www.readaloud.com. She even brought her 6 flying broomsticks. Professor, is the team game better than Quidditch? Sean asked unconfidently. No, the 6 of you can't make up the team. Madam Hooch said. Quidditch is a team of 7. Sean thought for a while, and then asked, what is this flying broomstick? It's an item in the team game. Did I say that you can't ride a flying broomstick in a team game? Snape said bluntly. Sean's mouth twitched. He wanted to refute but he didn't know what to say. Also, Harry rode a broomstick in the first game of the Triwizard Tournament. It's not surprising that the team fought and rode a broomstick. But Sean's flight class failed. He would fall off the broom within a minute. He didn't think about spending energy on Quidditch, so he didn't care about it. Compulsory courses only available in grades. Professor, can you bring others? Xiaoan asked weakly. What do you want to bring? Snape glanced at him. For example, what magical creatures? Xiaoan phased dishes, but he knows magical creatures that can fly. Do you want to take a dragon? Snape asked. No, it's just a eagle with a winged beast. Sean said embarrassedly. Snape waved his wand and slammed a broom on Sean, who caught it by surprise. Snape gave him a blank look. Don't even think about it. The only thing you can bring into the team game is the flying broom. You can choose not to bring it, so you will be the only handle on the ground. The mobility of riding a flying broomstick has doubled several times, and the difficulty of hitting the opponent has also increased. The team competition has basically become an air chase, and those with good flying skills have a greater chance of winning. Chapter 57, Scream. When the other 5 people were in the 1st grade, their flying lessons were all outstanding. Charlie, Theo, and Zack were the core members of their Quidditch teams with first-class flying skills. Professor, I don't think I should consider me in the team competition. Sean said embarrassingly. Others are all flying in the sky on broomsticks, but he is just like a naive person. It is too miserable to be a handle on the ground. No need, this is also a tactic. Snape said without emotion. Tactics. Sean suddenly had a bad idea. Did I attract firepower? Snape explained, the venue for the team match is not here. Not here, everyone asked. Professor Sprout pointed to the direction of the Black Lake and said, the team competition is played in the woods by the Black Lake. The trees over there are not dense, but they can also be used as obstacles to increase the fun during the game. Sean in the forest by the Black Lake rode Buckbeak around. The trees are indeed sparse. If he is looking down on a broom in the air, he can hardly escape the search. But these sparse trees and small soil slopes can be used to avoid magical attacks from the sky. If people on the ground are more sensitive, they may cause some interference to opponents in the sky. Hold all the broomsticks and start training in groups, Snape said. The 3 groups scattered in 3 directions of the Quidditch stadium. The professors were on the ground, while the students rode broomsticks and hovered in the air. If there were only 6 people flying over the huge stadium, it would be extremely empty. Injured other teams in the air. But there were only 5 people in the air, and Sean still didn't forcefully choose what he was not good at. Although he was less mobile on the ground, he was better able to show his strength. Aren't you ready? Snape asked Sean, who looked at him. Professor, if you shoot down the opponent's wand, you win. Yes. Snape said cherished words. Sean nodded, and then drove about 10 meters with Snapla. This is a safe distance, and the accuracy of casting spells outside this distance will be greatly reduced. Sean, are you sure you don't ride a broomstick? Pinello asked in midair. Obviously Pinello is not yet familiar with Sean, and Sean raised his head and smiled awkwardly and politely. No, I'm here to attract the professor's attention. You find a chance to attack. Sean shouted out this tactic, which was not a tactic, and Pinello nodded helplessly. She didn't expect a second grader to cooperate with her. Accept your weapon. Sean took the initiative, but Snape's light clinker cast armor bodyguard silently to block Sean's magic. Snape is much more powerful than Jovic. If you want to get rid of his wand, Sean and Pinello are nothing short of a fantasy. Snape can consume both of them with a single armor body. Until tired. Sean has mastered 2 magics that ignore the armor protection. One Bone Eruption was learned from Jovic, and the other Shenfeng Shadowless Curse. Let's not talk about it, use this curse. The deity was standing in front of Xiaoen, and he didn't dare to take it out of the door and make an axe. All petrochemicals. Fainted. Legs stand and stop dead. Accept your weapon. Sean kept attacking Snape. Snape was only defensive, and Pinello in midair was also taking the opportunity to cast a spell on Snape. All petrochemicals. Snape was able to deal with it calmly despite the 2 sides of the sky and the underground. He built the armor body very quickly, and almost at the same time he waved his wand, the magic frame was completed. At this time, Sean waved his magic wand with his right hand and kept casting spells on Snape. Although they were all simple spells, such high-frequency casting made his magic power drain very quickly, let alone Pinello. His left hand was making small movements concealed. Snape had to defend against Sean's attack and avoid Pinello's harassment in mid-air. He didn't notice the movement of Sean's left hand. A flying broom flew up strangely, and slowly approached Snape's back. The broom was originally prepared for Sean, but he threw it aside. A little closer, a little closer. Sean used the levitation charm to control the broom and approached Snape. His plan was that he and Pinello would attract Snape's attention from the front, and he used the floating spell to control the broom to attack Snape's right hand from behind. As long as the broom could knock down Snape's wand, then they just won. But the result was always unsatisfactory. Just when the broom was only about half a meter away from Snape, he felt something abnormal. He suddenly turned his head and stretched out his left hand to cast the spell without a rod, and also used the levitation charm. His magic power is stronger, and the magic frame is more stable. The broom that was originally controlled by Sean was robbed of control by Snape. With a wave of his left hand, the broom slammed straight towards Pinello in the air. Pinello wanted Snape to cast the spell with both hands, but he didn't react for a while and was smashed from his broomstick. Falling from a height of more than 10 meters is definitely a serious fracture. Even though the school doctor's office is very experienced in treating fractures and has a fast time effect, Sean still used a floating spell to catch Pinello. "Accept your weapon." But at this time, Snape took the opportunity to cast a spell on Sean and at the same time caught Pinello, who was falling. Sean was knocked down by Snape's magic wand, and the man flew out 2 or 3 meters. Ahem! Sean took a mouthful of ashes. He patted the weeds on his face and muttered in his heart, "As for it, it's just an exercise. It's not a good idea to give the students a way to survive. Think you can beat me with a little trick?" Snape walked over slowly. Xiaoan whispered, "Students from other schools must be fooled. The opponents of the team competition won't stand still and practice with you." Snape retorted. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout were practicing with their 2 groups of students. They did not notice what happened in Snape's group, but they stood aside and observed that Professor McGonagall in the 3 groups was indeed Sean's. The action was shocked. She walked towards Snape and Sean in a stride, then looked at Sean and said, "Sean, you used the wandless spell to control the broom just now." "Yes, Professor," Xiaoan replied. He dared to use this trick, so he was not afraid that the professors would see that his genius name had been spread among the freshmen last year. He didn't mind making his reputation bigger. Although Snape said that Sean's wandless spell was a small gesture, he was also surprised by Sean's talent. "Severus, did you see that? Sean casts spells with both hands at the same time." Professor McGonagall confirmed to Snape. Snape nodded, acknowledging Sean's outstanding talents. Chapter 58, Focus on Training? Snape was just a stiff mouth, and he was also surprised by Sean's hands casting spells, but he still wanted to blow him pretendingly. Is able to cast spells without a stick, which is enough to prove his excellence among Hogwarts students. Usually only a few top students in the 7th grade can cast spells without a stick. But if you can cast spells with both hands at the same time, I am afraid that one hand is more than enough among the students of Hogwarts over the past century. I have to mention Tom Riddle again. Perhaps he could do 2-handed spell casting early, but when he showed his talent, he was already in the 5th grade, and Sean was now in the 2nd grade. And Snape in front of him, he is also a rare genius. In the 7th grade, in a magic duel, he used his hands to cast spells and unexpectedly defeated the Dark Arts Defense class professor who was practicing against him at that time. Therefore, Snape knew the difficulty of casting spells with both hands at the same time. This is equivalent to 1 mind and 2 uses. 2 hands construct different magic frames at the same time. A little carelessness will lead to failure in the construction, and serious injury to himself. He was in practice once. I have been accidentally injured many times by my own magic. It seems that we have to discuss the personnel arrangements for the team competition. Professor McGonagall looked at Sean and said. Originally, the professors adjusted their team players according to their previous opponents' personnel arrangements based on previous experience. There are very few examples of setting up team players before the start of the game, unless the 2 of them have necessary the grasp of victory. Take Charlie and Theo for example, a 7th grade and a 6th grade. The professors and other players think that they are the strongest of the 6, but the professors cannot guarantee that they will be able to team up in the team competition. Win. After all, if the 6th and 7th grades of the other 3 schools also form a team to participate in the team competition, if Charlie and Theo are against them, the outcome will be 5-5, with a maximum of 46. Although Kurt said before, in the 10-4 school-friendly matches, Hogwarts won 7 championships, but that refers to the final victory in the 4th game. The strength of Hogwarts in the first 3 games is actually not there. Open other schools too much. Before the start of the fourth game of the Valley, Hogwarts had already formed an alliance with another team, even multiple teams. Of the 7 championships, at least 4 of them were due to the correct strategy played another 3 schools. After the other 2 groups of training were over, the professors got together to discuss what they were talking about. During the period, they looked at Sean from time to time, and Sean could probably guess what they were talking about. Let him, the second-year player, not play in the first few games to induce opponents and make them feel that Hogwarts will put the weakest second-year player in the team game. When the team game is time, Sean can play against each other. A surprise! Sean, how did you do it? It's a genius! Pinello said in disbelief. Pinello had just seen clearly in mid-air. A broom flew by itself and floated towards Snape. She couldn't figure out the situation at the time, but when she heard the conversation between Professor McGonagall and Snape, she too knowing that it was Sean manipulating the broomstick with both hands. As long as you use your heart, you can too. Sean encouraged Pinello seriously. The ghost knows how much Sean's nonsense has had on Pinello. According to her talent, it would never be possible to use 2 hands to cast spells, but because of Sean's encouragement, Pinello worked harder and reached the 7th grade. She can also cast spells without a wand. About 10 minutes later, Professor McGonagall beckoned to Sean and Charlie, and they walked over. Tomorrow, Charlie, you will be training with Sean. Professor McGonagall said. Good Professor, the two said in unison. This is basically training a fixed combination. Charlie's mobility on the broomstick is the strongest among the 6, and the magic level is the same, of course not counting Sean's exception. In addition, Sean, a genius who seems to be in the 2nd grade, is actually at the 6th grade level, with his hands casting spells, so the winning side is already very big. Come to the office with me, Snape said to Sean. Xiao wondered if there was something he couldn't talk about now, but he still answered, "Okay, Professor." The others went back to their dormitories to rest. Sean followed Snape to the teaching building. In the corridor on the 1st floor, Sean saw a strange face, a blond man in his 30s, wearing a straight suit with a grim face. He and Sean did not make eye contact, and walked in the direction of the main entrance of the school after leaving the corridor. "Professor, who was that person just now? Wouldn't it be the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts in the new semester?" Sean could only think of this. "Visitor from the Inquisition," Snape said. "The Sanctuary is a magic school in the Balkans, and the 4 school-friendly matches did not have them. What did this man do at Hogwarts? It seems that Dumbledore received him personally." During the 1st and 2nd year of school year, Sean knew too little plot and information, and the uncontrollability of the development process was unpredictable, so he paid special attention to some outsiders. After Harry enrolls, the plot enters a stage that Sean is familiar with, and he will be more confident in doing things. It's just a temporary visitor, it shouldn't be the Death Eater sent by Bella, Sean thought. The two came to Snape's office, and Sean didn't know which one Snape was doing again. He asked. "Professor, is there anything you want to tell me?" Snape said flatly, "More than 50 years ago www.readaloud.com Hogwarts had a talented student. His grades in various courses left the professors speechless, even reaching high school. Grades also created their own magic." Sean knew who Snape was talking about. When he was young, Voldemort was indeed a shining star. The professors liked this outstanding student very much. But he has always hidden darkness in his heart. After graduation, he devoted himself to black magic and achieved unprecedented achievements in the field of black magic. Later, he set off a war in the wizarding world and became a frightening existence." Snape then said. "Professor, are you talking about the mysterious man, Voldemort?" Sean said the frightening name without changing his face. Snape's cold eyes stared directly at Sean. Usually other wizards would show panic or fuss when they heard the name Voldemort, while Snape's face was stagnant, just staring at Sean like this. In your body, I saw something similar to him. You are all too good, far surpassing your peers. Snape paused and continued. I can do two-handed spell casting at the age of 12. I admire your magical talent. When Snape said these few words, they were all complimenting Sean's talents, which made Sean a little puzzled. It didn't seem to be Snape's character. Snape looked at Sean deeply. If you are willing to learn more advanced magic, I can teach you, for example, the flying spell of flying in the air without using a flying broomstick. Sean was stunned. What does Snape mean? He takes me as a direct disciple if he values my talents? Flying curse, this is a high-level magic created by Voldemort, and he only taught Snape. Just as Sean was thinking that something good was coming, Snape's next words made him sober. Chapter 59, Unbreakable Oath. Sean's grades in flying lessons were extremely poor. Snape knew this, but Sean's magical talent was enough to make up for his shortcomings. Generally speaking, wizards need to use external forces to achieve flight, such as brooms, flying carpets, flying creatures, etc. Animagus can become a winged animal flying. It is written in the origin of Quidditch that so far, wizards have not invented any magic that allows them to fly in human form. But Voldemort invented the flying curse. The flying curse is incomparable with phantom shift in terms of speed. Phantom shift is a kind of space magic, which is very fast. But you cannot cast spells during the apparition process, while flying spells can be cast while flying, which is similar to casting while riding. If the enemy flees on a broomstick, it is obviously not as practical to use a phantom to chase as a broomstick or to chase with a flying curse. The wizard can only phantom to a place where there is a foothold, and it is impossible to phantom and stop. In midair, Snape came up to prescribe the right medicine. The flying curse was indeed very attractive to Sean. At first, when he gave up flying lessons, he even planned to invent a magic to fly without the aid of a broom in the future. And what Snape meant was obviously not just teaching Sean a flying spell, but also other advanced magic. Snape was also willing to teach him. Professor, I want to learn this. Sean said. He looked at Snape and waited for him to say the conditions. Sean didn't believe that Snape would teach him advanced magic one-on-one. You have a magic talent that is hard for ordinary people to match. Use it wisely. Your future achievements are limitless. I am very willing to cultivate a great wizard. I'm even more afraid, I will create another Dark Lord by myself. Snape said solemnly. When Sean heard the words, he also understood Snape's thoughts. Snape had admitted to Sean's supernatural talent in his heart, and Dumbledore was also optimistic about Sean, who would become an important figure in resisting Death Eaters in the future. So Snape had the idea of cultivating Sean. If Sean was on the side of Hogwarts, then the stronger he grew, the more helpful Dumbledore would be. If he had fallen into the darkness like Tom Riddle, and even threatened Hogwarts' survival, then Snape would regret it for a lifetime. I need proof, your heart. Snape looked at Sean seriously. Xiaoen suddenly had a bad feeling. He hesitated. How to prove? There is a magic that can peek into the hearts of others. Before Snape's words were finished, Sean exploded on his scalp. Gan, deceive. It was the first time to enter Dumbledore's office. After coming out, Sean worried that he would be attacked by dementia, so he tried to enter the restricted book area and learn occlumency. Snape wanted to use this simple and rude way to test if there were dark and evil thoughts in Sean's heart. If he couldn't see those in Sean's heart, he would teach Sean to learn advanced magic. Is also to test Sean. Dumbledore chose to use time to observe, while Snape was more extreme, even though he knew it would cause some harm to the student's spirit. Sean really panicked at this time. Although he has learned occlumency and has reached the second stage, he can suppress some of his emotional memory in the deep layer of his mind, that is, hide the memory. But the man in front of him was not only an occultist, but also a dementor. It was impossible for him to hide this trick from Snape. In order to prevent Snape from coming to life, Sean said quickly, "Professor, I have heard that it is dementia. I heard it hurts the soul of the caster." "I didn't expect you to know that." "Yes, it's a dementia," Snape said calmly. "Professor, do you want to use this magic on me, to prove that I am a bright heart?" "There is no need to use the mind to capture the mind, I think it can be changed," Sean said. "In order to make sure that I will not regret in the future, I will use some unconventional methods." Snape was unmoved. Xiaoan was a little anxious, but he didn't want to give up the opportunity to learn advanced magic, so he turned his mind and thought of a way to prove himself. "Professor, I am willing to make an unbreakable oath to be loyal to you, loyal to Dumbledore, and never betray Hogwarts." Sean deliberately mentioned Dumbledore, and he dared to say that he was loyal to Snape because of him. Knowing that Snape was Dumbledore's person, he was still kind in his heart. Even if he really took the oath, he would not let Sean do anything to hurt others. At this time, Snape, whose expression was as quiet as stagnant water, finally hesitated. "Grills, you know a lot, even better than some adult wizards." "Professor, I am willing to take an oath to prove that I am on Hogwarts' side and will never fall into the dark and do anything to harm Hogwarts." Sean looked at Snape solemnly. Compared to being seduced www.readaloud.com, taking an oath is nothing. Sean never thought of opposing Hogwarts and Dumbledore, so he won't break the oath. "Punished." Snape looked at Sean's serious look, and suddenly realized that he was a bit ridiculous. A child actually offered to take an oath to show his loyalty, and he still wanted to test his heart with dementia. An unbreakable vow requires a third person to be a witness to cast the spell, but who do they look for as a witness? Other professors? That would never work. If Professor McGonagall knew that Snape had made an oath with a child, she would condemn Snape's behavior as ridiculous. Looking for Dumbledore? I'm afraid Snape will be educated by Old Dun. Because of Sean's remarks, Snape dispelled the idea of testing Sean with dementia. Also wouldn't really go to a witness to swear an oath, he chose the same way as Dumbledore, spending time to observe Sean's character. Snape sat at the desk without lifting his head and said, "You go back and rest." Sean felt a little lost. After all, it was an opportunity to become stronger. With Snape's personal demonstration and his magic eyes, the speed of learning advanced magic was not a problem. "Okay." Xiaoan replied helplessly, and was about to turn around and leave the office. "After training tomorrow, stay at the Quidditch Stadium and I will teach you the flying spell," Snape said suddenly. "Can you learn to look at yourself?" Sean was overjoyed, and Snape finally chose to believe him. "Professor, I will work hard." This wave of Sean's active self-certification not only avoided the danger of being contemplated, but also gained Snape's trust. Chapter 60, Flying Spell. Snape's move was actually understandable by Sean. After all, he was an undercover agent beside Voldemort, and his heart was very burdened. On the one hand, he hopes to train Sean into a powerful wizard and become Dumbledore's help, on the other hand, he is afraid of raising tigers. Fortunately, Snape's bottom line was still there, and Sean's words also made Snape temporarily give up his extreme ideas. "It's almost finished." Sean felt scared for a while. If it wasn't for his wit and fooled Snape, otherwise he would be seduced by him, the consequences would be disastrous, and it might even affect the plot that originally belonged to Harry. Sean returned to the bedroom and lay in bed thinking for a long time. His high-profile display of his talents attracted the attention of the professors and received some special attention, but today this is also caused by his extraordinary talent. "I hope Snape won't use this method to test me in the future," Sean thought tiredly. After the dinner at 6 o'clock, Sean finally started to absorb the magic power of the wizard's heart. After practicing the purification spell during the summer vacation, he was able to successfully cast it. He put the wizard's heart on the table. Without opening the magic eye, the wizard's heart is like an ordinary crystal ball, but if you touch it, you will be stung by its violent magic. The 32 magic frames at the tip of Sean's wand are being constructed methodically. When it is successfully constructed, a white light shoots from the wand to the wizard's heart. At this time, Sean stretched out his left hand and touched the wizard's heart. The next second he was fed back to him with a majestic magical power. This magical power had no violent factor, and was peacefully absorbed by Sean's left hand. And the magic eye is also in the open state. The resentment originally contained in the magic power will affect the mind of the absorber, but under the filtering of the magic eye, these resentments are automatically eliminated. Sean casts spells with his right hand, absorbs with his left hand, and opens the bow from left to right. The process is very smooth, but the speed of absorption is a bit slow. Perhaps it is because Sean's capacity as a container is too small. Dumbledore is used to absorb it, which is definitely better than him. A lot faster. 2 hours later, Sean felt the magic power in his body filled, like a full glass of water, which would overflow after absorbing it. Sean slumped on the chair somewhat exhaustedly, and muttered, "It has increased by 1/10 of the magic power. I may not be able to absorb it in a short period of time. I need to digest and adapt to the new magic power." Sean doesn't know how much magic power he has absorbed from the wizard's heart, but he has increased 1/10 of his own magic power in these 2 hours. It is a normal practice accumulation. It takes him a year to increase so much magic power. It's like I'm struggling. Sean was both happy and tired at this time. If Merlin knew that Sean's absorption was so smooth, he would probably give Sean the title of his legendary wizard. Since Sean determined that the Eye of Magic had the role of guarding the soul in Malfoy Manor, he wondered if it could also resist the grievances mixed in the magical power of the wizard's heart. It was confirmed just now that the Eye of Magic has this function. Therefore, Sean's 2 hours of absorption of magic power did not suffer from any mental interference. It was only that he couldn't absorb it, so he stopped. In the past, Merlin absorbed the wizard's heart on and off several times. It was because he felt that his spirit might not be able to withstand the interference of resentment, so he gave up the absorption, and finally absorbed only 1/10 of the magical power of the wizard's heart. And Sean probably only absorbed 2% of the remaining 9/10 of the magic power this time, and this magic treasure is still inexhaustible in a short time. But even if Sean absorbs the remaining 9/10 of a point, it does not mean that he can reach the level of the legendary Archmage Merlin. The magic in the wizard's heart is fixed, and success depends on the individual. In addition, Merlin had already absorbed the magical power of the wizard's heart, which was far from what Sean could compare to now. After tonight, Sean's magic power has properly surpassed 90% of the 6th grade students. He is shoulder to shoulder with Theo. Before the start of the 4-school friendly team competition, Sean is sure to get rid of Charlie, whether it is magic or magic. Will become the strongest in the Hogwarts team. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the 6 representatives of the team arrived at the Quidditch Stadium early. Charlie and Sean stood together and discussed how to cooperate and deal with Snape later. "Sean, I didn't see your hands cast spells yesterday. Today we are a group, you have to let me see and see," Charlie said with a smile. "I'm afraid you will only see my ugliness." Sean shrugged. Yesterday he was thrown into the mud by Snape, and today I don't know what Snape will do to him. After a while, the professors also arrived, and they all held a flying broomstick in their hands. Sean and others showed unpleasant expressions on their faces. Zach Abbott said with a grimace. "Gosh, the professors are riding broomsticks, they are not chasing me and hitting them." Yesterday, Zach and Percy were in a group. The two rode broomsticks in the air looking for opportunities to attack Professor Sprout. Of course, all the magic was blocked by the armor. In the end, Professor Sprout turned from defense to offense, and it only took 2 minutes to knock Zach off the broomstick in mid-air. "It's difficult today. Professor Snape is in the sky. It's hard for me to hit him," Charlie. I'm afraid I'm going to hold back today, Sean said. Charlie patted his strong chest, showing a sunny smile. It's okay, I can fly very well. Even though Sean's magic power has increased compared to yesterday, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but Snape is more mobile when he is in the sky. Unlike yesterday, standing as a sparring partner, Sean will change if he wants to hit him. It's very laborious. In today's training, the students lost miserably. The professors changed from yesterday's gentle approach and started chasing the students deliberately, but they didn't shoot them down immediately. The training was over at around 3 in the afternoon, and the students returned to the dormitory in embarrassment. Only Sean was left by Snape. Snape looked at Sean holding the wand in his hand, and said with a look of disdain, "Flying spell is a wandless spell, put away your wand. This advanced magic is extremely difficult, plus it is cast without a wand. Even with your talent, if you want to learn it before entering the Forest of the Valley, there is little hope." The 4 school-friendly match, the first is at the end of October, the second is in mid-December, the third chapter is at the end of February of the next semester, and the fourth is at the beginning of June. According to Snape, with Sean's rare talent in a century, it is extremely challenging to learn the flying spell within 9 months. I think Voldemort fancied Snape and gave him the flying spell. It took Snape 2 years to master this magic. "Professor, I will try my best." Xiaoan didn't dare to speak big words, he could only judge how long he would be able to master it after he had learned it. Snape stretched out his hands, palms facing each other. Under Sean's magical eyes, he saw Snape's 2 hands begin to construct the magic frame at the same time, and the magic frame of both hands gradually combined. Sean only understood at this time why Snape decided to teach him the flying spell after seeing that he could cast spells with both hands.